Chapter 1543. Leveling up under pressure. The tunnel had the same width as an air raid shelter. It was wide enough for a car to pass through, but that was about it. Every 1 mile, a beam of sunlight would bathe a portion of the tunnel from above. It made the place seem longer than it actually was, and it felt extremely weird. After each checkpoint of light, the pressure permeating the atmosphere of the tunnel increased. The gemstone-class creatures that were the heirs of super creatures could only make it through 14 of those checkpoints. They were unable to go any further than that. Looking down the tunnel from a distance, the pools of light looked like the illumination of street lamps, all the way down. There were 19 of them in total. Up until now, no one had been able to figure out what lay at the end of the godlight tunnel. Even the creatures that leveled up to super, while inside the tunnel, were unable to reach the end of it. Little Lion King followed along and said with a smile, "We met each other on the field of battle. Let's encounter one another again sometime. I am Little Jade Lion King of Lion Mountain. What is your name?" "Han Senator, I'm human," Han Sun answered. He still wasn't fond of Little Jade Lion King, but it wasn't as if he hated the lion's guts. He wasn't entirely against having a conversation with him. As Han Sun and Little Lion King spoke, Yu Miao stared at them coldly. She despised Han Senator, and as they were having their discussion, someone else entered Godlight Tunnel. Han Sun thought it was just some creature or spirit, but it was in fact Six Paths. Yu Miao's heart jumped when she saw Six Paths' Emperor wouldn't hand over a Geno core. And if Han Sun had any form of conflict with the spirit, she believed Six Paths would kill him with ease. Yu Miao, who was going to continue following, stopped where she was for a spell. She waited for Six Paths to catch up and see if a conflict between the two would break out. "Sister, Six Paths' Emperor is here. I'm not sure Han Sun knows who he is. If he doesn't, given Six Paths' personality, a fight is sure to break out." Yu Xian told Yu Miao giddily, in hushed excitement. He was thinking along the same lines. Six Paths soon approached Han Sun, and crushing the expectations set by Yu Miao and Yu Xian, Six Paths spoke to the human like an old friend. He asked, "Why are you here?" "I'm in God's ruin. How could I not spare the time to visit the Godlight Tunnel?" Han Sun smiled. Six Paths nodded and said, "Good timing then. Now we can compete and see which of us can walk the farthest in this Godlight Tunnel." Yu Miao and Yu Xian wore strange expressions. They hadn't expected Han Sun to be personally acquainted with Six Paths' Emperor. And again, knowing Six Paths' personality to be what it was perplexing to see him address Han Sun as if he was addressing an equal. They were flat out shocked. Little Jade Lion King, seeing Han Sun talk to Six Paths' Emperor like his buddy, had an even greater admiration for the human. He thought to himself, "It's no wonder he is so strong. To kill goddess as he pleases, he must indeed be quite the character. Before Six Paths' Emperor self-destructed, he was more famous than my father. If Han Sun can talk to him like a friend, then Han Sun really must be strong." Six Paths wasn't an avid talker, though, and after a few brief verbal exchanges, he went ahead and focused on getting deeper into the Godlight Tunnel. Han Sun, Queen, Tang Jinliu, and Little Lion King followed. Vower was in Han Sen's arms, and Starsea Beast was following behind Han Senator. Little Silver was on the big creature's head, staring at the light up ahead. The light sources above were like small suns, and they managed to light up the tunnel rather well. The first curtain of light fell on Han Sun, draping him with what felt like water. The light was tangible, but the feeling was not heavy, and it did not feel burdening. Everyone walked through the first curtain of light with ease, but after passing through the light, the gravity felt much heavier. Still, it did not slow them down or affect their passage too much. They continued walking until they reached the fifth curtain of light. There, Tang Jinliu could not take the pressure of what came next. His entire body was wet with sweat, and it felt as if he was carrying the whole weight of a mountain. It took a lot of effort just to make one step. Of course, he only had a bronze Geno core. His fitness and Geno core level were still very weak, so it was fairly impressive he had managed to make it that far. "Can you still go on?" Han Sun asked Tang Jinliu. "It's okay. I can keep going. I must make it to the sixth at least." Tang Jinliu gritted his teeth. Han Sun didn't say anything. He just walked by Tang Jinliu's side. The pressure there was of no bother to Han. Senator Tang Jinliu could see everyone else walking forward freely, and he even saw little Silver lying on Starsea Beast's head in a relaxed posture, as if there wasn't a single ounce of additional atmospheric pressure. He sighed and thought to himself, Han Sen's companions are so scary. How long will it take me to catch up to his level? Tang Jinliu did not want to give up, and onwards he continued. He eventually ended up far behind the others, as his pace was extremely slow. His muscles tightened, as if they were going to tear through his clothes at any given moment. Han Sen didn't make it obvious that he was deliberately watching the man struggle as he was, but he did keep an eye on how he was doing. If it was becoming too much, and Tang Jinliu could no longer stay upright against the gravity, Han Sen would take him out of the tunnel before he collapsed and died there. Surprisingly, as hard it was for him, he managed to hold on strong. And when he almost reached the sixth light, his very bones began to creak. His entire skeleton sounded as if it was going to break. Boom! When Tang Jinliu stepped into the wash of the sixth light, his entire body glowed with the color silver. It looked as if his Geno core had managed to reach silver class. Yu Miao and Little Lion King looked at him. Although it was not a rare thing to level up in the Godlight Tunnel, simply being able to meant he was talented. Tang Jinliu was tired, so he sat down and stopped moving forward. His Geno core leveled up, but his body didn't. His body could not take any more pressure, either. He couldn't walk an inch further. I can't walk. You guys go ahead and I'll wait here. Tang Jinliu spoke in between deep gasps. Han Sen nodded as he went on alongside Queen. When they reached the ninth curtain of light, it was Queen's turn to have difficulty. And when she reached the 10th curtain of light, Queen's body began to slow and her Geno core leveled up. Godlight Tunnel gives the opportunity to level up a Geno core, but the other creatures and spirits don't show any changes. Tang Jinliu and Queen both leveled up. Is this just coincidental, or is there a reason for this? Han Sen wondered. Chapter 1544. Why didn't they level up after leveling up? Queen didn't walk any further. She said, my fitness isn't good enough to proceed. I won't bother trying to go any further, and I'll simply wait for you guys here. Han Sen could see she was actually able to go forward a little bit more, but chose not to. Han Sen really admired her character, and he imagined Queen's heavenly go must have been fiercer than ever by now. After the 10th curtain of light, some creatures showed signs of leveling up, but it seemed the chances of them leveling up were low. The ratio was around 1 in 20. The others, even if they reached a point where they could no longer go on, were unable to level up. In order to level up at those stages, you had to be below gemstone class. Those possessing gemstone self-Geno cores could not have their Geno cores ascend to super class. After the 12th curtain of light, most of the creatures and spirits stopped. And when they reached the 13th, even Yu Xian had to stop. There was only Yu Miao from Outer Sky Shelter who could keep going. Yu Miao looked at Han Sen and was shocked. She wasn't surprised Han Sen could keep going, but the two creatures and the baby in his arms were also able to keep going. That was what surprised her the most. The creatures that were able to go past the 13th curtain of light were those that were the best of the gemstone tier. The fact that Han Sen's creatures could keep going was rather shocking to Yu Miao. Little Lion King was showing even more shock than her. He was able to reach this point because the way creatures leveled up was different than how humans did so. When the Geno cores of humans leveled up, it was dependent on their skills. But that ascension did not greatly affect their bodies. If humans wished to level up their bodies, they had to absorb the genes of creatures. The way creatures leveled up was different from this, as their Geno core and physical strength were both tied to the same scale. When their Geno core leveled up, their fitness would go along with it. So, when creatures leveled up to a gemstone class fitness, that was that. There was no need for them to focus on ways that might increase their body specifically. Little Lion King's genes were strong, and his Geno core kept rising. He had come from silver to gemstone class, and through this, his body had developed as well. This was different than Queen and Tang Jinliu. When their Geno cores leveled up, their fitness didn't go with it. This meant they couldn't go any further. Little Lion King was satisfied with his current performance, But seeing little Silver and Starcy Beast travel all that way without breaking a sweat, he thought to himself, Han Sun is scary. Even his creatures are this good. I don't know if they can reach the 14th. But if they can, they are undoubtedly the greatest heirs of super creatures. Han Sun didn't know this was what Yu Miao and Little Lion King were thinking about. Thus far, he just thought it was strange that Tang Jinliu and Queen had both leveled up, and he hadn't yet. Han Sun had 4 self-geno cores. 3 of them were silver, and 1 of them was gold. Leveling them up should have been easy, but he had reached this point, and hadn't heard a peep out of any of them. Now there was only Yu Miao, Little Lion King, Six Paths and Han Sun left. They were all deep in their own thoughts, with not a single one of them saying a word. After the 14th curtain of light, everyone's speed slowed down drastically. The elites there were gemstone class. Through the 14th light and onwards, gemstone geno cores could become super. Yu Miao's purpose for being here started now. But when she looked at the creatures around Han Sun, she saw they were all able to be there just fine. She was given another shock. Are the creatures all around him heirs of super creatures? How can they reach this point with such ease? Little Lion King confirmed Han Sun was powerful through this too. If he wasn't, there was no way he could possess so many scary pet creatures. Han Sun was not surprised though. Little Silver had eaten a lot of life drops, and his potential was high. He wouldn't be any weaker than a super creature. Han Sun was surprised Starcy Beast was able to come all this way though. When Han Sun saw Starcy Beast's body, though, his geno core was only gemstone class. Han Sun thought it was just a sacred blood creature, but it didn't seem that way anymore. The way Starcy Beast could travel through objects was unique, and it was definitely something ordinary scared blood creatures couldn't do. Now that he had walked up to this point with ease, it meant he was extremely talented. Leveling up had to be within the beast's reach. Weird. Why was the parent of Starcy Beast only a gemstone class? Was it not little Starcy Beast's actual parent? Han Sun guessed. Starcy Beast wasn't exerting much strength, but he was still able to keep going. Han Sun was impressed. Little Silver was sitting upon its head. He hadn't walked a single step, but the pressure permeated every corner of the tunnel, so it would have still affected Little Silver. But he appeared unmoved and unchallenged. He wasn't tired at all, and it made the fox look even more powerful. Yu Miao wished to fight Han Sun, but the further she went, the harder it would be. She felt as if she wasn't half as good as Han Sun's creatures. When they approached the 15th curtain of light, Yu Miao was having difficulty taking every next step. She ground her teeth and kept going though. When Yu Miao hit the last bath of light, her body glowed white. Her geno core had managed to level up. Yu Miao was exuberantly happy now, and she thought to herself, I should thank Han Sun for giving me the correct motivation. If I was alone, I don't think I would have reached this far and managed to level up. Han Sun looked at Yu Miao. He knew she had now reached super, because she was gemstone previously. Little Lion King felt depressed. After leveling up twice, his body was not showing further changes. He hit the 15th light, but failed to level up again. And now it felt as if he couldn't take one more step. Now I'm super class, so my power will be the top. I think I'm going to win. Except maybe for 6 paths. I will definitely be walking the furthest, Yu Miao thought to herself. Little Silver and Little Star managed to go through the 15th light, but they didn't level up either. Chapter 1545. Scary potential. Little Lion King wanted to throw in the towel, but seeing Little Silver and Starcy Beast carry on, he was reluctant to. He strove to follow. I don't believe his creatures are actually better than me. Jade. Little Lion King made up his mind. He was going to march forward even further. When he was halfway to the next curtain of light, Little Lion King's body suddenly glowed. His geno core leveled up again, giving him a super geno core. Roar! I am the strongest, Jade. Little Lion excitedly shouted. This guy's pretty talented. He has managed to level up 3 times. So it is no wonder that he's the heir of a strong creature. Han Sun was jealous. His self-geno cores had still shown no sign of changing. After Jade. Little Lion became super, he felt the atmospheric pressure become lighter. And then, reaching the 15th light wasn't so much of a struggle. The strength of his body had improved after all. He ran up to Han Sun and said to him, Han-san, are you interested in competing with me? To see which of us can walk furthest? Where's the good in that? Han-san asked. If you win, I will take you as my boss, and I will listen to whatever you say, no matter the command. Little Lion King rolled his eyes. He had seen Han-sen's power, but he knew it was derived from the beast's souls or geno cores he had collected. Little Lion King could tell Han-sen's fitness was only a little bit better than a gemstone creature, and he wasn't super class. Inside the godlight tunnel, the extra powers Han-sen relied on would be useless. You had to use your own body's power to fight back the pressure and light, and that was why the lion was now confident. Okay then. Han-sen smiled. Don't rush it though. If you lose, I'll be your boss instead. I'll make you do everything for me, Little Lion King said quickly. Okay. Han-sen nodded. Yu Miao hadn't spoken a word thus far. Little Lion King had become super, and she felt uncertain and restless. She believed Little Lion King might have actually been stronger than her now. Humans were different from creatures and spirits. If Han-sen's self-geno core leveled up, his fitness would still remain what it was. Like the two humans, once Han-sen reached the end of his tether, leveling up would still force him to stop where he was. Yu Miao hadn't decided to fight Han-sen after becoming super, because she was still afraid of his geno cores and beast souls. It wasn't his actual power she was afraid of. Six Paths didn't say anything either. He just continued walking, and he didn't care about anything the others were discussing. Yu Miao's surprise did not only come from Han-sen alone though. Bower, Little Silver, and Starsea Beast had managed to breach the 16th curtain of light. They only had gemstone geno cores, and they weren't super yet. It was extremely shocking because she had never heard of a gemstone creature making it this far before. What's that creature? And what was its parent to give it such horrible strength? Are they super creatures? But then again, if they were, they wouldn't have been allowed to enter God's ruin. Yu Miao was in shock. Little Lion King and Yu Miao were both feeling the same way. They were both in shock. White Lion King said a powerful creature's heir could go past the 16th light with a gemstone body, but the likelihood of such a creature living was a 1 in billion rarity. They wondered how Han-sen had amassed so many. While Yu Miao and the Lion King remained dazed in their shock, Starsea Beast began to glow. It was a beautiful thing to witness. Is Little Star leveling up? Han-sen was very happy about this. This was the first super creature he had cultivated in the fourth god's sanctuary. Yu Miao was already certain that Little Star was a gemstone class creature. But this confirmation only heightened her shock. A gemstone class creature had actually reached the 16th section of the godlight tunnel. That meant he was the best of the best when it came to creatures. If nothing bad happened, it would undoubtedly become a berserk super creature one day, and go on to really becoming the greatest to exist in the fourth god's sanctuary. Even Six Paths was surprised by this. He saw what had occurred, and after a long stare he said, "A legend speaks of a Starsea Dragon King existing in the fourth god's sanctuary. The Starsea power it wielded was unbeatable. It reached the end of the seas and leveled up. I wonder if he is its heir?" Han-sen shook his head and said, "No, he is just the heir of a sacred blood creature. It's just something about his genes that must have changed." He didn't know if Little Star was the heir of Starsea Dragon King. But even if the creature was and he knew that, he wouldn't admit it. If that name was indeed connected to Little Star, all the enemies of Starsea Dragon King would come looking for him. But if Little Star was indeed the heir, it helped to explain why he was so powerful. In the legends, it said Starsea Dragon King went on to become a god. That implied Little Star was a child of a god. Everyone continued walking, and when they neared the 17th light, Little Silver looked incredibly tired. His body was shaking as he tried to beat the weight of the pressure. Han-sen thought it was strange that he himself could now feel the pressure of the light, but it wasn't as bad as he thought it might be. The burden wasn't exceptionally tough for him to endure. Strange. My fitness is just a little bit better than that of a gemstone creature, just like Yu Miao. But why can't I feel much of the godlight pressure? Han-sen felt very weird. He didn't feel much of that pressure at all. And he had almost reached the 17th curtain of light. When they were approaching the 17th curtain of light, Little Silver stood up off of Starsea Beast's back. The fox's fur was all standing on end, and its bones creaked and moaned. He was clearly fighting some sort of power. Han Sen thought the little fox wasn't going to make it, but Starsea Beast helped and nudged it on into the curtain of light. Little Silver was barely hanging on by a thread, and unfortunately, its Geno core did not evolve. Halfway through the 17th section, Little Silver could endure it no more. He had to jump off Starsea Beast's back and stop where he was. It looked as if he had gone as far as he could. Little Silver shouldn't be any weaker than Starsea Beast. Why did his Geno core not level up? Han Sen wondered. In the Godlight Tunnel, there was only the super-class Yu Miao, Little Lion King, Starsea Beast, Han Sen, and 6 paths remaining. Bao was in Han Sen's arms. When Han Sen introduced her to others, he would always say she was a pet beast soul. Pet beast souls did not possess Geno cores, so they wouldn't feel the pressure experienced in the tunnel. To others, Bao could follow Han Sen freely. And if Han Sen could keep going, she too would go through all the way. Of course, Han Sen knew Bao wasn't actually a beast soul. After crossing the 17th Godlight, even Yu Miao and Little Lion King, both of whom were super, were under extreme pressure. Yu Miao and Little Lion King looked at Han Sen, and they were surprised to see him looking rather relaxed. They were shocked, and they wondered if Han Sen's fitness had actually reached the level of a super demigod. If he hadn't, they couldn't think of another reason that would explain how he had managed to come so far. It was hard to imagine a body that was not super could make it all the way here. 6 Path's face looked a little grim too. He was feeling the weight of the pressure. Han Sen's face was still relaxed though. The effect on him was rather minuscule. They were 100 meters away from the 18th Godlight. Yu Miao and Little Lion King's bodies began to tremble, and every step took them a lot of effort. The two of them saw Han Sen not looking likely to quit anytime soon, so they clenched their teeth and pushed on. They were so slow though. It was as if they were dragging a mountain behind them. Their bones began to creak eventually. Little Lion King roared. He wanted to keep going, but his body was no longer allowing him to. Yu Miao was in the same situation. Seeing 6 Paths and Han Sen reach the 18th Godlight, her feet finally felt as if they had been pinned to the ground. She could no longer move. I am already super class. Why is there such a big difference? Yu Miao felt terrible. She tried her hardest, wanting to walk on as Han Sen and 6 Paths were doing. She managed to move one leg a little further, but its landing was met with the sound of a catcha. The other leg had been unable to support the weight, and it ended up snapping. Pang! Yu Miao fell to the ground and looked up at Han Sen and 6 Paths, who were managing to proceed even further. She couldn't get up and chase after them as she wished to. Little Lion King roared. He was able to inch his way forward a little bit more. He was shaking, and when he was only 4 meters away from the 18th marker, the trembling became too violent. He could no longer step forward either. When Han Sen and 6 Paths passed through the 18th Godlight, the 6 Paths sword began to shine like a flower. His Geno core had become super now. But 6 Paths' Geno core becoming super didn't mean too much, as it had no effect on his fitness. Fuck. I lost. That guy is too strong. How is he doing that? Little Lion King dropped to the floor as he watched Han Sen and 6 Paths go through the 18th Godlight. He gave up trying to support himself further, and he simply lay on the floor to see which of the 2 final contestants would win. The others did not know what Little Lion King knew though. Han Sen's self-Geno core was the same level as his own when he started, and he had already leveled up 3 times, whereas Han Sen hadn't. If he only had a silver Geno core, and his fitness was not super, it was scary to fathom how he had managed to come so far. No matter how special the human's body is, it cannot compete with 6 Paths Emperor. Yu Miao remained where she was, watching the two advance. She did not want Han Sen to go much further, but she didn't mind 6 Paths doing much better than her. Han Sen was just a human, after all, and she didn't think much of them. The mere fact he had managed to go further than she had was an excruciating fact she had trouble accepting. Maybe he cannot. But 6 Paths looks fairly strained and Han Sen is looking the same as ever. I think he'll end up walking further than 6 Paths, Little Lion King said. He hoped Han Sen could walk further. He had lost to Han Sen, And he'd feel a bit better about himself if he knew Han Sen was also the sort to beat someone like Six Paths. If Six Paths Emperor lost, the Lion King losing to Han Sen would not be so embarrassing. Since he had lost the bet, it was established that he would become Han Sen's subordinate. At the very least, he'd be the subordinate of a supreme elite. It was far better than ending up as the subordinate of a random nobody. Creatures always obeyed the stronger. And the same applied to Jade Little Lion King. Six Paths felt the pressure from the godlight, and he could feel the muscles of his emperor body tighten. He was starting to sweat profusely too. He looked over to Han Sen, and what he saw shocked him. Han Sen looked as relaxed as the moment he first entered the tunnel. There was not a drop of sweat on him. How could this happen? His fitness isn't super yet, so how can he walk through this so easily? Six Paths Emperor frowned, unable to formulate an answer. There were so many elites in the godlight tunnel, all possessing different elements. They had all become super class while in there. And yet, regardless of the power they possessed, it wasn't enough to withstand the pressure of the tunnel. Not even Six Paths believed Han Sen's power was enough to suppress the might of the godlight. But even so, he couldn't come up with a reason to explain how Han Sen was walking so freely before him. I am right. He is indeed a special opponent. I'm still looking forward to that fight. Once he levels up to super, I will test how strong he really is. Six Paths Emperor's eyes possessed a fire. Han Sen did not look back at Six Paths. The pressure of the tunnel was something he could ignore. But as he slowly reached the end, he felt as if something was there up ahead. He could sense something moving, beckoning him closer. Is there a special reason why I'm not susceptible to the pressure of the godlight? What is at the end of the tunnel? And why me? Han Sen felt very confused over these events, but his curiosity had been piqued too. He really wanted to see what lay in wait at the end. Han Sen quickened his pace, eager to find out what was at the end of the tunnel. Han Sen increased his pace, leaving Six Paths behind. Six Paths was getting far too tired, and he slowed down. With him slowing down and Han Sen speeding up, the distance between the two greatly increased. Six Paths frowned. He didn't let Han Sen's progress affect him, though, and he continued at the pace he himself was most comfortable with. But when Yu Miao and Little Lion King saw the two, they were shocked. They found it all hard to believe. They were shocked that Han Sen could not only keep up with Six Paths, he could go further and faster. And Han Sen's pace was actually accelerating, not slowing down. They had never seen anything like this before. Witnessing someone simply reaching the 18th godlight was a supremely rare occurrence. It shocked them a lot to see Han Sen actually managing to speed up after going through it. They could not believe their eyes, and they thought it was a dream of some kind. They rubbed their eyes to double-check, and they realized they weren't wrong. Han Sen was speeding up. He had been walking, but now he was going at a steady jog. He was nearing the 19th godlight. Yu Miao and Little Lion King were too shocked to speak. Never in their wildest dreams could they picture someone jogging through the 18th portion. It's no wonder he beat me. He really is special. Little Lion King wasn't upset he had lost the bet. He felt as if it was within expectations that he had lost to Han Senator. Truth be told, he was actually a little glad. Yu Miao did not say anything. Her lips only trembled as she stared at Han Sen in the distance, who was still jogging. How is this possible? He is just a human. Just a human. Yu Miao's mood was a complicated one. And not long after, Han Sen breached the 19th curtain of light. His speed did not slow down. He was getting quicker, going at the pace of a kid that was racing home after school. Six Paths was still walking forward slowly, and he struggled with each step he took. Still, despite the struggle, he too managed to reach the 19th godlight. He had simply gone slower than Han Senator. Six Paths looked determined. He continued at his own speed, and although his clothes were soaked with sweat, they weren't stopping him. Now Six Paths was like a sword, a fearless sword. It did not matter what trouble or hardship lay ahead. Nothing would make him quit his arduous struggle to proceed. But when Six Paths passed through the 19th godlight, Han Sen's body suddenly disappeared at the end of the tunnel. The godlight tunnel had 19 godlights that illuminated the entirety of the tunnel. Strangely, though the far end was dark, no one knew what lay behind that curtain of black, because no one had entered before. Now that Han Sen had gone inside with ease, it made Six Paths' eyes shine with zeal. Han Sen being there made him want to go and reach the end with a greater vigor. He reached the end of the tunnel. They expected this would happen, but Yu Miao was still extremely shocked to see Han Sen reach the end and disappear into the darkness there. She did not know how many years God's ruin had existed, and how many creatures had become super there. Many super creatures and spirits that emerged from that place went on to become leaders elsewhere in the sanctuary. Some of them went on to be emperors or even berserk super creatures. Even so, none of those had ever reached the end of the tunnel before. The 18th godlight was the farthest a demigod had ever reached. Not many people could approach the 19th godlight. Those that could were similar to Six Paths. But no matter how good they were or how talented they were, none could reach the end. Han Sen was just a human, and he had almost reached the end. And what's more, he hadn't struggled. He had freely run there. Yu Miao would claim such a story to be preposterous, had she not seen it with her own 2 eyes. She knew if she told the story to other spirits, they would not believe her. What kind of person is he? Can humans truly accomplish such a feat? Yu Miao's head was totally messed up. It's no wonder he became my boss. He is strong. He is too strong. This has never happened before. Little Lion King's eyes were open wide. He did not think it was a shame to make Han Sen his boss, and he even found himself referring to him as boss already. He was now trying to think of what benefits he might reap. Having come into the service of Han Senator Six Paths was like an indestructible sword, approaching the end. Each step was solid, as if nothing in the universe could halt his advance. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Six Paths was getting close to the finish line. He was close to the darkness at the tunnel's end, and that was all he could see now. When Little Lion King and Yu Miao calmed down a bit, they then turned their attention to Six Paths. They wanted to see if Six Paths could also reach the end of the godlight tunnel. Six Paths was getting closer and closer to that darkness, but he was slowing down. Each step was slower than the next due to the increasing difficulty. The powerful godlight was something not even Six Paths could shirk. The weight was really starting to pile up. Catcha! The tunnel's floor had been shining with the godlight for who knew how long. It was believed to be indestructible, but it was cracking beneath Six Paths' feet. Every step he took left a crater-like footprint in the stone below. Six Paths was less than 100 meters away from the 19th godlight, and aside from Han Sen, no one had ever come this far before. But Six Paths wanted more than this. He wanted to reach the black, just like Han Sen had. Little Lion King and Yu Miao stared at Six Paths. It was not as if they were the ones there, but they were excited to watch all the same. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Six Paths' body felt sharper and sharper, and he no longer felt like a person. He felt as if he was a walking sword. Almost there. Only 10 meters to go. Yu Miao clenched her fists in anticipation. The blood inside Six Paths' body began to seep out of his skin, making him look like a red sword. Every step Six Paths took made him bleed more profusely. Hold on. Just a few steps left to go. Yu Miao wanted Six Paths to reach the end, as that would make her feel better. Six Paths was wholly dyed red. He was incredibly slow, but he was directly before the darkness. The light and the dark painted 2 worlds side by side. Six Paths was standing in front of the black wall that separated the two. He couldn't see anything yet, but he still had to take one last step before entering. But Six Paths just stood where he was, unable to make the last step. Get in! Yu Miao shouted out in her heart. Six Paths' heart was screaming too. The scary sword light was encompassing his entire body, but if he took one more step into the darkness, he was afraid he would shatter. The horrible godlight suppressed his entire body, and no matter how much more power he wished to unleash, his legs remained pinned on the ground. He couldn't walk anymore. Six Paths wished to know what lay beyond the darkness, but he was unable to move his body. He could no longer even wriggle his fingers. He was only one step away, but the darkness seemed so far away. Han Sen was standing in a room. He looked at it in strange awe, with his mouth hanging wide open. The area looked like it would very dark as he came into it from the godlight tunnel, But when he breached the black veil, it really was like nothing more than a thin curtain obscuring the view. Through the darkness, there was a room that looked like a lounge of sorts. Han Sen wouldn't have been surprised if he encountered a monster in that room. Han Sen was prepared to fight when he entered, but he found himself shocked and speechless instead. There was a table, chairs, cups, and benches. They were composed of a crystal-like material Han Sen was familiar with. They looked like what Han Sen had seen inside the main control room. The chairs and table were of a similar design too. Han Sen confirmed the room had been built from crystal, and it was therefore likely it had been built by the crystallizers. Why is there a crystallizer room beyond the godlight tunnel? Han Sen's brain was full of question marks. According to crystallizer technology, it should have been impossible for such stuff to exist in the sanctuaries. After all, Han Sen couldn't even use his beetle in the sanctuary. But there was an entire crystallizer room here in front of him nonetheless. It's just a room. Maybe someone moved it here? But this is the end of the godlight tunnel, and who could possibly possess the ability to move an entire crystallizer room here? Han Sen looked around, hoping he'd find a solution. He was also looking out for that, which was the crux of his worry. He looked around the room a few times, but he couldn't find anything. The things around him were just ordinary objects. Han Sen tried the chair out, and he was able to confirm it was the same sort he found in the main control room. Even though it looked crystal and hard, it was soft and plush. He now thought it was a great shame he couldn't use the beetle in the sanctuary. If he had been able to, he'd have liked to ask it for information concerning this place. Han Sen's vision then became fixed on something on the left side of the room. There was a black crystal drawer standing against a wall. Han Sen walked up to it and pulled the drawer open, hoping to find some information. But he was unable to pull it out. He tried it twice and found that there was no leeway. It had to have been locked. Han Sen decided to draw Taya and beat the drawer instead. There were some sparks, but the attack didn't leave a mark on the surface. Han Sen's face changed. He used all the power he could muster, and yet, it hadn't left a single mark. The crystal was unfathomably strong. When Han Sen frowned, thinking about how he might open it, the beetle in his hand now began to shine. Han Sen had been unable to use it in the sanctuary before, but now it had come to life. Control room discovered. Would you like to connect? The beetle's AI voice rang from Han Sen's hand. Connect, Han Sen said with surprise. This really was a form of main control room, where crystallizer technology, such as the beetle, could be used. It certainly exceeded Han Sen's expectations. Through his entire life, he had been told he could not make use of proper technology when he was in the sanctuary. Many people had even tested this theory in the sanctuary too. The results were all the same. From lighters to advanced cannonballs and super warframes, nothing could be activated inside the sanctuary. They might as well have been hunks of steel. And crystallizer technology such as the beetle couldn't be used either. Han Sen wasn't sure why that had now changed all of a sudden. Establishing connection to control room. The symbols on the beetle shone, and it moved to land on the black crystal drawer. Then Han Sen heard a catcha. The door that was shut opened up. Connection successful. The beetle's light dimmed after the drawer opened. Han Sen looked over the drawer, and inside, he saw a glowing crystal-like machine. It was like some sort of control platform, and the lights looked like streaming data. Han Sen wasn't too sure what he was looking at. What is this? Han Sen asked the beetle. The beetle responded with its mechanical voice, and it answered, It's a computer. What is it for? Han Sen asked. I don't have enough data to formulate a certifiably correct response. Therefore, I cannot answer you. The beetle was shining as it delivered its dialogue. Han Sen frowned. He didn't understand much about crystallizer technology, and he was unable to operate it since he didn't know what it was supposed to do. As Han Sen mulled what he should do, a door opened on the other side of the room. Han Sen went over to take a look with much curiosity. It looked as if the next room was a bedroom. There was a comfy-looking crystal bed at its center. The bed still had sheets on it, and the corner looked as if it had been tossed aside. It looked rather messy, as if the owner of the bed had once left in a rush without time to tidy. Han Sen went over to observe the blanket, but he saw nothing under it. He then looked at the nightstand. There was a crystal bottle there, containing a red liquid. It was a touch lighter than red wine, appearing pinkish, more than anything. The bottle had a lid on it. Han-sun pulled it off, and his nose was greeted with the pleasing sensation of an alcoholic beverage. Is this the alcohol crystallizers drank? Han-sun found that rather amazing. Han-sun put the lid back on, and decided to keep the bottle. He opened the drawers of the nightstand next, to see if he could find something more useful. When Han-sun opened the drawer, he grinned. There were many items inside. It looked as if there were hair clippers and various decorative oddities. There was a bottle, too, which might have contained a woman's makeup product. Amidst all those items, Han-sun also caught a glimpse of a diary. He took it out of the drawer and opened it. There were many words inside, and the text looked to be composed by the gorgeous handwriting of a woman. What excited Han-sun the most was the fact it was a language of ancient humanity. It was something he could read. Han-sun was glad he had learned so many ancient languages now. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have been able to read a single word the diary contained. Han-sun was very eager to read the contents of the diary. Although it was a diary, the entries weren't dated. And furthermore, each page only contained a sentence or two. The entries were not a continuous thing, either. It was a casual random recording of stuff. 3480, why is he so dumb? I can't believe he got killed by a jade bone beast. Has 5079's brain filled up with water? With his power, he might as well have a death wish by going to the galaxy sea. He died. What a dumbass. The diary was full to the brim of complaints, but Han-sun wasn't sure what the numbers meant. Are the crystallizers practically the same as humans? Were they in the sanctuary to hunt creatures? Are the numbers the names of their friends? Han-sun thought to himself. There were many complaints, but Han-sun made sure to read every single word. He didn't want to accidentally skip over an important detail and lose a potential lead. Ultimately, the results were disappointing. Han-sun had managed to read half of it, but the content up until then had been unchanging. It was like the person who had been writing the diary was a very bored recorder. It sounded as if they watched people fight all day. Han-sun managed to hold back the urge of skipping to the last page, though, and he went through the diary page by page. After going through a bunch more, however, his eyes finally came across some text that roused him back to full consciousness. 44 days to go before returning. There is still no one who is qualified. It looks like the mission has failed. Returning? What does returning mean? And qualified for what? What does that mean? Han-sun was confused. He kept on reading, hoping to find an answer. But right after, it led back to more typical complaints. Han-sun read through another dozen pages, though, and he came across something else that stood out. Mission failed. Unable to track number 4. We can finally get out of here. There is no longer a need for us to suffer in this place anymore. After that page, the diary was empty, and it looked like the owner of the diary left and no longer felt the urge to write inside it. Han-sun's heart jumped, and so he flicked back through the pages. He remembered seeing the writer complain about a number 4 earlier, but at the time, he might not have noticed it. When the diary owner left, they mentioned number 4. To be featured on the final page, number 4 had to be a person of some importance. Han-sun then gathered all the complaints and entries he could find that made mention of number 4. Number 4 is not bad. Her sword is good. She has reached kindergarten level. Number 4 wants to kill Blood River God. She must have a death wish. Damn, number 4 did it. That was some dogshit luck. After Han-sun read them all, he noticed that the author really had paid attention to number 4. The diary's owner, when complaining about the others, did so differently. It was as if she was an absolute superior, and her comments were written like the observation notes on monkeys in a zoo. Even though the diary's owner seemed to complain about number 4 the most, it was different. It felt like they shared something, and that number 4 wasn't regarded as a lower-tier being. After Han-sun read all the complaints, he came to a few conclusions. Number 4 was a female. He did not know if she was a crystallizer or what, but she was a female. She used a sword and she was very strong. There was one mention of cruel chi, and he had heard of its existence as a demigod super creature. Normal super creatures wouldn't dare provoke that beast. The complaints said number 4 managed to kill the monster. Although the diary said her sword skills were not great, like that of a little kid, the progression seemed smooth. Number 4 must have been able to kill the creature with ease. And there was a point in which she was mentioned to be beautiful. One of the complaints stated, "Why is being pretty something to be proud about? Being pretty can often lead to arrogance. Damn number 4. Han Sun connected a few more of the complaints to paint a clearer picture. He learned a baby creature managed to approach number 4 and follow her. That was why the diary had a line that read like that. Han Sun's ultimate conclusion was that number 4 was pretty. She had great sword skills and could slay super creatures. Han Sun combined all those clues and threads, and eventually, he had a clear idea of who she was in his mind. Gu Qingcheng. Could that really be her? That seemed a little impossible, as Han Sun figured that he could probably make a rough guess about the book's age. And it was a crystallizer thing, written by and about those of their own kind. And it wasn't as if Gu Qingcheng was the only woman who was pretty and wielded a sword. There were many spirits and humanoid creatures like that too. Han Sun read a bit more of the included content, and aside from number 4, there were no other special things. The other numbers did not seem to be half as important. They were usually single mentions, and after a complaint, they were never mentioned again. I need to ask Gu Qingcheng if she was the one who killed Cruel Qi. Depending on her answer, I'll be able to find out if this was really her. Han Sun thought the possibility of this was low, but he still wanted to go back and ask. Han Sun poked around the bedroom some more, and aside from a few various oddities and bottles, there was nothing else to investigate. The beetle was silent the whole time too. Aside from those 2 rooms, there was no other way out either. There was nothing worth taking, so he exited by the way in which he entered. The items, bottles, and the diary were all placed inside the cruel bottle by Han Senator. When Han Sun exited the room, however, he was given a shock. Six Paths was standing right outside like a blood man. Han Sun almost didn't recognize him. Crash! When Six Paths saw Han Sun, his body collapsed. He spilled blood as he tumbled backwards. Han Sun immediately went to pick him up. He placed him on his back and thought to himself, "Why were you so stubborn? This was just a path. It does not determine your future." Han Sun forgot about the fact he was the only one who had walked to the end. The answers for what he was looking for would not affect him, but he'd continue looking. Little Lion King and Yu Miao saw Han Sun carrying the unconscious Six Paths, and their faces looked strange. "Boss, you are so strong. Even Six Paths could not reach the end, but you did," Jade Little Lion said. Han Sun brought Six Paths out of the godlight tunnel. He examined his wounds and noticed he had been injured badly. Fortunately, the body of an emperor was strong and his life was not in any danger. Yu Miao took Yu Xian with her and left. She stared at Han Sun the whole time, and her look could be best described as complicated. Right now, however, Han Sun did not have the time to kill them. And even if he did, he realized it would be pointless. If he ever hoped to kill them, he'd have to do it so they'd never come back, in a one-and-done fashion. Jade Little Lion was already showing extreme loyalty to Han Senator. He kept on calling him boss casually, as if he had been born to serve him. Ever since he met Cheap Sheep, he didn't like being called a boss, so he wanted his subordinates to refer to him as chairman, as others often did. "Han Sun, should we leave now?" Little Fairy was in a rush to ask Han Senator. Little Fairy did not enter the godlight tunnel, because, according to her, she wanted to level up to super entirely by herself. And she hadn't come to God's ruin for the tunnel either. It was all about the relic. Leveling up through the tunnel offered different benefits. It was difficult to determine which was better, and people were always of a different mind in choosing which was the best. Han Sun brought Bauer and the others with him. Jade Little Lion wished to follow, and so Han Sun did not decline. Having a super creature like that by his side could also prove beneficial. Jade Little Lion told the other creatures to remain by the tunnel and protect the place. Then, he followed after Han Sun to visit another place in God's ruin. Han Sun rode atop Starsea Beast's back, and sometimes brought out an item or two to play with. They were the things he brought with him from the crystallizer bedroom. Before he entered the godlight tunnel earlier, He felt as if something was beckoning him. He lost that sensation when he entered the tunnel, and he no longer felt it after coming back out. So Han's son thought the item that had pulled his attention had to be one of the items he had brought with him. But when Han's son looked at the items, they all looked like women's things. There was nothing particularly special about them. "It's those black seahorses again," Little Fairy shouted, from her position up front. Han's son looked to the sky. The seahorses were pulling a big chimenea, as they always did. But this time, Han's son was surprised. The flames of the object were extinguished. "Those black seahorses keep pulling that black chimenea around the ruin constantly. I wonder what they want." Han's son was just talking to himself. Jade Little Lion quickly said, "My father came to this ruin himself when he was a cub, and he saw the black seahorses with the chimenea back then too. He told me not to get too close to them, because each one is as strong as a super demigod creature." "Of course we know they are strong." Little Fairy lifted her lips. Han's son looked at Jade Little Lion with surprise and said, "Wasn't White Lion King a born berserk super creature? Many people believe he was, but that's not actually true. He leveled up to achieve the strength he possesses." While speaking about White Lion King, Jade Little Lion looked proud. Han's son nodded and did not say anything. He looked at the black seahorses pulling the big chimenea. The black seahorses eventually slid down the side of a mountain and disappeared from sight. A period of time passed, and they had yet to re-emerge. "Let's go see what they are doing." Han's son was quite interested in the chimenea. The big chimenea was too cold to approach normally, but its blue fire had now subsided. If he managed to get close enough, he might be able to catch a glimpse of what was inside. Little Fairy thought the chimenea was the relic, so she agreed they should go and take a look. Jade Little Lion looked hesitant, but if Han's son was going, he knew he'd have to go with him. The party then went towards where the chimenea had set down. The mountain wasn't the biggest in the ruin, but it was still around 10,000 meters high. Fortunately, there were none of those strange flowers to be wary about. They all climbed to the peak with ease, free of any danger. When they reached the peak, they noticed that behind the mountain was another mountain and peak to climb. This mountain went up into the clouds. They could actually see the black seahorses pulling the chimenea up the slopes. Han's son and Little Fairy looked at each other, and then they followed after them. The peak was just like a normal glacier poking its head above the clouds. They couldn't see the black seahorses once they got there though. They spent half the day climbing into the clouds, and what they saw was quite surprising once they got through. It was a sea of clouds. There were so many clouds all about. It was like an idyllic view of heaven. Another peak poked its head from out of that cloudy ocean too. And then, there was a giant icy ship floating in the air. The black seahorses pulled the chimenea up to the highest peak, then stopped. It was like they were waiting for something. Catcha! Catcha! Not long after, the chains of the seahorses were opened. The 11 of them shouted happily, bobbed quickly down the hill, and then leaped down into the clouds. They were like fish having just escaped a net. They swam very happily in the sea of clouds. Not long after, a group of ice seahorses approached. They were the first type of seahorses that Hansen's group had caught a glimpse of back in the frozen forest. The 11 of black seahorses bobbed over to them, obviously keen to meet with the ice seahorses. The bigger seahorses crossed their necks with the necks of the other seahorses, like old couples. The smaller ice seahorses were around them, all swimming happily. They were like one big happy family. When Hansen saw them meet that way, Bauer looked over at the chimenea with curiosity. She jumped out of Hansen's arms and ran over to the peak it was sitting upon. Hansen was shocked. He wished to call her back, but he didn't want to spook and possibly alert the black seahorses. Hansen was curious about the big chimenea, so he followed Bauer to that same peak. Little Fairy and Jade Little Lion also followed from behind. They all snuck up the peak from the other side. The black seahorses were tying up their necks with the necks of the other seahorses, and as a result, they were unable to spot them. The big chimenea was not lit, and it wasn't emitting any frosty air. Everyone went over to the peak, and Bauer leaped atop the chimenea. Then she stuffed her head inside the chimney. She looked around with great curiosity. Hansen was now right behind her, so he picked Bauer up. He pulled her off the chimenea. and then put his own head near the exhaust. He wanted to get a look inside the chimenea too. When Han Sen took a look inside, he was shocked. Inside the chimenea, a pair of eyes were looking up at him. Fortunately, Han Sen had been through a lot, so he maintained his cool and did not look away. Instead, he just stared right back at the eyes. It didn't look real. The owner of the eyes was something clad in armor, and it was dark like the chimenea itself. The being was sitting inside the chimenea with just its eyes showing, and Han Sen couldn't make out anything else. On some level, however, it looked human. Human? Spirit? Or humanoid creature? Han Sen wondered to himself, as he continued staring back down at the pair of eyes in the armor. Bauer climbed atop Han Sen's shoulder and looked down the exhaust again. Seeing the creature clad in armor, even she thought it was a curious thing. Not long after, Little Fairy, Jade, Little Lion, Little Silver, and Little Star arrived. They also took a look at what was inside the chimenea. The eyes inside the chimenea were unmoving. They continued to stare at Han Sen and ignored the others that were now present. Han Sen's heart eventually skipped a beat. With the eyes staring at him, it felt as if he was being watched. It shocked him, and he thought to himself, does this mean that this is the thing that keeps watching me in God's ruin? As Han Sen continued to get stared at by those eyes, he wondered if the thing was watching every creature, or if it really was transfixed with Han Sen himself. Han Sen had originally thought every creature that entered God's ruin might get watched, but with the eyes staring at him, ignoring all the others, he did not think his theory was correct. Little Fairy and the others all looked bored after seeing it. They thought it might be a treasure, not something living. Still, in their hearts, there was some element of shock. The chimenea had exuded a horrible icy flame. It was brutal even in a neighboring proximity, which prohibited them from getting close. The creature was now sitting there in the chimenea, and only heaven would know how long it might have been burning for. Whatever the answer was, they could guess how powerful the creature inside might have been. They were in such surprise, though, they didn't know if they should leave. The creature in the chimenea had seen them, and if it chose to alert the black seahorses and a chase ensued, they'd all find themselves dead very quickly. Jade, Little Lion, and Little Star had become super class, but not even they would help triumph against 11 black seahorses. Before they could run off, though, they heard a not too distant sound of crying. It shocked them. They looked around for the source and saw a 1-meter-tall ice seahorse. Somehow it was inside the sea of clouds. With its megaphone-looking mouth, it was making those sounds at them. It did not seem hostile, and it just looked at them with curiosity. But after the noise subsided, the bigger ice seahorses and black seahorses quit their get-together. Then, a few dozen eyes turned to stare at Han Sen and his group. "Run," Han Sen said, and immediately took off running. Han Sen's power was very strong, but he had only reached super. Every black seahorse was super class, but there was also the ice seahorses backing them up, and the enigmatic creature inside the chimenea. If they stayed behind for a fight, it was likely they would end up in bad shape. They kept running downhill as the little seahorse followed. The 11 black seahorses that had seen them looked incredibly angry, and they gave an earnest chase. They were much faster than Jade, Little Lion too, who was now super. "Oh no, these black seahorses are too scary. We'll be dead if they catch us." Jade, Little Lion looked back and was shocked by what he saw. A black seahorse was directly behind him. Han Sen chomped his teeth, then grabbed Bauer and Little Silver and brought them onto Little Star's back. Then he shouted, "Come up here. Run, Little Star." Little Fairy leaped up, and so did the little seahorse. It looked like it was actually having fun. Starsea Beast used its Starsea power, and then its body shone with countless stars like a galaxy. Its speed was supremely fast now as well. "Wait for me." Jade, Little Lion caught up, but he was too big. All he could do was cling to Starsea Beast's tail. With the stars all around, Starsea Beast's body enabled it to traverse through glaciers. The black seahorses were unable to catch anything, and all they did was crash into the glaciers, shattering them. Still, the black seahorses were determined and not yet willing to abandon the chase. Starsea Beast continued to travel through the glaciers like this, as the black seahorses hounded them from behind. Aside from the black seahorses, The ice seahorses had started to chase them too. They made a shrill moaning sound. Dong! All of a sudden, the black seahorses then turned and entered the clouds. The chains from the chimenea manifested and attached to the black seahorses. The chains bound the necks of the black seahorses and prohibited them from traveling any further. The chains pulled them back all the way to the chimenea. They grumbled and grunted with anger, unable to escape the binding. The ice seahorses were still able to maintain their pursuit of Starsea Beast, but when it traveled through a few additional glaciers, the seahorses lost track of Starsea Beast. They were able to hear the cries of the seahorses when the pursuit was on, but they couldn't any longer. Starsea Beast is great for escaping. Hansen felt rather happy on the inside. The speed and power of Starsea Beast, now that it was super, had increased by a lot. Starsea Beast eventually came to a stop on an icy field. Everyone dismounted it at that point. Jade Little Lion made sure to examine Starsea Beast and profusely compliment the creature. This brother can travel through objects? Wow, this is far too strong. The little ice seahorse that had followed them now looked frightened. It spun around in circles, as if it could no longer find its mother. It kept crying as if it missed its parents. They were now very far away from the seahorses, and no matter how hard it whined, its parents wouldn't hear it. Bower jumped onto the back of the little ice seahorse, and with her fat hands she stroked its head. Calm down. Don't be afraid. Bower is here for you. The little ice seahorse rubbed its head into Bower as it cried. It looked as if it had found protection now, and it didn't look as helpless as it just had. Han-sun wanted to kill the little ice seahorse, but Bower seemed to like it. This prompted him to drop the idea. I never thought the chimenea would bear a creature like that. I wonder what it is, Jade Little Lion said. It's alive, so it cannot be the relic. Little Fairy looked annoyed. I don't know if it is the relic or not, but it would be best if we don't provoke it. The black seahorses are super creatures, but it can snare them with those chains with ease. They were completely unable to resist. The creature in the chimenea must be strong. I don't think we can fight it, Han-sun said, and then walked forward. Everyone was of the same mind. Giving up on the chimenea, they then opted to try somewhere else. The little ice seahorse followed after Bower. At first, the creature missed its group of seahorses, but after a while of playing with Bower, its mood turned happy again. Han-sun spent the next few days traversing the ruins, but he couldn't find anything. Of course, Han-sun did not care too much if he did not get a reward for the current endeavors. As he was spending a lot of time practicing the skill he learned from the Destiny's Tower. Once he was done, he was going to return there with Starsea Beast and see if he could take the treasure out of the tower with him. The 7 items in there had the possibility of being the relics that they were all seeking. Little Fairy and the others searched in the ruins as well. Han-sun, in the meantime, just took it for a nice trip and nothing more. He didn't expect to find anything else that was decent. One particular day, after 2 weeks of traveling and searching, everything seemed to be the same for Han Senator. He sat on Starsea Beast's back and practiced the skill he was in the midst of learning. But suddenly, he felt his life door shake, and the pumping of his blood accelerated. The blood in his body wasn't being driven by his heart anymore. Its rush was sustained by the life door now, and with each fresh pump, new changes came along with it. It was a brand new cycle, and it brought changes to the way Han-sen's body operated. The changes did not just apply to his blood. The blood was simply the catalyst for everything else. Han-sen's cells and genes were undergoing direct changes. Han-sen's appearance mostly did not change. All the changes were internal, save for his black eyes that became red. Aside from his eye color, though Han-sun seemed exactly the same, there were a lot of changes to his insides, however. Han-sun felt as if his bones and flesh had been wholly rebuilt. His entire body actually felt much heavier, by a few multiples. And yet, his body and bones were like a bird's. His blood was not carried by vessels, as it was directly entwined with his bones and flesh. These changes made Han-sen's body feel far more sensitive. He was able to control himself better, and even his base power seemed to be much stronger. When Han-sun looked at Starsea Beast and Jade Little Lion though, he was given a shock. His vision had been altered with his new red eyes. With that red vision, Han Sun could see the blood that coursed through their bodies. Or at least, that was what Han Sun thought at first. After a closer examination, Han Sun noticed it wasn't the blood he was observing. If the blood was flowing, then its course must have been dictated by the heart. But this was not what Han Sun saw. A red force was inside their bodies, just flowing, and there was a saturation depicted in different areas on them. There was no set route to the flow he was seeing. Is that their life force? Han Sun guessed, although he was not sure. Han Sun wanted to get a closer look, but he felt a pain in his head, and his body started to twitch. It was like he was getting stabbed by a number of needles. Han Sun stopped the skill immediately, and when he did that, the pain and needle-like sensation went away immediately. The changes in his body reverted back to how they were before he practiced the skill, and the blood began pumping from his heart, just like it used to. Han Sun could feel his body was now rather weak, and he thought to himself, this skill costs a lot of energy. I only had it activated for a few minutes, and already my body felt as if it was on the verge of collapsing. I wonder what my strength is like when I use this transformative skill. And was the red flow I saw their life force? Han Sun rested for the next half day. His body soon returned to normal, and there were no lasting effects or issues. It's time to go back to the white metal tower to collect the treasure there. Han Sun had also thought of a way in which he might get Little Fairy and Jade Little Lion out of his hair for a time. He told them it would be best to split up and search separately. So Han Sun ended up just bringing Bower, Little Silver, and Little Star with him to the White Tower. The Little Ice Seahorse followed Bower, determined not to leave. As a result, Han Sun had no choice but to allow him to come. Jade Little Lion was still, by all accounts, an outsider. And Little Fairy could be a touch suspicious. As a result, he didn't want them to come with him. Starsea Beast brought Han Sun to a glacier mountain, the one that was populated by deadly flowers. Starsea Beast was super class, and casting its traveling skill no longer costed as much energy. It brought Han Sun right to the doorstep of the White Tower. Han Sun was excited, and he hastily threw the door open. He scrambled up to the top floor, and saw the 7 pedestals of treasure were still intact and untouched. He breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like God's retribution really couldn't learn the skill. If he could, he would have come back here before me. Either that, or he can learn it and just hasn't finished yet, Han Sun thought. Seeing the 7 treasures sitting neatly on the stone pedestals, Han Sun cast the skill. His body engaged with all those weird changes again. And then he reached his hand out to see if he could go past the space vortex shield and grab the treasure. Han Sun did this very carefully. His hand approached the prizes slowly, but when his nails brushed the end of the platform, the tips of his fingernails disappeared. Han Sun's face changed. He pulled his hand back and said, "This skill doesn't even let me go past the space vortex shield?" Han Sun had spent a lot of effort in coming here, and after all that, this was the result. It was dismal, and it sent a chill running through his heart. As this happened though, Han Sun heard a loud sound come from outside. It rocked the construct itself. Then, he heard the crying noises that were all too familiar to him. Han Sun's face changed. He went up to the window and pushed it open. Han Sun looked down from there, and it was just as he thought. 11 black seahorses were situated right outside Destiny's tower. They were blocking the entrance too. The 11 black seahorses repeatedly cried at the tower, making extremely loud screaming noises. Shit, those black seahorses are really past. And they even brought the Chimenia with them. If I knew they'd come after me, I wouldn't have brought the little ice seahorse. Han Sun thought the black seahorses had come there to rescue the small creature. The notion made him feel depressed. He didn't know when the Chimenia had begun spewing icy fire again, but that's what it was now doing. The mouths of the 11 black seahorses were shaped like megaphones. They spat out frosty air at the white metal tower. Shit, are those black seahorses that cruel? Even if I did steal your little ice seahorse, there's no need to freeze him and me together. You guys are crueler than tigers. Han Sun felt depressed, and he tried to think of a way he might escape this predicament. The frosty air cropped across Destiny's tower, webbing the entirety of its metal structure. Even if Little Star used its Starsea powers to escape, Han Sen thought they'd be frozen anyway. Boom! The glaciers all around were broken by that frosty air. The peaks collapsed, and soon after, the cap of the white metal tower came crumbling down with them. The deadly flowers had become nothing but icicles under the force of that frosty air. The cold ruined and destroyed any powers they possessed. And soon after, the very ground began to tear and come asunder. It was like the world was ending. The 11 black seahorses and their power were too much. The wrath they unleashed could have definitely put them in the category of being berserk super creatures. Fuck. They're trying to kill me. Wait a minute. If they're using such powerful frosty air, then why don't I feel cold? Han Sen was shocked when he realized he didn't feel cold at all. The frosty air froze the glaciers stiff until they broke, but Han Sen was not feeling a thing. The frosty air might as well have not even existed. Is it so cold that my brain froze, and now I cannot feel the cold anymore? Han Sen pinched himself, but he did feel pain. His skin was still silky smooth as well. He definitely wasn't frozen. What's going on? Has the white metal tower shielded us from the black seahorse's ice spit? Amidst Han Sen's shock, he asked himself this question. The white metal tower was atop an ice mountain. The 11 black seahorses had broken the mountain with their frosty air. The white tower had been falling, but now, they were no longer feeling any such movement. Han Sen quickly returned to the window, and what he saw surprised him. The white metal tower hadn't fallen with the mountain. It was actually hanging in midair. A hand was there, holding it aloft in the sky. It was a giant rock-like hand, and the huge white tower was being casually held up by this hand. It wasn't taking up the entire hand either. The tower looked like a toy that just happened to rest in its palm. Han Sen followed the hand back to the arm that supported it. The hand was actually connected to a man made of rock. A giant rockman. It also just happened to be headless. The rockman was sitting between the glaciers with its hand holding the white metal tower aloft. This was the headless rockman Han Sen had seen on the first floor of the white tower. Now that rockman was shining, and the light it gave off was so bright, it obscured sight of the mountain itself. It was a godlike sort of magic. Destiny. Destiny. A really sad voice came from the rockman. It was like he was saying you could not control destiny. Destiny was full of unfairness, and it was governed by cruelty. Rockman had no head though, so Han Sen wasn't sure where the voice was actually coming from. Regardless, it boomed like thunder. It made the blood inside his body vibrate so wildly, it felt like it was trying to break out. When Han Sen looked at the 11 black seahorses, and the Chimenia next, his face changed. The black seahorses, and the Chimenia had somehow become gigantic. They were almost as big as the rockman. All the black seahorses looked like Sun-class battleships, and the Chimenia looked like an entire planet. Destiny. Destiny. My life is my life. My life is my life. It does not belong to the sky. Rockman's voice sounded even crazier than it had before. It was spoken with a force that should have been enough to sunder the earth. It was like an undying warrior, filled with a zeal for murder. After all these years, do you still not understand? The Chimenia now spoke, and it was a cold voice that came from it. It was not loud, but its volume was still greater than the rockman's. It came into Han Sen's ear without losing a single word. That voice was unisex too. Han Sen couldn't determine whether or not it was the voice of a woman or a man. But what Han Sen could tell was that it was the creature with the armor that was speaking. I won't understand even in death. The rockman had a very loud and angry voice. Its other hand, which was like a mountain, came towards the 11 black seahorses and the Chimenia. It felt as if the ground was breaking when that big hand moved. Wherever the big hand went, the entire dimension was cracked. It felt like the whole world could be crushed below its might whenever it struck. The 11 black seahorses were screaming at it angrily. The megaphone lips that were like the gun emplacements on a Sun-class battleship spat out frosty air. Their force was enough to impede and stop the movement of the stone hand. That scary frosty air made its hand freeze in place. The creatures then generated more ice to encase it inside. You are dead. You should understand that. The Chimenia spoke again with an even colder voice. I won't. Even if I die. The rockman sounded very sad, and he continued pushing down. The ice that encased his hand was broken and cast away, and the hand resumed its advance. It was going to break the heads of the 11 black seahorses. Pop! The 11 black seahorses spilled blood and fell back. Even they could not withstand the rockman's power. Let it burn to dust. With that cold voice, the chimenea's grate was opened. The ice fire came out, and it began to rapidly approach the body of the rockman. Han Sen now knew that neither the rockman nor the black seahorses were coming after him. Still, witnessing such wrathful power was very frightening. Han Sen had simply come there for treasure. He didn't expect to encounter such bad luck and stumble into the crossfire of two bosses fighting. Compared to the chimenea and rockman, Han Sen's power was like a small river running into the sea. He was not very effective by comparison. Seeing the ice flames come like a river, Han Sen was worried that the tower would be completely destroyed. The rockman's hand that held the tower moved, and the tower flew through the air. It was going towards the airborne fire. And then, Han Sen saw the frost get absorbed and nullified by the body of the white metal tower. It sucked it up clean. Chapter 1554. Absorbing blood power. Han Sen's face looked ill. There was a lot of icy fire getting absorbed by the tower, and if the interior filled up, the people inside would not fare well. But Han Sen's fear of this did not materialize. The icy flames that were absorbed by the tower did not actually manifest on the interior. No fire appeared on the inside threatening him, but on the top floor of the tower, another pedestal appeared. There was an ice flame on it, like a frosty flower rolling around. Now Han Sen understood where the other 7 items had come from. They were not placed there as treasure by those who constructed the tower. They were actually items that had been absorbed and claimed by the tower from others. Updated by VIP Novel. These guys are too scary. I need to find a way to escape from here. Han Sen looked outside the tower and tried to think of a way in which he might make it away. The ice flame hadn't hurt them this time, but who knew what might happen as the fight dragged on. It would be best if they left as soon as they were able to. The situation outside made Han Sen want to avoid unnecessary risks, however. When the ice flames were absorbed by the tower was headed directly for the chimenea. It looked as if it was going to crush it. Box Novel. Com. The ice flames inside the chimenea had dispersed, but Han Sen wasn't sure if the fires were put out by the chimenea's own volition, or if they had just been stolen. A creature with black armor then emerged from the chimenea. It grabbed the metal tower headed for it and lifted it up. The tower was shining amidst that deflective power, and the creature was unable to crush the little thing. The headless rockman was pressing down on the top of the tower, and his scary might was forcing it down. As he did this, the black armored creature pushed up from below. Those two frightening forces were pushing and pulling with unimaginable force. The shockwaves generated came from the center of the tower, and the glaciers near them all broke. Chunks of ice were sent flying everywhere, and it created a terrifying scene. Han Sen and Bauer were not having a good time. The tower had absorbed a lot of power, but it was unable to block it all. The rockman's power and the black armored foe's power were seeping into the interior of the tower. The rockman's power was like blood, though, and Han Sen thought it seemed rather familiar. He eventually realized it was the skill he had learned from inside this same tower. Does this headless rockman have a relationship to Human Emperor? Or is he himself Human Emperor? Han Sen had a lot to think about. The black armor foe's power was very weird. It was a power that included both ice and fire, and combined them. Han Sen could not tell where the power came from, but it was extremely strong. When those powers entered the tower, no damage was dealt to the interior. The powers did, however, cause a lot of trouble for Han Senator inside the tower. It was suddenly cold and hot at the same time. And the blood power from the rockmen made their blood flow inversely. It felt as if the blood was going to gush out from their bodies. Little Silver and Star Sea Beast did their best to resist both of those powers, but it wasn't going well. Their life forces were messed up, and there was a chance it could trigger a self-wrought combustion. Han Sen summoned his god Geno Core and his bloodlust Ant King to fight back that wretched combination of power. Box Novel. Com. The headless rockman and the black armor foe were still engaged in combat, but neither of them seemed to be the dominant force. They were both locked against each other. When Han's son looked back outside, having the tower for shelter was far better than the surrounding region. The power outside was far too scary, and it made them realize there'd be no hope of escaping if they were to set foot outside the tower. But Han's son, feeling that power leak inside, thought to himself, I practiced the skill of the tower, so maybe I can use my power to control the blood power that is trying to invade here. If I can control that power, I don't have to deal with both of their powers. I'd only have to deal with the ice and fire. Han's son cast the skill he had learned from the tower. He used the Blood Pulse Sutra, and then his body went into a strange mode of operation. Han's son triggered the secret skill, but it didn't allow him to immediately control the blood power just yet. He felt like the blood power would eventually come, though, like it had been searching for a host. Using this skill cost a lot of energy, however, and Han's son knew he wouldn't be able to last long with it. But when the blood power began to seep inside of him, he felt a lot more awake. He no longer felt tired, and the headache and twitchy feelings vanished. When the blood power was inside him, it was refined by the skill he was casting. It moisturized his transformed body, and the flesh and bones changed even more. As more and more of that blood power was refined, Han's son started to feel some weird connection between him and the tower. He could feel the pulse of the tower, like his blood was connected to the construct. Of course, it was just a feeling more than anything. He couldn't physically control the tower. As the fight went on, Han's son felt the treasures on the pedestals start to get corroded by the weird power. They all started to fade, even that ice flame. The treasures on the rocks were melting, and a godlight from the pedestals began to shine and illuminate the tower. The light melted into the construct itself. It made the tower shine brighter, and the strength it possessed increased. Are you really this stubborn in your refusal to understand? The black armor foe said. The headless man of stone looked sad. If understanding is my destiny, then I will forever forsake the need to understand. Then you will disappear. After that cold voice spoke again, the black armor foe threw a punch towards the bottom of the tower. And then the entire tower went flying through the air. The rockman's hand that was holding the tower had been cleaved through, and his entire body went stumbling back. The black armor foe created another flame, and he used it to forge an ice-fire sword. With it he slashed towards the rockman. The sword flame was terrifying to witness, and the tower was now like the ceiling of the sky. Han's son saw the explosions erupting outside, and it genuinely felt like the earth was collapsing. He almost couldn't see what was going on. The treasures on the pedestals had all melted into the tower at this point, and you could hear the weaponry hit the construct. Every impact made the tower's power even more messed up. The tower shook violently like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Even Han's son could not control his body. Silver Fox, Little Star, and Little Ice Seahorse were rolling around the interior nonstop. Han's son held Bauer tight to his chest, not wanting her to suffer a hit. He cast the secret skill to absorb more of the tower's blood power, so his companions did not have to endure it. Then they would only have to deal with the ice and fire. Fortunately, the metal tower was firmly built. Even after all those horrible impacts, it was solid and had not been broken. Only a small amount of that power was able to seep through, and it was enough for them all to withstand. Chapter 1555. Emperor Geno Core. After what felt like a century to Han's son, he heard a giant rumbling noise. Han's son's entire body bounced up, hitting the top of the tower, and then fell back to the floor. After that, things went back to normal. The metal tower stopped shaking, the energies suffusing the tower vanished, and everything was quiet. Is it finished? Who won? Han's son climbed up from the floor, shook his head, and looked around. Little Silver, Little Star, are you both okay? Little Silver, Little Star, and that Little Ice Seahorse all climbed up from the ground, shaking their heads and bodies, looking dizzy. Fortunately, none of them were injured. Though their forces were a bit weaker, nothing appeared to be seriously wrong with them. Han's son was relieved seeing them all okay. He then ran to the tower window and looked outside, and he was shocked by what he saw. The tower was now submerged in water, as if it were in an aquarium. Many sea creatures were visible through the window, swimming around them. Han's son reached out his hands, and what he touched was indeed water. He looked up, and there was something that looked like blurry clouds above them. There were many strange cracks in the surface of the blurry clouds. Han's son took a serious look, and then he realized what had happened. The metal tower had cracked the ice and sunk into the ocean, and now they were at the bottom of the sea. Quite a few marine creatures were visible, but he couldn't see the rockman or the black armor foe anywhere he looked. The marine creatures only had mutant life forces at best, so they were not a threat to Han. Senator Han's son decided to venture out of the tower. Han's son swam toward the cracks in the ice, and after he reached the surface, he found himself surrounded by icebergs and unable to see the mountains anymore. Are we not in God's ruin anymore? Han's son looked around, but he couldn't feel that strange power around him anymore, which meant he was no longer in God's ruin. The headless rockman and the black armor foe had been fighting for such a long time that their access to God's ruin had closed. Han's son looked around, but he couldn't see the headless rockman or the black armor foe, and neither could he sense the power ripples around him. So he dived back towards the metal tower in the ocean. Little Silver looked much better, and the others had also regained consciousness. Little Silver was healing the little ice seahorse's injuries using his lightning. As for Little Star, it had already reached super level, so it had a much stronger body and wasn't injured very badly. Han's son ran down to the first floor, but he couldn't find that headless stone figure. As for the metal tower, its first floor was completely empty. Aside from the technique inscribed on the walls, nothing was left. Just as I expected, the headless rockman was the headless stone figure in the tower, Han's son thought. Where did he go, I wonder? Can I control the metal now? Despite having been used to fight that horrifying black armor foe for so long, the metal tower was so sturdy that it wasn't damaged. It was definitely a top-tier item. During the fight, Han's son had sensed that he was somehow connected to the metal tower, so he wondered if it would be possible for him to claim the metal tower for his own. However, he couldn't sense the connection between him and the metal tower anymore. Han's son hesitated, and then he used his techniques again, letting his body enter that strange state. As he did so, he immediately felt the bizarre connection between him and the metal tower. It was stronger than before. Han's son had tried to control the metal tower while the headless rockman and the black armor foe were fighting, but he hadn't been successful. Now that the headless rockman was gone, however, there was a chance that he might succeed. Han's son was just giving a shot. He might be able to bring the metal tower under his control if things went well, and even if he couldn't do it, he would lose nothing by trying. Han's son moved his thoughts, and the metal tower immediately started to shake, making rumbling noises as if it were falling down. Han's son quickly got out of the metal tower with Little Silver and the others, then turned to look back at the metal tower. The tower shook and began to shrink quickly, and after only a short while, it reduced to the size of a man's palm. The power inside Han's son's body was flowing, and the tower shot into his sea of soul. At the same time, there was a familiar voice echoing beside Han's son's ears, which exhilarated him. Emperor Geno Core Godly Tower gained. Emperor Geno Core. It's indeed a top-tier item. Han's son didn't know the exact differences between Emperor Geno Cores and Super Geno Cores, but he knew that Emperors should correspond to Berserk super creatures, so Emperor Cores would be more powerful than Super Cores. Just as he was about to summon the Godly Tower to check its power, Han's son felt a strong headache, and his body began to twitch. He had to deactivate the skill and return his body to its normal state first. However, after deactivating the skill and trying to summon the Godly Tower, he found that he couldn't connect to it anymore. The tower was slumbering in his sea of soul like a dead object. Can I only utilize the Godly Tower while I'm transformed? Han's son was a little bummed. If he could only summon the Godly Tower while he had that weird skill running, then he would only be able to use it for a short period of time. Han's son took Bauer and the others to swim out of the ocean and return to the icebergs. He wanted to figure out where they were, but they were surrounded by icebergs and ocean, and he couldn't see a single ice mountain. Apparently, They were already far from God's ruin. Since Han Sun had no idea where they were, he needed to pick a direction to travel. He picked south. Little Star was carrying all of them, which allowed them to move quickly and with little effort. And with Little Silver present, most creatures wouldn't dare to get close to them. After only a few days, they had stepped out of the ice zone. Everything around them looked strange, and Han Sun had no idea where they were. Han Sun had to ask Little Star to keep heading south, and after only 10 miles, he heard people fighting somewhere in front of them. Humans. Han Sun smiled as he listened to the noises. That yelling could only come from humans. Han Sun took Little Silver and walked forward. If they were really humans, he could at least ask them where he was. After climbing through some mountains, he saw several humans encircling a mutant creature. Amazingly, he knew one of the humans. However, the group wasn't doing well. Although the humans were working together to fight the mutant creature, it was still crushing them. They could barely maintain their formation. Chapter 1556. Godslayer Shelter. The leader of those humans seemed to be Iron Fist Jia Sherdao. When Han Sun joined the Demigod Association, he had come into conflict with Jia Sherdao, and it ended pretty badly. I can't believe I'm so unlucky. I've finally run into some humans, yet I'm at odds with one of them. Why do I keep running into people I don't want to see? Han Sun thought. Jia Sherdao was powerful. He had an iron fist glove on his right hand, which seemed to be his Geno core. Each strike from that fist left a scar across the scales of that mutant creature. As for his companions, they were relatively weak. They weren't strong enough to break the creature's scales. When they hit the mutant creature with their blades, they were basically just scratching its back. That mutant creature looked bizarre. Its body looked like a turtle's, but it didn't have a shell. Instead, it was covered by thick scales. Jia Sherdao seemed to have a gemstone Geno core, and when his glove hit the creature, it slashed the scales half a foot deep. Each impact left behind visible flesh and seeping blood. That mutant creature was attacking the humans savagely, damaging the formation that Jia Sherdao and the others were trying to maintain. The creature was relatively slow, so it wasn't a deadly threat, but it looked ferocious. "Hi all, need some help." Han Sun moved closer to them, bringing Little Silver and the others with him. But he didn't help them immediately. The fight was still ongoing. He didn't get along with Jia Sherdao well, so if he made a move, they might think that he was trying to steal their kill. "Please do, my friend." Jia Sherdao and the others were overjoyed. They were having a hard time fighting the mutant creature, as they couldn't injure it severely, and they were quickly becoming exhausted. They might not even survive the battle. It would be great if someone could help them now. Yet Jia Sherdao was dazed when he turned his head and saw Han Senator after getting a confirmation. Han Sun didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned his split-blade Geno core. He moved his body and instantly arrived beside the mutant creature, cutting through it. The mutant creature and its thick scales were sliced in half like a piece of tofu. Jia Sherdao and the others were shocked. They stared at the dead mutant creature. That mutant creature was called Cho Shell Beast, and it had powerful defenses, even among the sacred blood creatures. Yet Han Sun had cut the creature in half with a single strike. Even Jia Sherdao was stunned by that. Sacred blood creature Cho Shell Beast killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. Eat the flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Han Sun hadn't expected to get the beast soul, which thrilled him. Slashing Blade was a super Geno core, and it was one of the most destructive super Geno cores. It could kill a sacred blood creature easily, and it was a happy surprise for him to get a sacred blood beast soul as well. "It's been a long time, Mr. Jia," said Han Sun, looking at Jia Sherdao. Jia Sherdao forced a smile and said, "It has indeed been a long time, Brother Han. Your power has improved so much. It was so easy for you to kill a Cho Shell Beast. You must be at the super level already. It's not that easy to get super genes. My sacred Geno points are just maxed already, and I was lucky enough to get a highly destructive Geno core," said Han Sun, smiling. Others also went up to Han Sun and talked to him. They were all experienced demigods, and Han Sun had heard of them all. However, other than Jia Sherdao, Han Sun hadn't met any of them. They were more joyful after realizing that Han Sun didn't want the flesh and blood of the Cho shell beast. They relaxed, and they answered all the questions Han Sun had in detail. Han Sun wasn't amused to find out where he was now. There was a human shelter nearby, which was where Jia Sherdao and the others all lived. It was one of the few top-tier shelters owned by humans. However, Han Sun didn't want to see the owner of that shelter. Though many more humans had become demigods over the last decade, Luo Haitang still stood far above the rest. The shelter Jia Sherdao and his friends were staying at was known as Godslayer Shelter, and it was ruled by Luo Haitang. Han Sun was a little hesitant about the idea of entering Godslayer Shelter. It wasn't entirely Luo Haitang's fault that Han Sun's mom left the Luo family, so Han Sun didn't have any specific animosity toward Luo Haitang for that. However, Luo Haitang had tricked Han Yen into practicing the falsified Sky Sutra, which deeply upset Han Sun, so he had a very bad impression of Luo Haitang and his family. If Luo Haitang ran into trouble, the Luo family would ask Han Yen, who was just a girl, to fulfill their family oath. That oath was a promise passed from generation to generation, and it required one of their family members to fight Ashura every 10 years. It was a family curse, which was forced upon Han Yen by Luo Haitang, which was the main reason why Han Sun had a grudge against Luo Haitang and his family. Han Sun, your great-grandfather Mr. Luo is in the shelter now. Do you want us to take you to see him? Asked Lu Che, one of the demigods. Han Sun hesitated, but he shook his head and said, "No need. I still have something else to do." Finishing that, Han Sun planned to leave. He now had some idea of where he was, so it would be easy for him to get back to God's ruin. The ferry was still in God's ruin, and Han Sun needed to go back and take his share of the profits from the Godlight Tunnel. He planned to get back to God's ruin and check if Jade, the Little Lion King, and the fairy were still there. Jia Sherdao hesitated, then called to Han Sun. "Brother Han, please hold on for a minute." "What else do you want?" Han Sun asked, stopping and looking at Jia Sherdao. Jia Sherdao clenched his teeth, forced another smile, and said, "Brother Han, I have some business to discuss with you. Are you interested?" "What business?" Han Sun looked at Jia Sherdao confused. "It's about killing a super creature. I've found some opportunities that we can kill super creatures, but I'm not strong enough to break their bodies. However, with the power of your Geno core, you might have a chance," said Jia Sherdao. "What's a super sacred creature?" Han Sun was interested. He was definitely interested in killing some super creatures to get their life Geno essences. Han Sun had only gained control of one life Geno essence, which belonged to that dog. As for the others, he hadn't had time to absorb them. "It's kind of complicated. Let's go back to the shelter where we can talk. I can guarantee that you'll be interested in it," said Jia Sherdao. Chapter 1557. The Luo family. Han Sun hesitated, but he still followed Jia Sherdao back to Godslayer Shelter. According to Jia Sherdao, there wasn't only one super creature. Instead, there was a group of them. Also, if someone had enough power to break the skin and flesh of those super creatures, it would be easy to kill them all. Even Han Sun was interested in that, so he wanted to learn more. Though there were some conflicts between him and Jia Sherdao, they were small issues that could be set aside when both of them had proper motivation. Though Han Sun didn't particularly want to see members of the Luo family, he wasn't scared of meeting them. Godslayer Shelter was enormous, and chances were good that it was a super shelter. However, only a small number of the members were humans, while the vast majority of them were creatures and spirits. That was normal. After all, there was only a small number of humans in the fourth god's sanctuary. So even in shelters belonging to humans, humans were a minority. Just as Han Sun and Jia Sherdao entered the shelter and began walking towards Jia Sherdao's house, Han Sun saw a couple of humans walking towards him. One of them was Luo Li. Luo Li wasn't really Luolan's sister, but Han Sun still needed to call her aunt. A long time ago, Luo Li went to Han Sun and asked him to practice the falsified Sky Sutra. But Han Sun didn't know that the woman was his aunt until his mother told him. Luo Li was talking to two men as she walked out of the shelter. Two men followed Luo Li's gaze and saw Han Senator. They didn't seem to recognize Han Sr. Who is this Jia Sherdao? Is he a new demigod? Said one of the men. Despite the fact that he was speaking to an experienced demigod like Jia Sherdao, the man was aloof and casual. Jia Sherdao smiled and said, "This is actually a relative of yours. Don't you know him?" "Relative? The Luo family doesn't have any relatives." Luo Yu said, curling his lips, and as if disgusted with what Jia Sherdao had just said. Because of the power of Godslayer Luo, the Luo family had never actually cared about the ordinary people of the Alliance. They didn't even respect other demigods. After all, many demigods in Godslayer's shelter were under the protection of the Luos, so almost all the demigods venerated those of Luo family, and after a long time, the Luos had become filled with pride. That pride had been injured twice before. One time was when Luo Haiteng chose Han's son as his heir, and the other was when he chose Han Yen as his heir. They were crushed by that. Though the Luo family wasn't large, there were plenty of members in the sanctuaries. The fact that Luo Haiteng had chosen someone outside the family instead of them deeply frustrated them, and they felt wronged by the Han family. However, because of their pride, they deliberately showed disdain to the Hans. And they didn't even seem to care about Han's son and Han Yen. They even tried to avoid hearing news of them. Just like someone would switch channels if they saw someone they hated on TV. In truth, there were only a few families in the Alliance that the Luos actually paid attention to. That's right. Han Sen's mother is Luo Lan. "You guys are uncles of Han's son," said Jia Sherdao. Both Luo Yu and Luo Hui were dismayed hearing the names Han's son and Luo Lan. In the Luo family, these two names were taboos. "You're Han Senator. It's impressive that you became a demigod by yourself at such a young age, but you didn't follow the correct path, so you'll never make it to the top," said Luo Yu coldly. "Is this guy mental?" Han Sun frowned. He'd never met Luo Yu before, but the man was being incredibly impolite for no reason. Little did Han Sun know, many people in the Luo family had wanted to succeed Luo Haiteng. Yet Luo Haiteng had picked Han's son instead. What's worse, Han's son hadn't given a damn about the falsified Sky Sutra, which upset the Luos. From the perspective of the Luos, they were the most powerful family in the Alliance, so the falsified Sky Sutra had to be the strongest technique. How Han's son behaved was both ignorant and laughable. "What correct path?" said Han's son, looking at Luo Yu. He had something of a grudge against the Luos as well, so he wouldn't just let this matter go. Luo Yu sneered. "It's useless to talk to stupid people." Finishing that, Luo Yu walked by Han's son, completely ignoring him. "Is there something wrong with them?" Han's son asked with a frown. Luo Yu had been incredibly annoying. "Let's go back and talk." Jia Sherdao originally thought that the Hans were close to the Luos, which was why he introduced them to each other. He hadn't expected the whole thing to turn out so awkwardly, so he changed the topic quickly. Luo Yu and Luo Hui both walked away. Luo Li looked at Han's son without saying anything. She wasn't a real member of the Luo family, as she was adopted. Though she also had some of the Luo pride, she wasn't as arrogant as Luo Yu. And because of Luo Lan, Luo Li paid extra attention to the Hans, so she knew much more about Han's son than Luo Yu did. She knew that Han's son was actually an incredible person, and Luo Yu couldn't begin to compare with him. However, she belonged to the Luo family after all, so she shouldn't say much to Han's son, who had been scorned by the Luos. Luo Li continued walking with Luo Yu, but she found an excuse to leave soon after. She went to the place where Luo Haiteng lived, and told him that Han's son had arrived at Godslayer's shelter. Han's son followed Jia Sherdao to where he lived. Jia Sherdao explained his proposal to Han. Senator Jia Sherdao had discovered a special kind of super creature. These super creatures couldn't move themselves, but they had exceptional defenses. It was difficult for Jia Sherdao and the others to injure mere sacred blood creatures, so it was impossible for them to kill that kind of super creature. After seeing Han Sen's incredible attack power, he had decided to invite Han's son back, as he wanted to collaborate with Han's son to kill those creatures. Han's son didn't ask where those super creatures were. Instead, he asked about their basic characteristics. Han's son frowned, then repeated what Jia Sherdao had just said. "They are born on the ground, and they have a narrow attack range, so they can just stand there and be hit. Super creatures like that really exist? They're real. I saw them with my own eyes. I'm the only one who knows that place. If you're willing to cooperate with me, I'll take you there in the near future. Jia Sherdao pointed at the sky with his fingers and swore. Chapter 1558. Luo Haitang, why are we doing this in the near future instead of now? Asked Han. Senator Jia Sherdao answered. I've talked about this with the Luos, but I haven't reached an agreement with them yet. It might take a little time, but you can relax. After I've reached a deal with the Luos, I'll definitely count you in. Han Sun immediately knew what Jia Sherdao meant. Jia Sherdao himself wasn't able to kill those super creatures, so he wanted to cooperate with the Luos. But he was afraid that the Luos would betray him. Now that Han Sun had come, he wanted to use Han Sun to balance the Luos. That would be to Jia Sherdao's benefit, or at least, it might keep him from being exploited by either party. It was possible that Jia Sherdao had arranged for Han Sun and Luo Yu to run into each other. He might have wanted to see firsthand whether the relationship between Han Sun and the Luos was really that bad. Though Jia Sherdao has a good plan, the Luos are too tyrannical to give him this chance. He might need to make a choice between us after all. Han Sun didn't say it out loud. Instead, he agreed that he would stay in Godslayer's shelter for a couple of days to wait for Jia Sherdao's news. Han Sun made good use of the time, absorbing the rest of his life geno essences. Now his super gene count had already reached 26 points, and his body was greatly improved. Han Sun then went back to the Alliance and told his family that he was okay. After only a couple of days, Jia Sherdao went to Han Sun again, and he smiled and said, Brother Han, I'm really worried. Luo Yu heard that you're joining, and now there's no way that he will go along with it. No matter what I say. This place belongs to the Luos, so I don't know what to do. Han Sun wasn't very concerned about what Jia Sherdao had said. Apparently, Jia Sherdao had chosen to side with the Luos over him. Then I'll just wish you all good luck, Han Sun said, then left. Old Jia, are you really cooperating with the Luos? A demigod following Jia Sherdao asked him after Han Sun left. I just didn't expect the relationship between the Luos and Han Sun to be this bad. If Han Sun joins, Luo Yu and the others will quit completely. If I have to choose between them, I think the Luos are more reliable, so that's the only decision I can make, said Jia Sherdao. Why didn't you choose Han Sun? He is incredibly powerful. And he's only one person, so we wouldn't have to share as much of the profits, said the demigod, confused. Jia Sherdao shook his head and said, We know that Han Sun is powerful, but we don't know exactly how powerful. We all know the strength of the Luos though. Besides, Han Sun hasn't practiced the falsified Sky Sutra. We're already depending on the Luos for our survival, so it's better if we side with them. After Han Sun left Jia Sherdao's house, he intended to leave Godslayer's shelter. He had just been trying his luck. Now that the deal had fallen through, he found no reason to stay here any longer. However, before Han Sun could reach the gate of the shelter, he saw Luo Li standing near him. The Godslayer wants to see you, said Luo Li directly. I don't want to see him. Han Sun wasn't very fond of Luo Haitang, so he rejected Luo Li directly. He walked around her, leaving Godslayer's shelter. He wants to talk about Han Yen. What Luo Li said stopped Han Sr. There's nothing to talk about. Don't think you can drag little Yen down, just because she's practiced the falsified Sky Sutra. Her last name is Han, not Luo, said Han Sun, dismayed. It's useless for you to say anything to me. You can just talk about it to the Godslayer. Or are you scared? Said Luo Li. Okay, I'll go to him and talk. Han Sun knew that Luo Li was provoking him, but what she said did make sense. Also, he was powerful enough to talk with Luo Haitang. Han Sun wouldn't involve Han Yen in that endless vicious cycle, no matter what. That was an abyss, and if she was trapped in it, she'd never get out. Han Sun would rather die than let something like that happen to his sister. Please. Luo Li made a gesture and started to lead the way. Han Sun followed Luo Li all the way to a room in the shelter. Han Sun thought that the place where Luo Haitang lived would be exquisite, if not luxurious. Yet he was shocked when he saw the residence. Luo Haitang's home was very frugal. It was so simple that it only had a bed, a desk, and a chair. Other than that, the entire room was bare. Luo Haitang had come to see Han's son once, when an accident in the sanctuary had left Han's son gravely injured. Now Luo Haitang looked exactly the same as he had then. Luo Haitang was sitting behind the desk, looking at Han's senator, the legendary godslayer Luo, who had roamed the sanctuaries as he pleased, looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. He wasn't aggressive at all. He looked at Han's son peacefully. Don't even think about exploiting little Yen. She's a Han, not a Luo. You have no right to make her fight for your family, Han's son said straightforwardly. Luo Haitang wasn't upset. He waved his hand. Then Luo Li left the room, closing the door behind her. Han's son opened his mouth to say something, but Luo Haitang spoke first. I'm dying. Han's son was shocked for a moment. He looked carefully at Luo Haitang, but he found that Luo Haitang was still quite lively, and there was no sign of him withering away. The power inside him was still terrific. He didn't look like someone who was going to die at all. Do you really think you can trick little Yin into fighting for you? Your life is the business of your family, and it has nothing to do with mine, Han's son said apathetically. Luo Haitang sighed. If there was actually someone useful in my family, I wouldn't have gone to you too, and I wouldn't have used the methods that I did. Luo Haitang paused for a short while and went on to say, as long as I'm alive, I won't let you juniors carry such a fate. But I am truly dying, and I only have 5 years left to live. The next battle against the Jade Shura will happen in 6 years, but I won't make it that long. I can only ask Han Yen to take over the fight. That's the only chance we have of surviving. Again, that's your concern, which has nothing to do with us. Let me repeat myself. There's no way that little Yen will help you Luo's fight, said Han's son coldly. Luo Haitang shook his head. She's practiced the real falsified Sky Sutra. Even if she's not going, the Jade Shura will look for her. Chapter 1559. Jade Shura is Jade Shura, Han's son thought. Then you're just playing us. You're the renowned god slayer Luo, and you're my great-grandfather. Han's son didn't say that out loud. After all, the old man was one of Han's son's seniors. Before Han's son said anything, Luo Haitang continued. Though I don't want to admit it, the truth is that the Jade Shura, who have much more Shura blood, are much better at practicing the falsified Sky Sutra. In order to win against the Jade Shura, I have to resort to some special methods, which quickly burns away my life. No matter how hard I try, I won't last another 5 years. I don't have a choice, so I have to find someone to take over my position. After pausing for a short while, Luo Haitang said, I'm not saying this to make you empathize with me. I'm just telling you exactly what's happening, and I want you to know that it's true for Han Yin too. If you really care about her, you should help her win the battle she's going to engage in 6 years from now. I've told you that I won't let Han Yin fight for your family. That's not her destiny. Though Han's son was surprised that Luo Haitang might actually die in the near future, he wasn't willing to compromise on the issue of Han Yen. Luo Haitang looked at Han's son, as if he were looking at a spoiled brat. He smiled and asked, then what are you planning to do? They want the falsified Sky Sutra, right? I'll just give it to them, said Han. Senator Luo Haitang shook his head mildly. Even if you gave it to them, the Jade Shura wouldn't let you go easily. Do you really think they'll allow someone else to know the falsified Sky Sutra? Even if you give it to them, they'll also try to kill Han Yen. Even those who have been exposed to the falsified Sky Sutra, like your mother, might be hunted down. Then I'll kill them all, said Han. Senator Luo Haitang stopped defending himself. Instead he said, don't you think the term Jade Shura sounds a bit familiar? What do you mean? Han Sen asked, confused. Luo Haitang shook his head and continued. The empress of the Shura race is named Jade Shura. Do you think this is only a coincidence? The Shura Empress is the Jade Shura of this generation? Han Sen looked dazed. Though he also thought it was weird that the names of these two were so similar, he hadn't expected the Shura Empress to be a descendant of the Jade Shura. The Shura had a much stronger emphasis on bloodline than humans, and Jade Shura had been a human. He procreated with the Shura race at first, But afterward his descendants procreated with humans, so the Jade Shura only had a tiny portion of Shura genes. It was shocking to Han's son that one of them could actually become an empress of the Shura. Luo Haiteng nodded. The empress is the descendant of Jade Shura in this generation, and she's the most powerful descendant. Though she's only practiced half the falsified Sky Sutra, I could barely win against her in the last battle, and her power is still growing. Even if, against all odds, I'm still alive in 5 years, there's a good chance that I might be defeated by her. Luo Haiteng took out a chip and a journal, giving them to Han Sr. This is the record of the battles between me and the Jade Shura, and some of the techniques I developed that go with the falsified Sky Sutra. I hope you can give them to little Yen. She must win the battle in 6 years. If she loses, not only my family will be damned, but the entire alliance will be as well. I can't imagine the power of a Jade Shura, who had practiced the entire falsified Sky Sutra. Han's son didn't take the chip or the journal. He said calmly, Han Yin is my sister, so I'll be the one who teaches her. You don't need to worry about it. I'll say it one last time. Don't go disturb my sister. I'll kill anyone who does, whether that's you or the Jade Shura. Han's son prepared to leave. Young man, you're being too stubborn. You're behaving just like Lon Air, rebellious and unwilling to listen to others' opinions, said Luo Haiteng. Have you ever thought that your recklessness might cost little Yan's life, and even your mother's? Luo Haiteng saw that Han's son still didn't want to listen. He sighed. If I had any other options, I wouldn't have chosen you guys. Even if my family is destroyed, you guys can still live happily and peacefully. But the fact is, Lon Air has also practiced the falsified Sky Sutra. Even if the Luos are annihilated, Jade Shura won't let her go easily. You were born in the wrong family, so whether I force you or not, the Jade Shura will come for you sooner or later. Just take it, son. This is the hope of my family, and also the hope of your family. Luo Haiteng gave Han's son the chip and the journal. Han's son looked at Luo Haiteng. The legendary god-slayer Luo seemed like a dying old man. Though he didn't look old from the outside, he was indeed old inside. Out of nowhere, Han's son felt pity for Luo Haiteng. He sighed. What did you do? Why do you only have 5 years left to live? You still look pretty spry to me, and you don't seem to have any internal injuries. Luo Haiteng said, my potential in the Luo family is definitely at pinnacle level, but compared to those from the Jade Shura, my falsified Sky Sutra is weak. The blood of the Shura determines much of the power of the falsified Sky Sutra, and to win over the Jade Shura, I resorted to something that no human being has ever tried before. I practiced Shura change as a mere human being. The Shura genes in my family are almost negligible, and with that tiny remaining bloodline, I started to practice Shura change as a human being. Luckily, the benefits were beyond my imagination. My power was much greater than that of ordinary human beings after that. Luo Haiteng looked kind of smug. That power combined with the falsified Sky Sutra made me invincible in the shelter. But at the same time, I lost the ability to gain power from the shelter. I can use the flesh of creatures to strengthen my own body, but I can't manipulate spirit genes like you do or gain their powers. The only thing I can use is the power of my body and power of falsified sky. But those two combined are enough for me to fight the most powerful creatures. There are only a few humans or creatures that can actually rival me. However, that kind of power has also overexploited my body. You can feel that I have much more energy than other human beings. I'm like a balloon that has been blown too big. Though it looks sturdy, it might explode at any time. I'm trying to suppress the power, but it's still surging. In 5 years or even 3 to 4 years, I won't be able to suppress the power anymore, said Luo Haiteng. Chapter 1560. An incredible Sun Han Sun observed Luo Haiteng carefully with his Dongxian aura, and he indeed found something unusual. Luo Haiteng's life force was indeed powerful, but it was too much. That kind of power was like a bonfire burning hard. The greater the fire was, the more quickly the body would be burned out. Luo Haiteng's life force was still terrifically strong even under his suppression, though it was getting out of his control. Han Sun now believed much more of what the man had just said. I've also included the method for practicing Shura change, but I've already changed it a little bit. It isn't as powerful as the version I practice, but thankfully, it does almost no damage to your body. Luo Haitang continued after pausing for a second. If Han Yen can improve her power to the level of the Jade Shura over the next several years, then she won't need this thing. But if she can't, then it will be better to take some damage than to lose the competition and lose lives. As he spoke, Luo Haitang tried to give the chip and the journal to Han Sun again. Han Sun didn't take it. He looked at Luo Haitang and said, I can understand your reasoning, but I still don't need this. Don't be so stubborn, son. It has to do with the lives of your mother and sister. You have to compromise sometimes, no matter who you are. Han Sun shook his head. I've told you that little Yen is from my family. I'll teach her myself. And as for this stuff, it belongs to your family. I don't need the stuff from your family. Besides, you're already dying inside. Something written by someone who's dying inside will only hurt little Yen if she reads it. Luo Haitang smiled, but he looked more solemn. He stared at Han Sun and said, It seems I should show you the true power of a falsified god. Then you'll change your mind. I'm not really a stubborn guy, but there's no bargaining on this issue. I'll never change my mind, said Han Sun firmly. Just read it first. Luo Haitang felt that he had wronged Luo Lan and Han Yen, which was why he was being very gentle when he was talking to Han Senator. Even Luo Haitang's immediate family hadn't seen him so good-tempered before. Even so, Luo Haitang wanted to teach Han Sun something, but he didn't want to do the young man harm. The more he looked at Han Sun, the more the young man seemed like Luo Lan. It was more in their attitudes than their appearances. Once they'd made up their mind, nobody could change it. Others might hit a dead end and come back, but Luo Lan wouldn't turn aside, even if she ran into a brick wall. Han Sen's attitude reminded Luo Haitang of Luo Lan, that Lan heir, who he always scolded but always kept by his side. Luo Haitang waved his hand and slapped toward Han Sen's shoulders, and that strike contained the power of falsified sky. Unlike Han Yan's falsified sky power, Luo Haitang's falsified sky power was already merged with his entire body, so it didn't seem unbalanced. It was only an ordinary slap, the way friends might slap each other on the shoulders. Han Sen suddenly looked solemn. Luo Haitang was as powerful as any super creature being in the fourth god's sanctuary. To Han Sun, that simple slap seemed to bear the weight of endless karma, and that palm was destined to fall on his shoulder. Even deities wouldn't be able to change anything. All of a sudden, Han Sun ran the Dongxian Sutra as hard as it would go, and he isolated his entire body from everything around him, and he tried to cast out every molecule that didn't belong to him. Even so, Han Sun could still feel that Luo Haitang's palm might fall onto his shoulders at any second. Incredible! The force from the Dongxian Sutra easily broke the falsified sky power from Luo Li, but it's almost useless against Luo Haitang. No wonder he's called God Slayer Luo. Han Sun was amazed. The aura from his body was operating fast, breaking the threshold. All of a sudden, the entire world looked completely different to Han Sr. The maximum power of the Dongxian Sutra was called covering the sky with one hand. But it wasn't only a technique of the hand. With one step, the chain of order attached to Han Sun crumbled. Han Sun took a step back from Luo Haitang's palm, which stunned the old man. His palm froze in the sky, and he couldn't say anything. Goodbye. Han Sun took a bow, then he turned around and left. He had finally seen the real falsified Sky Sutra, and he finally saw the true power of Luo Haitang. When it came to strength, Luo Haitang was at the same level as Gu Qingcheng. Both of them were incredible beings, and it was difficult to tell which one was stronger. Han Sun was weaker than they were, but he had also just proved that the Dongxian Sutra was stronger than the falsified Sky Sutra. Luo Haitang only realized what happened after Han Sun left the room. He looked at the empty doorway and whispered, Lan heir, you have an incredible son. Perhaps the fate of our family will depend on him and his generation. Someone from the Luo family has actually gotten this powerful without practicing the falsified Sky Sutra. Others might not believe me if I tell them. How will the Jade Shura react if they see him? Suddenly Luo Haitang smiled. Interesting. I can't believe I'm getting to see something this amazing before I die. Unfortunately, I won't live to see the day when he is standing against the Jade Shura. What a shame. Right after Han Sun left Luo Haitang's room, Luo Li joined him and asked, "What did you talk about with Godslayer Luo?" "The same old issues. Why did you even ask?" "You already know," said Han Sr. "You've agreed that Han Yin can come to our family?" Luo Li was glad. "Impossible. Han Yin is a member of the Han family, not one of you," said Han Sun, disturbed. "What? How shallow you are. She's from a different family, and it's more than lucky for you to be able to practice the techniques of my family. How dare you think like that?" A furious voice came from behind them. Han Sun followed the voice, and he saw Luo Yu, Luo Hui, and the others standing nearby. It was Luo Yu talking. "No wonder Luo Haitang prefers me and little Yen over everyone else in the Luo family. These people are so spoiled." Han Sun shook his head, and he couldn't even be bothered to care about what Luo Yu had said. He pretended that he didn't hear anything, and he turned around and kept walking. However, Luo Yin didn't plan to let Han Sun go that easily. The group blocked Han Sen's way. Chapter 1561 Cactus, what do you want? Han Sun looked at Luo Yu frowning. Luo Yu curled his lips and said, "You want to go hunt some super creatures, right? Then to respect Luo Lan, I'll give you this chance." Han Sun was a bit surprised. He thought that Luo Yu meant him some harm, yet the man was inviting him to hunt super creatures. The super creatures must have been the ones discovered by Jia Sherdao. Is that really necessary? Han Sun looked at Luo Yu, his expression veiled. He had some idea of what Luo Yu intended. "Are you too chicken to go?" said Luo Yu disrespectfully. "Of course I can go with you, but I'll get half the super creatures I hunt." Han Sun didn't care much about what Luo Yu thought. If he could get life geno essences, he would totally go. "No problem, as long as you can bring them down," Luo Yu promised him easily. "When shall we go?" Han Sun didn't want to say anything more. "Tomorrow," said Luo Yu. "Okay," answered Han Senator. He then left the courtyard and went to meet Little Silver. "Second brother, we tried so hard to find common ground with Jia Sherdao and get rid of Han Senator. Why are we bringing him now?" asked Luo Hui. Luo Yu said coldly, "I was going to kick him out before because I wanted to show him the power of our family, and I'm bringing him now to show him our power again. And I also want to show our great-grandfather that there are talents in our family. He's just not giving us a chance." "That's right. What was our great-grandfather thinking? Why is he using the Hans instead of us?" muttered Luo Hui. Luo Haitang's choice had upset many from the Luo's family. They were in no position to judge his decision, but none of them were happy about it. Now that they had finally met Han Sun, they wanted to perform well in front of Luo Haitang. They wanted Luo Haitang to know that they were better than Han Senator Luo. You didn't think he was any worse than Han Senator. Han Sun might have been the first super aristocrat in the alliance, but to them, that was only a joke. With the help of Luo Haitang, the Luos had already gained super genes, but because of the rules of the Luo family, they didn't publicize it. Luo Li could only smile inside as she listened to Luo Yu rant. She knew Luo Yu and Luo Hui extremely well. They indeed had some power, but neither of them was exceptional, and with the status of Luo Haitang in Godslayer Shelter, they had been spoiled since the day they were born. Even other demigods in the alliance had to pay them so much respect that they thought they were the most powerful demigods in existence, other than Luo Haitang and several other great beings. They despised ordinary demigods with all their hearts, and they overestimated themselves. The next day, Han Sun took Little Silver to the square of Godslayer Shelter and found Luo Yu already standing there. Jia Sherdao was also there, and he was surprised to see Han Senator. He pretended to smile. "What a coincidence, Brother Han." "Not a coincidence. I called him, and he'll be following us this time," said Luo Yu. Jia Sherdao coughed, feeling awkward. He had no idea what Luo Yu was thinking. It had been Luo Yu who asked Jia Sherdao to kick Han Sun out. Yet now the man had asked Han Sun to come with them. Luo Yu took Han Sun to see several creatures, but he didn't say much. After all, it was not an easy job to domesticate powerful creatures. There were only a few super creatures in Godslayer Shelter, Besides, even those super creatures in the shelter wouldn't let them drive them like this. It was way more difficult to enslave super creatures than to kill them. Han Sen's super creatures were basically raised by him when they were only children. Mature ones like the little red horse wouldn't be as obedient as those like little silver, and it was difficult to manipulate them. Everyone traveled under Jia Shidao's guidance, and Luo Li also followed them. Her fighting power wasn't great, as she only had a gemstone Geno core. Luo Yu and Luo Hui weren't counting on her help. They just took her because they wanted her to be a witness. Luo Li wasn't a Luo by blood, but she was responsible for assisting Luo Haitang with mundane tasks. So she spent more time with Luo Haitang than they did. If Luo Li saw it, that meant Luo Haitang also saw it. Luo Yu and Luo Hui didn't make a single attack on their way. When they ran into groups of creatures, the demigods following them took care of the threat. Those demigods had attached themselves to the Luos, but they didn't have the blood of the Luos, so they couldn't practice the falsified Sky Sutra. After more than 4 days, they finally arrived at the dune Jia Shidao had talked about. The ground was covered in white sand, and Han Sen could see some random green shadows in the distance. They were enormous bulbous cacti. Jia Shidao pointed at those cacti and said, "Be careful, everyone. The cacti aren't plants, they're creatures. The super creatures that I talked about are the cacti at the heart of this dune." "What kind of power do these cacti have?" asked Luo Yu. Jia Shidao wasn't willing to say anything before they arrived. So Luo Yu didn't know any more than Han. Senator Jia Shidao found no reason to conceal it anymore. He pointed at the cactus closest to them and said, "Those cacti aren't able to move, but they can spew their thorns out. The thorns can travel more than half a mile, so we need to be careful." "No worries." Luo Yu summoned a beast soul shield, and he walked toward one of the cacti. When they were only 1,000 feet away from the cactus, it noticed Luo Yu. All of a sudden, thorns that were inches long spewed out. There were at least 100 of them. However, those thorns weren't able to pierce through Luo Yu's shield. The shield warded off everything, while Luo Yu kept marching toward the cactus. The cactus seemed to have endless thorns. After it finished firing the first round of thorns, they immediately grew back and started to spew out again. However, none of the thorns were very strong, so the shield was able to ward them off. Luo Yu ran up to the cactus and slashed it in half. "It is a creature, but it's only a mutant creature." "Jia Shidao, are you sure there are cacti at the super level?" Luo Yu asked Jia Shidao after killing the cactus. "There are definitely. I accidentally got in here before, and I saw a cactus made of gold, and that's at sacred blood level. There's another one that looks like a crystal pillar, and that's definitely a super creature," said Jia Shidao. "Then let's keep going." Luo Yu looked farther into the dune, then led the way with his shield. Chapter 1562. Crystal cactus. Ordinary cacti were not a threat to Luo Yu and the others. They had the power of falsified sky, and none of the cacti could even defend themselves against them. However, Han Sen also realized that Luo Yu and the others had only practiced the first half of the falsified Sky Sutra. He didn't understand why Luo Haitang hadn't even taught his direct family members the complete version of the falsified Sky Sutra. As for Luo Yu's body, it also looked strange to Han Senator. Both his strength and speed seemed to have reached super level, but his life force didn't seem as strong as it should have been. Instead, it had stayed at the sacred blood level. Han Sen didn't know that Luo Haitang had obtained a life Geno essence a long time ago, but he wasn't able to absorb the life Geno essence because of his practice of Shura change. The other Luos like Luo Yu were ordinary humans, but they hadn't figured out a method of absorbing life Geno essences from the first god's sanctuary, not to mention the fourth god's sanctuary. Back then, the gene liquid that most people now use to absorb life Geno essences hadn't been invented yet. Those from the generation of Luo Yu's and Luo Hui's father studied it for a long time, and they finally came up with a special method to use life Geno essences. That method wasn't the same as the conventional method of absorbing life Geno essences. They borrowed it from a Geno solution designed for a Qigong, and it treated life Geno essence as a Geno solution. Though the technique didn't allow the user to merge the life geno essence with their own flesh and blood, it did create a strange geno solution with the origin of power of the Luos. The Luos had another kind of special power aside from the power of falsified sky. When they arrived at the fourth god's sanctuary, the geno solution they had condensed was transformed into a self-geno core. More importantly, that self-geno core still had the same ability to absorb life geno essences. When the geno core formed, it was automatically at super level. Aside from that self-geno core, they could also condense a second self-geno core from the falsified Sky Sutra, which was why the Luos were so proud. Having two self-geno cores, with one of those cores immediately rising to super level, gave the Luos the leverage to roam the Alliance. However, there was a huge downside to this method. Their bodies hadn't reached super level, so the Luos were physically weak. Their life forces hadn't reached super level, which was why they felt strange to Han Senator. A couple hundred miles into the dune, they began to find cacti made of gold. They were all sacred blood creatures. Yet they were still killed by Luo Yu and Luo Hui with one strike. The power of half the falsified Sky Sutra was already extraordinary. Han Sun also killed several golden cacti with his Teia, and gained a beast soul. It was a heavy mace that was made of gold, and it looked forceful. However, Han Sun didn't know how to use this kind of unpopular weapon, so he would have to trade it. The cacti were bizarre. They were grown in the sand, so they couldn't move at all. And the only attack techniques they had were thorns. Their flesh and blood weren't edible either. If Han Sun hadn't already killed some, he wouldn't even have thought they were creatures. Luo Yu and the others weren't surprised to see Han Sun slaying the sacred blood creatures. If Han Sun couldn't even do that, Luo Haiteng wouldn't have valued him. Those cacti, after walking 1,000 miles into the dune, Jia Sherdao pointed in front of them. Han Sun and Luo Yu and the others all followed Jia Sherdao's gaze. They saw a cactus that was 10 feet tall, made of crystal, simmering under the sun. And it wasn't the only cactus. Behind that cactus were many other crystal cacti with a variety of shapes. Everyone stopped walking, and nobody dared to move forward anymore. Even Luo Yu and Luo Hui had to be careful when they faced super creatures. After all, their bodies were only as sturdy as sacred blood creatures, so they might be killed by super creatures. You want to kill a super creature, right? Now it's your chance to do so. Let's see whether you can actually do it or not, said Luo Yu. Looking at Han Senator, Han Sun took a look at those cacti made of crystal. He shook his head and said, I don't even know what those cacti are capable of yet, so I'd better test them first. Although the previous cacti couldn't move at all, nobody could guarantee that these cacti wouldn't be able to move either, so Han Sun didn't want to risk it. If you're too scared to try it, then I'll do it first, said Luo Yu while summoning his Geno Core. A red crystal armor covered Luo Yu's body, and a blade appeared in his hands. That red crystal armor looked bizarre. Han Sun felt that it was made of life Geno essence, but he couldn't tell how that had been done. Luo Yu's blade looked like the Shiking blade, but it wasn't as delicate. This is so weird. The power of that crystal armor doesn't seem to be connected to the falsified Sky Sutra at all, but it gives Luo Yu terrific power. Han Sun's interest was piqued. Luo Yu lifted his shield and dashed toward the cactus closest to him. Just like the ordinary cacti, it spewed out many thorns that looked like crystal. The thorns flew toward Luo Yu like a storm. Dang! The thorns pierced Luo Yu's sacred blood shield. However, the thorns that hit his body were warded off by the crystal armor, so they didn't injure him at all. Han Sun nodded. The Luos indeed have something to be proud of. With that armor, only a few humans like Gu Qingqing would actually be able to hurt him. Luo Yu rushed toward the crystal cactus like a heavy armored soldier. The thorns hit his armor, making a sound like rain on a tin roof, but they still failed to pierce through the armor. Luo Yu was getting closer and closer to the cactus. The blade in his hand that contained the mysterious power of falsified sky slashed toward the crystal cactus. Jia Sherdao was exhilarated, and he couldn't help yelling, Luo Yu is incredible. We can't even compare with him. Luo Hui smiled. It was right of you to cooperate with us. Big Brother's Geno Core has both attacks and defense. Killing creatures that can't move their bodies will be easy for him. Just wait here for the rewards. Luo Yu's blade hit the crystal cactus as they spoke, but in the next second, Luo Yu's face fell. The Geno Core blade that contained the power of falsified sky slashed the crystal cactus, but it couldn't injure the crystal cactus in the slightest. The Geno Core blade was a Geno Core condensed from the falsified Sky Sutra, so it couldn't grow immediately to super level like the first self-Geno Core. It was still a gemstone core. The body of the crystal cactus was too solid. Even if it had the power of falsified sky, the sword couldn't break the body of the crystal cactus at all. Chapter 1563. Blade and Baton Luo Yu was trying to resist the attacks of the crystal thorns, and he kept slashing the crystal cactus with his blade. He struck the crystal cactus easily every time. He had already covered the entire surface of the cactus in blows, yet he left nothing more than white scratch marks on its surface. Han Sen shook his head. The best aspect of falsified sky power is that it hits its target every time, and it can even bypass the defenses and deal damage inside the body. In this case, however, Luo Yu doesn't have enough power to damage the body of the crystal cactus. Even though he can hit it, he won't be able to break it. Luo Hui and Jia Sherdao were terrified to see that Luo Yu couldn't break the cactus. Luo Yu fought the crystal cactus, yet he couldn't do any harm to the crystal cactus, while the crystal cactus couldn't hurt him either. Luo Yu fought for a while. Then he suddenly retreated, leaving the attack range of the crystal cactus. Its body is too sturdy. Luo Hui, you're our only chance now, said Luo Yu, looking at Luo Hui. Perhaps my Geno Core Truth Spear can hurt it, but I don't have a Geno Core armor, so I can't approach him, said Luo Hui. Unlike Luo Yu, Luo Hui's first self-Geno Core was a spear, and it was an incredibly destructive super-level core. Don't worry. I'll ward off the crystal thorns for you, and you can kill it, said Luo Yu. Okay. Luo Hui nodded. They rushed forward, and Luo Yu defended them against the thorns, while Luo Hui moved toward the nearest crystal cactus. Luo Hui immediately summoned a shining spear that was made from golden crystal. It pierced the crystal cactus, and half the tip went in. We can definitely kill it easily. Luo Yu was exhilarated. He and Luo Hui moved among the crystal cactuses, leaving more and more injuries upon them. Jia Sherdao and the others were also overjoyed. Lu Che said, "That crystal cactus is impressive. It's fortunate that we have both Luo Yu and Luo Hui. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance of killing them." Jia Sherdao also nodded and said excitedly, "We can finally get a life Geno essence, so this trip won't have been in vain." After almost 3 hours, Luo Hui finally broke the crystal cactus with his truth spear, and they watched the crystal cactus dissipate. However, no life Geno essence was left behind. Luo Yu and Luo Hui had used too much energy, so they had to retreat. "What's happening? Where's the life Geno essence?" asked Jia Sherdao confused. Luo Hui frowned. "It's so strange. Though we killed that crystal cactus, we didn't hear any notification of it being killed." "No notification at all? How is that possible?" Jia Sherdao couldn't believe it. "Something's strange about that crystal cactus," said Luo Yu. "If it's actually a super creature, it should have left behind a life Geno essence." Jia Sherdao thought it made sense. Though he rose to the fourth god's sanctuary before killing super creatures became common in the previous sanctuaries, the life Geno essence wasn't a secret anymore, and he knew that ordinary super creatures all had a life Geno essence. This cactus didn't have one though, so something was definitely wrong with it. "We've lost too much energy. Let's rest for a while, and then we can kill another crystal cactus and see," Luo Yu said, then looked at Han Sr. "You've already seen the crystal cactuses and their powers. Don't you want to go and kill one?" "Okay." Han Sen didn't decline this time. Han Sen had watched carefully as Luo Yu and Luo Hui fought. These crystal cactuses weren't much different from the ordinary cactuses, aside from stronger thorn-spewing power and sturdier bodies. Luo Yu and the others saw Han Sen going, and they couldn't help frowning. They didn't know what Han Sen had that would allow him to defend himself against the cactus and kill it at the same time. Jia Sherdao looked at Han Sen surprised. He was surprised that Han Sun dared to go attack it, after seeing the impressive abilities of the crystal cactuses. Luo Li wasn't surprised at all. She watched Han Sun, curious about how powerful he had become. Han Sun left Little Silver behind, and he walked toward a pillar-like cactus 12 feet tall. The cactus was triggered, and began to fire crystal thorns toward him. They were extremely fast, and they didn't give him a chance to dodge. Han Sun didn't intend to dodge them. Instead, he summoned his overbearing shield, which was exactly the right size to protect him against the thorns, and then he kept walking with the shield in his hand. The thorns hit the shield with a rattling noise. Luo Yu and Jia Sherdao opened their eyes wide when they saw the crystal thorns failing to pierce through Han Sen's shield. However, what happened next shocked them to their very core. Not only was the shield unharmed, but the thorns bounced off the shield so hard that they buried themselves back in the cactus. Though they didn't do much harm, it was still quite unbelievable. What kind of beast soul is that? It's deflecting all the attacks from the super creature? Said Luo Hui surprised. It's only a beast soul. It doesn't mean anything. That's only his tool, not the power he actually has, said Luo Yu coldly. Han Sun continued walking toward the crystal cactus. He summoned his split-blade Geno core, and slashed the cactus like he was cutting a water vat. The cactus that took Luo Hui more than 2 hours to break was slashed in half by Han Sun with only one strike, and he didn't even need to strike it a second time. How is that possible? Luo Yu couldn't stay calm anymore. He stared incredulously as the crystal cactus faded away, and Han Sun stood in front of it. Jia Sherdao and the others were completely bewildered. They had thought that Luo Yu and Luo Hui were very powerful. Yet those two couldn't even compare with Han Senator. It had taken Luo Yu and Luo Hui hours to kill one crystal cactus. Yet Han Sun killed one with a single strike. The gap between them was so huge that they weren't even in the same league. Luo Li was shocked as well. She knew that Han Sun was strong. Yet this was beyond what even she had guessed. There isn't any notification after you kill one. Are these crystal cactuses really creatures? Han Sun frowned. Just as Luo Hui had said, no notification sounded as the cactus disappeared. Just as Han Sun was looking around in confusion, the crystal cactuses all started to move. By the time everyone realized what was happening, the crystal cactuses had surrounded them, much to everyone's horror. Chapter 1564. Ostentation. Jia Sherdao and the others looked completely horrified as the crystal cacti surrounded them like a forest. Luo Yu and Luo Hui also looked frightened. Luo Yu had the armor, so he wasn't afraid of the thorns of the crystal cacti. However, Luo Hui didn't have any armor to protect him. If those crystal cacti attacked him from all directions at the same time, there was no way he would survive it. Luo Yu wouldn't be much better off. Though he had armor to protect him, those crystal cacti had already surrounded him like a cage. No matter how strong his armor was, he would still die if he couldn't break free. Just as everyone was starting to panic, the crystal cacti separated and made a path in the direction of a mountain valley. Two creatures that looked identical were walking down either side of the path. The two creatures looked like jade, and their shapes looked like the legendary white beasts. Luo Li was shocked when she saw two mutant creatures coming out. She shouted, "Those are super creatures called white beasts. I saw one once when I was following Luo Haitang. However, he said that white beasts are extremely rare creatures, and it's difficult for them to procreate. He thought there might have been only one white beast in the entire fourth god's sanctuary. He wanted to domesticate the white beast that we saw, but it managed to escape. It's extremely powerful. Now two white beasts just showed up at the same time. What is this place?" Both Luo Yu and Luo Hui looked sick after hearing what Luo Li said. A terrifying cactus forest, and two super creatures that even their patriarch praised. They had even less chance of surviving now. The two white beasts walked down the path. They stepped aside without attacking Han Sun or the others. After the white beast stepped aside, the group saw another creature walking behind the white beasts. That creature was a black bull with goat horns, and there was white mist surrounding its hoofs, as if it were stepping on the clouds. Sky Cloud Sacred Beast. Luo Li was horrified. Though Luo Li didn't say anything about the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast, The name itself had already made Luo Yu and Luo Hui desperate. Jia Sherdao didn't know what a sky cloud sacred beast was, but he could tell from Luo Yu and Luo Hui that it was even more terrifying than a white beast. The sky cloud beast kept walking toward them. Though it didn't let out its power, it made Luo Yu feel an indefinable sense of pressure. Sweat covered his palms. If it weren't for the crystal cacti blocking their way, they would have run far away instead of standing there staring at the sky cloud sacred beast. Luo Yu and Luo Hui had both heard of sky cloud sacred beasts before. They were berserk super creatures, and they were some of the most powerful creatures in the fourth god's sanctuary. No matter how arrogant and proud Luo Yu and Luo Hui were, they wouldn't be naive enough to think that they could actually rival a berserk super creature. They were already sinking into hopelessness as the sky cloud sacred beast walked toward them. They didn't see any chance that they would survive. The sky cloud sacred beast walked into the encirclement. It didn't even glance at Luo Yu and the others. Instead, it stepped directly toward Han Sr. "Are you Sky Sword Han Sun?" The sky cloud sacred beast stared at Han Sun with its eyes that looked like brass bells. "I'm Han Sun, but I won't call myself Sky Sword. Who are you?" Han Sun was a little dazed. He had already prepared to have a huge battle. He'd been planning to use the technique he learned in God's Ruin and summon his Destiny's Tower to smash his way out. He hadn't expected the terrifying creature to call out his name. Luo Hui and Luo Yu looked between the sky cloud sacred beast and Han Sun, confused, as they didn't know what was happening. Clearly, Han Sun didn't know what a sky cloud sacred beast was. Yet it had called Han Sen's name, so apparently, it was coming for him. "It is indeed Sky Sword, Your Highness. My young master wants to meet you, so please come to the shelter and greet him." The sky cloud sacred beast nodded at the white beast beside it. One of the white beasts moved to lay down in front of Han's senator. It seemed that it wanted Han's son to ride it. Luo Yu and the others were all bewildered. Even if Luo Haiteng came here by himself, he wouldn't have had such a welcoming. After all, Luo Haiteng was so ferocious that many creatures and spirits hated him. If the sky cloud sacred beast met him, there might have been a huge battle instead of a warm welcoming like this. Besides, the sky cloud sacred beast had said it had a master. This being was terrifying enough to control a sky cloud sacred beast, and he had just invited Han's son to his shelter with such an ostentatious presentation. They couldn't even imagine what was going on. "Sorry, may I ask who your young master is?" Hansen couldn't think of anyone he knew who could afford something so grand. "You'll know when you meet him." Sky Cloud Sacred Beast didn't answer the question directly. Hansen saw that the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast didn't mean anything hostile, and besides, he didn't really have a choice. Instead of asking more questions, he just sat down on the white beast. The Sky Cloud Sacred Beast turned around and began walking deep into the dune, while the white beast carrying Han's son followed it. Little Silver was lying on Hansen's head. He squinted his eyes and looked at the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast in front of him. Bauer was riding the small ice seahorse behind Hansen, and Little Star quickly followed as well. "What should we do?" Luo Hui asked anxiously. They were still encircled by the crystal cacti and couldn't get out. "He's the son of Sister Lan. He'll be merciful." Luo Li then followed Han's son, looking at him riding the white beast with a complicated expression. Luo Yu clenched his teeth and asked Luo Hui and the others to follow him. Jia Sherdao didn't have any other choice. He was nervous, but the whole thing also seemed a little unbelievable. He didn't know what was happening, or what he was getting himself into. Under the guidance of the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast, everyone arrived at the deepest area of the dune. They saw a shelter that looked like a bronze mountain, and it was spectacular. There was a spirit waiting in front of the shelter. When Luo Yu and the others saw the spirit, they looked more upset. Luo Haiteng was well known in this shelter. He was respected, but he had made lots of enemies as well. Usually, Luo Haiteng's enemies were all horrifying beings. Luo Yu and Luo Hui recognized the spirit when they saw him standing in front of the bronze mountain shelter. That spirit was a descendant of one of Luo Haiteng's enemies, and it had a great reputation in the sanctuary. If that spirit knew that they were descendants of Luo Haiteng, they might be doomed. Chapter 1565. Skysword is my teacher. Luo Yu and Luo Hui's faces were a little pale. While they were still fidgeting nervously, the spirit appeared. Skysword teacher, you are finally here. I waited for you for the longest time. The spirit walked in front of Han Sun and bowed seriously. He spoke with much excitement. Luo Yu, Luo Hui, and Luo Li were frozen. Jia Sherdao had no idea who the spirit was. Luo Yu knew about the spirit, and he watched as the spirit bowed towards Han Senator. It was an unimaginable thing, and they initially believed themselves to be dreaming. The son of Furnace Emperor was Sumi, and he and his mother were second Jin emperors. He had bowed to a human, and they never thought something like that would ever occur. After all, since when had humanity achieved such a reputation? And since when had they earned the right to such respect? Even Luo Haitang, despite becoming so famous, had never earned the respect and privilege Han Sun was getting. But now they saw Sumi bow to Han Sun and welcome him into the shelter. The level of prestige and respect he had earned was no joke. Han Sun had promised Sumi he'd teach him a sword skill, but he never expected to meet the spirit here. With much surprise, Han Sun said, "Furnace Shelter is here?" Sumi smiled. "Teacher, Furnace Shelter has the ability to teleport. We moved here recently, but we didn't expect to meet you. This is most fortuitous." After entering Furnace Shelter, Sumi brought Han Sun to a hall. Luo Yu and the others saw Bauer and Little Star following, and they started to follow as well. They, however, were stopped. "Wait here. If it wasn't for Mr. Skysword, you humans from Godslayer Shelter would have all been killed." The white beasts hummed. They were guarding the left and right sides of the entrance to the hall. Luo Yu did not know where they could go. They did not want to walk around in Furnace Shelter, so they just waited outside. They were quite nervous, but they were still glad Han Sun was there. Otherwise, they might have been killed. Of course, if Sumi knew about the grudge between Luo Haitang and Furnace Emperor, they'd still be on the chopping block. What did he do? Why do spirits like Sumi obey him? Not even Big Luo receives treatment like that. Luo Li looked towards the hall with a complicated expression. The way inside had been closed now though, so she couldn't see what Han Sun was doing there. "Sumi, is this the teacher you requested?" Inside the hall, Furnace Emperor, who looked like a god, looked at Han Sun and frowned. Sumi had made it sound important when he requested that Skycloud Beast bring back Han Senator. Furnace Emperor thought Sumi was going to get a very powerful teacher. He did not expect it to be only a human, one who was not even super, at that. "What can you teach my son?" Furnace Emperor was not happy with Sumi's decision, but he wasn't so brash as to throw Han Sun out right then and there. "Sumi wants to learn a sword skill from me, so it is a sword skill I will teach him," Han Sun answered. Sumi quickly stepped in to say, "Father, teacher's sword skills are strong, and even Six Paths said his talent is as high as the sky. That is why he is called Skysword." Furnace Emperor heard that, and was actually convinced. To earn the compliments of Six Paths, Han Sun had to have been powerful indeed. But Furnace Emperor could not tell what was so special about Han Sun. So he said, "If you have earned the name Skysword, and earned the appreciation of Six Paths Emperor, your sword skills must indeed be good. My garden has a sword mark. It was delivered by Holy Sword Emperor during his ascension to the 5th sanctuary. You can take a look at it. Perhaps you may learn something." The Holy Sword Emperor he mentioned was an emperor who was good with the sword. He was powerful in the 4th God's sanctuary, around 500,000 years ago. His most impressive talent was his proficiency with the sword. When he leveled up, he broke the dimension with his blade. The aftershock crashed against a mountain, leaving a cleft across the landscape that never faded away. The mountain belonged to Furnace Emperor, and he had it moved to the gardens, so it would be close to Sumi. It was easier for Sumi to learn the sword skills from it, by having it there. Holy Sword Emperor's sword skills were special. Many sword elites had made the pilgrimage to visit that scar, but more often than not, they did not learn anything. Some were very seduced by it though, and some even came close to losing their sword heart. Furnace Emperor wished to let Han Sun take a look so he could test the fortitude of the human's mind. If the scar did claim Han Sun's heart, and he was seduced by the sword mind, no matter how good people said he was, He wouldn't be a good enough teacher for Sumi. Sumi knew this was Furnace Emperor's game. But he didn't think Han's son would end up getting seduced by the sword mind. So he said, "Teacher, let me take you to the sword mark." Han's son and Furnace Emperor did not have much to talk about. Talking to the spirit, who was sitting loftily on his throne, was boring. So, he was happy to leave with Sumi. Han's son brought Bauer along with him to the garden. And while it was called a garden, it was huge. The 1,000-meter-high mountain only took up a fifth of the space there. Han's son looked at the mountain. There was a sword mark there that had almost cut the mountain in two. Sumi explained, "Holy Sword Emperor broke the vacuum with his sword and created a way that led him to the fifth sanctuary. The sword waves landed on this mountain and left a sword mine behind. Many sword elites have come to face this, but left with nothing. I come here to try and learn from the mark, but not even I can learn a thing. If it was left behind by a sword emperor, you should have been able to learn something," Han's son said with confusion. Standing at the door, Han's son felt an insanely scary presence stemming from the sword mark. The sword mind was strong. Just being near it should have allowed for some sort of learning. Just like people said, if you read 300 poems and still cannot write your own, you will at least be able to read. You cannot walk away with absolutely nothing. Teacher, you don't understand. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind is special. Many Emperor-class elites visit here, and none of them learn anything. Many of them get seduced and almost lose themselves completely," Sumi explained as he brought Han's son through the garden. In the spirit hall, Furnace Emperor and a female spirit watched through an old mirror as Han's son entered the garden. "If that human does not get seduced by the sword mark, will you really let Sumi become his student?" The female spirit frowned while watching the video feed. "If he does not get seduced by the sword mind, and with what Six Paths Emperor has said about him, I can only presume he is qualified," Furnace Emperor said. The female spirit shook her head. "My son's teacher should be the strongest swordsman in the world. Being qualified is not enough for me." Chapter 1566. Holy Sword Mind. Han's son entered the garden and felt the sword mind's influence emerge from the cleft. The sword mind was strange. Most swordsmen would give people a sharp feeling or a strong sensation of intimidation. But this sword mind in particular was different. It toiled back and forth like waves endlessly. It didn't feel intimidating per se, but it was hard and tough. It felt as if the sword mind was not strong at first, and everyone had the chance to battle it through their own sheer will. It wasn't a task only reserved for the capabilities of super beings, though. Those who were gemstones confront it just as well. There were no disadvantages to having a weaker body, but the sword mind, despite not feeling very strong, would perplex most swordsmen and leave them unsure of how to proceed. Not even super elites had managed to tame it, and they were often negatively affected by it. When people first see it, they aren't sure if this really is Holy Sword Emperor's sword mark. They have to spend a while getting a feel for it before they acknowledge how frightening it can be. This sword mind is like an endless river. The pressure it exudes builds up over time, and the more pressure that builds up, the stronger it becomes. Gemstones class creatures can watch it for a few days, and without being affected. Super elites can hardly even make it 10. They are affected after some time, and they might even suffer injuries. In some cases, their faith can be broken and their own sword mind damaged, Sumi said. Han's son nodded. He practiced had sword skills, and although it wasn't the best, he had a sword mind of his own. Especially after seeing Six Paths Heartsword. Ever since, his sword skills had developed to become something special. If he was affected by Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind, it would be a great loss. Sumi went on to say, "Don't try to use your own sword mind against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. His sword mind is like water. If you use your sword mind against it, it'll be like trying to go against the stream. The more strength you use, the more pressure will be put against you. If you don't go against it, you could at least last a few days. If you willingly go against it, I'm afraid you wouldn't last a day. In only a few hours, your sword mind might be irreparably damaged. It looks tame, but it is actually overbearing," Han's son said. "Well, it did come from an emperor of the sword generation," Sumi said. Han Sun felt the sword mind's rush and likened it to a lapsing tide. He thought to himself, I have practiced heart sword. My sword skills are tough. I can challenge the water, never giving up. Going against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind is a perfect opportunity to make my heart sword stronger. Han Sun knew that Furnace Emperor had asked him to go there to see the mark as a form of test. Han Sun didn't really want to teach Sumi, so it didn't matter that he had to take this detour. He wasn't in a particular rush to give Furnace Emperor an impressive demonstration. Han Sun used his sword mind. And then the mark's sword mind that was previously tamed suddenly began to swell. The stronger Han Sun pushed his sword mind, the more pressure the other sword mind brought down on him. It was just as Sumi had explained. Sumi saw Han Sun use his sword mind against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind, and he became very excited as he watched them fight. His sword mind looks like heart sword. There is definitely a bit of difference between his and Six Paths variants, however. Furnace Emperor watched Han Sun use his sword mind. He could see it all. Furnace Emperor had fought Six Paths once. He lost, but the experience made him very familiar with Six Paths sword skills. Sumi's mother, Fire Empress, frowned. Sumi told him what he knows about Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. And still he uses his own sword mind to go against it. He is brave, but he is too arrogant. He is not suitable to be Sumi's teacher. Furnace Emperor shook his head. Don't be so sure. Although Six Paths Emperor is not as good as Holy Sword Emperor, they are not too far apart. He self-destructed and became an emperor again, starting from scratch. Restarting like that means he might not be any worse than Holy Sword Emperor now. If Han Sun really practiced Heart Sword, even if he only managed to nail 70% of it, he will definitely be able to resist the power of this sword mind without bringing damage to himself. If he only knows 70%, then why not just ask Six Paths to become his teacher instead? Fire Empress said. It's not that easy to hire Six Paths. If he didn't take Sumi seriously, then paying him would be pointless. Furnace shook his head. Sumi has our great genes. The talents he has must surely be better than those of Six Paths. If Sumi is not good enough to be his student, I don't think anyone in the Fourth God's Sanctuary would be good enough for him. Fire Empress opened her eyes wide. She was like any mother, though, thinking her son was the best. The pressure building upon Han Sun was becoming a lot. When he used his sword mind, the sword mark that was previously calm suddenly started to rage. Han Sun felt as if he had been thrust into a rapid river. The other sword mind was grinding against his sword skills, and he felt as if he'd be flattened any second. A sword mind wasn't all about pure power. The sword mind concerned itself with the sensation of the sword. It was something you could only feel, and not describe. You could not touch it, either, as it was not solid. But if your sword mind was damaged, things could turn out worse than if you endured a physical injury. When physical damage was inflicted upon you, you could consult a doctor and use their medicine to heal. But if it was your heart that was injured, nothing could remedy it. You would have to use your own will to fix it. Han Sun felt as if his sword mind was like steel, but it was getting ground down. His will was being used up quickly. If he had been a person with a weak will, he'd have gone crazy already. Even a swordsman with a strong will wouldn't have lasted this long under this sort of opposition. But Han Sun was different. His heart sword gave him a strong sword mind, and his will was reinforced by the crystallizers. That scary sword mind could not break his will. No matter how much the sword mind tried to break his will, Han Sun was unmoved. Instead, he allowed his will to get stronger. Time passed, and so far an hour had gone by. No wonder he is the teacher. He has battled with Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind for an hour, all without moving. He is better than those super swordsmen. Sumi complimented him. He is good, Furnace Emperor said. Fire Empress coldly said, it's only been 1 hour. If he can last 12, and his sword mind is still fine, then he can be Sumi's teacher. Chapter 1567, Sword Mark, 12 hours? I doubt he'd be human if he managed that. Out of all the super swordsmen that have tried, only one has ever managed to last 12 hours. And that person isn't much weaker than Six Paths. Do you really think Han Sun stands a chance? Furnace Emperor wore a wry smile. But we need someone that accomplished. Otherwise, how can we be happy with our selection of Sumi's teacher? Fire Empress said with certainty. Furnace Emperor merely shook his head and did not speak. Powerful elites such as that wouldn't teach others, he believed. He thought Han Sun was fine, as he had the strength, and had learned Six Paths Heartsword. He would be a fine choice for Sumi's teacher. But Furnace Emperor wouldn't do anything Fire Empress did not approve of. So the decision was ultimately up to her. Han Sun was unmoving while he battled Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. The sword mind was like a grinding wheel, but it couldn't diminish Han Sun's mind. Instead, it felt more like a smithy's grindstone. The hard edges swept by Han Sun, making him sharper as time went on. If Han Sun's sword mind was comparable to steel, the grinding process was making it sparkle like a well-cut jewel. Time passed, and after 6 hours, seeing he was doing fine, Sumi looked ecstatically happy. Furnace Emperor had to give another compliment, and he said, "This kid is not bad. Sumi's got taste. With such a strong will and sword skills, Sumi is bound to learn a thing or two by accepting this guy as his teacher." Fire Empress, seeing Han Sun performing without trouble or anything, found herself half convinced actually. But she still showed refrain and said, "We've only reached the halfway point. It's still too early for us to say anything." Another 2 hours passed. Furnace Emperor was very convinced by this point, and he said, "This kid still hasn't moved at all. His will is stern. Finding another person like this would be difficult." Fire Empress was more convinced as well, but she quietly said, "There are still 4 hours to go. Let's see if he can make it first." Another 2 hours passed and Han Sun hadn't moved at all, just like he hadn't the past 10 hours. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress were in shock. Even now, Han Sun wasn't showing signs of moving. It almost looked as if he wasn't affected by the sword mind. They now thought Han Sun could safely make it to the 12-hour mark. "My son has a good eye. Finding a teacher like this will be of a great boon and benefit for him." Every time Furnace Emperor spoke about Han Sun, his tone was different. He had passed from simple observation to agreement, and now he was full of admiration. He had changed his views a lot. Fire Empress didn't look so arrogant now either. She watched the stream in shock, and she said, "This human is indeed different. He is qualified to be Sumi's teacher." The two emperors thought Han Sun could easily make it to 12 hours, and their opinions of him began to become the same. More time elapsed, and after 12 hours passed, Sumi couldn't help but blurt out compliments. "Teacher, you are super special. Across all these years, only one person has ever made it 12 hours against the sword mind. You are the second one to achieve this." Han Sun didn't hear what he said though. His focus rested solely on the sword mind. The sword mind was grinding against his will, and all that time, Han Sun's own sword mind had been growing stronger. But after a while, Han Sun started to believe there was something wrong with the sword mind. He couldn't grind his own sword mind anymore, and Han Sun walked towards the sword mark without realizing it. He wanted to get closer to it, so he could get a stronger feel for it. What is he doing? Fire Empress watched Han Sun approach the mark. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind always appeared tame, but things were vastly different when Han Sun got nearer. Holy Sword Emperor had swung his sword and left the mountain with his sword mind. And it had lasted ever since his departure. This sword mind was extreme. The closer to the sword mark you got, the more intensely you could feel Holy Sword Emperor's will. It was the faith he had used to break the dimension. It was an everlasting sword mind. Back then, many elites came to watch Holy Sword Emperor ascend. Many of them wished to claim the mountain for themselves afterwards. But in the end, it was Furnace Emperor who owned it. And that was because normal folk wouldn't dare touch the mountain, and they could not move it as he could. Inside the sword mind, it did not matter whether or not you were an emperor that focused purely on sword skills. If you simply touched the sword mark, you would be attacked by the will required for breaking through the vacuum. Your will would be heavily damaged. The reason the elites weren't able to take the sword mark mountain was because only Furnace Emperor met the teleportation requirement via Furnace Shelter. He teleported Furnace Shelter around the base of the mountain, Then, he was able to take it away with him. Now Han Sun had been grinding against the sword mind for 12 hours. His own will had proven far too effective. It had not broken. And so he dared to venture closer to the sword mark. This was way too shocking for Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress. This young man's will is strong. It's like the best elite in existence. Furnace Emperor spoke with a look of seriousness. Fire Empress didn't say anything. But the way she looked at Han Sun said it all. There was no more disdain, just surprise. Han Sun approached the sword mark and felt the sword mind become stronger. His sword mind got even sharper, and his will became stronger. He was 100 meters away from the sword mark when he slowed down. But every step was so sure. There was no hesitation accompanying a single one. Han Sun's entire body looked as if it had become a sharp sword. It was as if he was breaking the water as he advanced towards the cleft. Finally, Han Sun stepped onto the mountain and touched the mark. Boom! The endless sword mine came at Han Sun like the ceaseless discharge of an infinite river. It was like putting Han Sun's sword mind into a river of time, to remain washed forevermore. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress faces changed. They did not expect Han Sun to approach the mountain and use his hand to physically touch the sword mark. That mark had been left behind by an elite that was halfway through the process of becoming a god. He was ascending to the 5th sanctuary when this happened. And even an emperor's will would be damaged if they touched it. Han Sun's will was strong, but there was a chance even he would be damaged by touching it. If he did it poorly, his will would be broken and never return. Oh no! Furnace Emperor's stomach fell. He was very satisfied with Han Sun's skill, and it'd be a shame if the human was destroyed right there. It wasn't easy for Sumi to find such an accomplished teacher. Fire Empress sighed. She agreed Han Sun had enough power, but she never thought he'd be reckless enough to go and touch the mark. That was sure to hurt. Fire Empress merely hoped he wouldn't be damaged too badly to teach Sumi. Chapter 1568. Broken Sword Mind. The endless sword mind kept rushing against Han Sun's will, and even Han Sun found it difficult to withstand. He felt as if he was falling into an abyss, where hope and life forces were gone forever. If others were in his shoes, their wills would have broken. They would have given up. But Han Sun did not know what giving up meant. Beneath that pressure, his mind was still as hard as brushed steel, and he clung to the small amount of faith he had. At a time like this, success was not achieved through strength. It wasn't about talent either. It was all determined by a person's personality and the prior experiences that had shaped them. If their personalities were weak, it did not matter how refined their skills were. Their will would crumble. This was even true for super elites. Even with a mind that was really strong, it was difficult to survive this sort of force. Han Sun was a person with a mighty will, and he had adopted the stubborn personality that defined his parents. But even so, beneath the pressure of the sword mind, his grip and will were starting to lessen. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress saw Han Sun's expression change, and they broke out in a cold sweat. They knew this was bad news. Han Sun might not be able to withstand the constant force much longer, and his sword mind and will could soon buckle and break. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress teleported to the garden. They planned to pull Han Sun out of the sword mark. But before they could try, Han Sun's sword mind surged like an erupting volcano. The force charged out from Han Sun's sword mind to suppress the sword mind of the very mountain itself. How is this possible? Fire Empress and Furnace Emperor were frozen in shock. They could not believe what their eyes were witnessing. A human that did not even look superclass had a sword mind capable of suppressing Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. They felt as if the world was changing right below their feet. They froze in place, unsure of exactly what they were doing. Sumi was very excited at this point, and he said, "Teacher's sword mind is so powerful. I don't think I could find anyone with a stronger sword mind than his. Not even Six Paths Emperor could keep up with this performance." Han Sun felt terrible though. When his sword mind almost broke, the sleeping black crystal armor suddenly unleashed an additional portion of will directly into his sword mind to bolster it. It was then that Han Sun's sword mind erupted like mad, without any control. It allowed him to brush away Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. He was even able to suppress the sword mind of the entire mountain. But the will that came from the black crystal armor was too strong, and when it entered Han Sen's sword mind, he was almost unable to accept it all. Fortunately, Han Sen had a strong personality and will. He made the best decision he could in the short amount of time he had to decide. He used his sword mind to reinforce that will. Although it was hard, primarily due to the fact that Han Sen's sword mind was weak, and the boosting will was strong. Han Sen's own will was strong too. The boosting will was going to accept him, so it was able to assimilate with Han Sen's sword mind and allow a seamless increase in strength. When that additional will refined itself inside Han Sen's sword mind, it became stronger. Boom! Beneath the powerful impact of the sword mind, the mountain was sundered. It was cut in half and flung wide open. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind was fading, and all that remained was Han Sen's. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress felt their mouths drop. But they didn't say anything, they just froze as if they had become petrified. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind had been broken by Han Senator. It was difficult to believe. Luo Yu, Luo Hui, Luo Li, and Jia Sherdao had been waiting in the plaza for 2 days. But Han Sen had yet to return. Luo Hui complained, Han Sen is too arrogant. We are his elders, so why would he just leave us here? This is not Godslayer's shelter, and it's not his territory either. He can't control anything here. Just wait a little longer, Luo Li said. Yeah, we're lucky we're still breathing. Just wait a while, Jia Sherdao said. Luo Yu started to say something, but before he could, the gates swung open. The 2 white beasts stepped to either side as someone came out. Is he finally coming out? The group of them had a look. It was indeed Han Sen who came striding out. Luo Li wanted to shout Han Sen's name, but she closed her mouth when she saw the people around him. Luo Yu and Luo Hui's faces changed. The people who walked out alongside Han Sen were Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress. They stood beside him, with Sumi trailing them from behind. Teacher Han, please teach Sumi well. Hit him if you need to. Treat and think of him as you would your own child, Fire Empress said. Yes, Teacher Han. Let us know if there is anything you need. We will try to accommodate your needs in whatever way we can. Furnace Emperor spoke with earnest passion. Luo Li, Luo Yu, and Luo Hui were frozen in shock. They couldn't believe what their eyes were telling them. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress were top-tier spirits of the Fourth God's sanctuary. And yet, they were being friendly and very respectful to Han Senator. It was hard to imagine how a human could get the likes of Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress to treat them that way. Not even Luo Haitang could accomplish that. Don't worry, I will teach him. But how much he learns depends on his talent and his effort, Han Sen said. You are right, Teacher Han. If Sumi can only learn a small bit from you, you can consider us satisfied, Furnace Emperor said. Fire Empress said, it is up to Sumi how much he can learn from you. Even if he only learns a small amount from you, it is good enough for him. Jia Sherdao and the others were all frozen. The 2 powerful spirits didn't sound like emperors at all. Not as the humans had imagined. They looked like proper parents that were simply trying to snipe a good teacher for their kid. Is he really that strong? Luo Li was confused. She knew Han Sen was strong, but she found it hard to believe he was that strong. Even emperors were talking to him nicely. She hoped her own child might one day be able to study underneath his wing. Luo Hui and Luo Yu's brains were just empty. They could muster no reaction. When they walked out of Furnace Shelter with Han Sen, they still felt as if they were in a dream and none of it was real. Chapter 1569. Luo family's gift. Sumi followed Han Sen out of Furnace Shelter. He was going to travel with him as a student. Han Sen wasn't very good at teaching, but even if he only took the time to teach Sumi some skills of the Alliance, it would be enough. Compared to human education, what spirits received was pretty much rubbish. Spirits could live forever, so they could learn what they wanted whenever they wanted. There was no need for efficiency and proper timetabling. Humans weren't like that, of course. In ancient times, it was said that it was rare for humans to see the age of 70. That was considered a very old age. But a human's learning capabilities declined after the age of 30 anyway. Therefore, a core principle for humanity was the need for studying effectively and in a timely manner. Humans always tried to find the best ways to learn and absorb knowledge in the shortest amount of time. There were many different ways to study, but all of them were highly organized. This had been very important in ancient times. It didn't matter whether someone went to a public school or went to a private martial hall. The education they received had been refined for millennia. It was far better than anything spirits ever received. Han Sun did not think it would be difficult to teach Sumi. He asked the AI to formulate a plan and course of education for Sumi too. There were humans in furnished shelter, but no one really ever listened to them. Sumi certainly wouldn't, especially since he was emperor class. He had never taken the time to learn how humans studied. What Han Sun presented him with was all new. It fascinated him, and he put a lot of effort into studying as hard as he could. Luo Li, Luo Yu, and Luo Hui looked weirded out. They thought Han Sun's teaching method was so dull and average. They expected him to teach Sumi something grand and powerful. After seeing this, they wondered why Sumi would have such great respect for him. They could not understand why Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress had treated Han Sun so well, either. But still they kept their thoughts to themselves. They were a bit scared of Han Sun, and they did not want to criticize him. Han Sun, why don't you come to Godslayer's shelter with us? After they left the Valley of Sand, Luo Li invited Han Sun to come back with them. I'm going back to my own shelter. Take care. Han Sun was not a fan of the Luo family, and so he didn't want to stick with them very long. He brought the silver fox, Sumi, and the rest to leave with him. Jia Sherdao knew the Luo family's relationship with Han Sun was strained. He didn't say anything regarding that, but he did think to himself, it's difficult to discern the intricacies of genes. I am afraid the Luo family will fall, and when it does, the Han family will rise to supersede them. Maybe Han Sun will one day become better than Luo Haideng himself. It looks like the Iron Fist Martial Hall will need to morph to accommodate the coming change. Han Sun brought Sumi with him to his shelter. His new guest was a second-gen super spirit, so no creatures or spirits gave them any trouble on the return trip. Han Sun did not go back to God's ruin, and Sumi told them the place was shut down now, anyway. It would be many decades before it reopened. Little Lion King had gone back to Lion Mountain, so there was no point going back there, either. What are those crystal cacti in the Valley of Sand? Han Sun asked Sumi. Sumi smiled and said, it is a super creature. It isn't a normal one though, and it is actually called Cactus Needle. My parents spent a lot of time trying to claim it, so it could stand guard and protect the shelter. The crystal cactus branch you broke in the beginning was just an illusion. It didn't affect the real creature. Unless you find its real body and kill it, it can just keep on summoning illusions like that. The illusions are all strong, just like super creatures too. It makes for a powerful ally. That is a very powerful super creature indeed. It doesn't sound any weaker than a berserk super creature, actually, Han Sun complimented it. Yeah. If it wasn't, I don't think my parents would have exerted as much effort as they did when they claimed it. Sumi spoke of this proudly. They returned to Shadow Shelter before long, and Han Sun settled Sumi down there. Han Sun then called on Cheap Sheep and Green Cow to give him a sitrep on the shelter, so he could learn how things had been, and if any important events had unfolded in his absence. Bossman, with us here, the shelter has been doing fine. Cheap Sheep continued to compliment himself, and tell Han Sun how well he had performed. And he really had done well. He had done a great job while Han Sun was gone, and kept everything operational. Han Sun was satisfied. Red Pony was still in the garden, but Nine Life Cat was gone. Where it went Han Sun had no clue, but it never returned. Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon remained comfortably in the shelter, and it seemed as if they weren't keen on the concept of leaving. Gu Qingqing rarely left the shelter, but Elysian Moon frequently did. She came back from time to time, but she never communicated with Han Senator. She would always come back and return to Gu Qingqing's side. Han Sun wanted to ask Gu Qingqing a few questions and see if she was the number 4 mentioned in the diary, but after thinking it over for a while, he decided to go back to the Alliance first. He wanted to see his family and his son. Han's son had been gone for a long time, and he had missed them quite a bit. It is a shame Little Flower is too young and cannot go to the shelter. And I don't have enough power to ensure Ji Yanran could become a demigod safely. The whole family could hunt creatures together if we were all here, and we'd see each other a lot more. Han Sun sighed. When he went home, though, Han Sun thought something in the atmosphere had soured. Luolan and Ji Yanran were already there waiting for him. And when they saw him, they looked at him as if he was a criminal. Has something happened? Han Sun asked quickly. Nothing has happened, but you have a big problem. Luolan looked at Han Sun as if she was a judge, and she spoke with alarming seriousness. What problem do I have? Han Sun did not understand. You went to Godslayer shelter? Luolan asked. Han Sun nodded. I was on my way through. Due to a business arrangement I had to go. But don't you worry. I haven't established any ties to them. It's done. Looking very angry, Luolan pointed to the gift box on the table. She said, if nothing happened, then why did Old Stubbornness send these things here? Old Stubbornness? You mean Luo Haidang? What did he send here? Does he want to teach Han Yin some horrible skill again? I'm telling you she shouldn't learn that stuff. It'll harm her lifespan, Han Sun said quickly. Luolan shook her head and said, these were my favorite snacks. After all these years he still remembers. You better tell me what you did with him. There's no way that Old Stubbornness would concede to me and ask Luoli to deliver these things. Luoli brought it, but there were some items in there she didn't know about. It must have been his idea. Luolan said she'd never go back to see the Luo family again. But when Luo Haidang sent her those things, it made her feel weird. She was both touched and confused. After so many years, Luo Haidang finally understood. He didn't come, but the items he had included obviously meant a lot. Luolan didn't believe someone with Luo Haitang's personality would do this. But Luolan was worried Han Sun had sacrificed something, which prompted the gesture. Chapter 1570. Number 4. Han Sun himself was surprised. Although he had seen Luo Haitang in Godslayer shelter, he hadn't agreed to any of the man's requests or given him anything. So why would the old man send a gift? It seemed as if he really wanted to re-establish a connection with Luolan. But given Luolan's personality, Han Sun knew what Luo Haitang might have been like. It had been many years since he saw her, and there had been no texting or form of communication in the meantime. If he'd really wanted to send her something, he'd had plenty of time to do it. It wouldn't have had to be that day of all days. Now that he had sent something, it obviously had something to do with him, having just met Han Sr. Mom, I didn't do anything for him. I didn't agree to anything. Han Sun went on to relay the story of how he encountered Luo Haitang. You dodged his palm. Luolan looked at Han Sun with wide-open eyes. She looked as if she was in shock. I didn't learn the falsified Sky Sutra either. But you know that I knew about it, and what to expect. Is there something wrong with the fact that I managed to dodge it? Han Sun didn't think there was a problem. No, there's nothing wrong. You did a great job. Luolan was very happy to hear this. She put her fingers on Han Sun's cheek and rubbed it. My good son, you really did a great job. What does that mean? Han Sun looked confused, not entirely sure what had just happened. He had very rarely seen her this happy. Nothing. It's just good, that's all. Luolan smiled and left, not really answering Han Sun's question. Han Sun rested at home for another 2 days before returning to the sanctuary. When he got back, he went directly to Gu Qingqing's room. Just as he was about to knock on the door to her chamber, he heard Gu Qingqing's voice say, Come in. The door isn't locked. Han Sun lightly pushed the door open. Gu Qingqing was in front of a table, drawing with an old pen. Han Sun learned about what she was doing in a history lesson. It was calligraphy. She was using a brush pen, a tool devised by ancient humans to write. They weren't really used anymore. The few that still existed were typically used by artists for a few odd tasks. He hadn't expected Gu Qingqing to be the sort to love them like so. Han Sun wasn't very good with art, but he could tell that she must have had a lot of practice to draw with the level of talent she had. Gu Qingqing lowered her pen. She took a moment to admire her own artwork before asking, "Why were you looking for me?" Han Sun smiled and then said, "I met someone who told me some wild things about you. I don't know if he was a liar, so I'd like to ask you for the truth about these things he said about you." "Oh, what did he say about me?" Gu Qingqing looked at Han Sun, as if her curiosity had been piqued. Han Sun had already established how he'd approach this conversation in his mind. Now he smiled and said, "He said you killed Cruel Chi, is that true or false?" Gu Qingqing frowned and said, "Maybe. I don't remember. I have killed many creatures in my lifetime. Cruel Chi was a famous demigod super creature. If you killed one such as that, you wouldn't have forgotten, would you?" Han Sun didn't believe her. "I really did just forget. Why would I lie about this?" Gu Qingqing said, with lifted lips. Han Sun thought that if Gu Qingqing wanted to lie, she would have just said a simple yes or no. He couldn't quite tell from the answer he was given. "It's okay if you don't remember that." He said a lot of other things. He said you drank the pee of a jade beast to avoid dying of thirst out in the desert, and Han Sun was going to say a few similar statements, but before he could finish speaking the first, Gu Qingqing's face changed. "Impossible. No one knew about that. How would you know?" Gu Qingqing stared at Han Sun as if she had seen a ghost. "You really did this? Then did you hide inside the hunting sky beast's egg and end up getting sat on by the hunting sky beast for an entire month?" Han Sun asked. "Impossible. No one should know about this. Who did you hear it from?" Gu Qingqing's face changed. She ran in front of him and grabbed him by the sleeves. "I said I met someone, didn't I? He told me these things, saying that he saw you commit these acts. I thought he was lying. I had no idea he was telling me the truth." Han Sun was both surprised and happy. He was now sure Gu Qingqing was the number 4 in the diary. "Impossible. When I did these things, humans did not even know what a steamer was. Who could have seen me?" Gu Qingqing looked annoyed. Han Sun froze. His eyes opened wide as he looked at her, and he said, "Steamer? That is something from ancient times. Were you in the sanctuary all the way back then?" Han Sun couldn't believe what he was hearing, but Gu Qingqing had unwittingly proved what he wished to know. Gu Qingqing frowned as she stared at him. She said, "You are right. I am from that era. I was in the sanctuary even during ancient times. Tell me who told you this stuff. When I did these things, humans could not appear in the sanctuaries. They shouldn't have been able to see me. No way. Back then, there were no teleporters. There weren't even generators. How were you able to enter the sanctuary? You're joking, right?" Han Sun heard every word, but he found it hard to believe. "Does it look like I am joking?" Gu Qingqing said coldly. "But that is not right. Even if you entered the shelter, that would have been at least 10,000 years ago. Even as a demigod, your few hundred-year lifespan should have long been over. How have you lived for so long?" Gu Qingqing had admitted to something quite strange. He didn't believe it. "I don't care if you believe it or not. I only want you to tell me who told you this stuff." Gu Qingqing's face looked dim. A chill had run down her spine. The things she had done were something no other human could have seen. The things Han Sun spoke of were events she believed no one else would know about. Spirits and creatures couldn't have known either. Now that Han Sun had said this, it spooked her quite a bit. If someone knew about these things, then it meant someone had been watching her in ancient times, and even up until now. This was a pretty scary thing to learn. "Is there a way for you to prove to me you hail from ancient times?" Han Sun saw that she wasn't actually joking. He had a number of different questions he wished to ask her. Comments 9. Excalibur Umbra 1st Samfjeff 9th Van Hickman. See this. I just gifted the story. Balloon Vote with Power Stone Send Gifts Chapter 1571. Qigong Caster. It doesn't matter if I can or not. If you don't believe me, just pretend I'm not. But just tell me who told you these things. Gu Qingqing knew Han Sun, and she knew it couldn't have been Han Sun who saw those events. Someone must have told him. So, Gu Qingqing had no reason to be suspicious about what he had told her. "I'm not sure. I met someone, but I don't know anything about him. I never saw him again after that." Han Sen didn't know who the person was, so he couldn't tell her. Gu Qingqing frowned and looked at Han Senator. She didn't believe what he said. After all, why would some random stranger tell him such stories? Han Sen kept talking about things that didn't matter, now wanting to slip away. He had at least confirmed that Gu Qingqing was the elusive number 4. But if Gu Qingqing was a human that had been in the sanctuaries in ancient times, like she had just told him, how did she enter? And how was she still alive after all that time had passed? Something else confused Han Sen too. If number 4 was a number the observer had just written down, did that mean the other numbers were humans too? If they were humans, how were the numbers decided? If the numbers were given by order of entry into the sanctuaries, then that meant 3 had already come before her. Of course, this was all just guesswork. The numbers might not have even represented humans. You can leave, but you need to explain things to me first. Gu Qingqing raced to the door and blocked the exit, prohibiting Han Sen from leaving. Han Sen looked at Gu Qingqing. He thought what she said was fairly believable. When he first met her, he thought she was strange. He never thought she fit into this world anyway. The name Gu Qingqing itself was something rather old-fashioned. It wasn't a modern human name at all, and some of her behavior flat out made Han Sen feel strange. She was both mysterious and hauntingly beautiful, and that in itself was odd. Her being different might have been something to expect then. Now that he thought about it, Gu Qingqing didn't look like a modern human either. I can tell you what you want to know, but first, I need you to tell me who you are, Han Sen said quietly. I told you already. You're the one who chose not to believe me, Gu Qingqing said. Even if I did believe you are an ancient human, you should have a historical identity. Back then, humans were separated by countries. Which country did you hail from? What did you do before? What Han Sen wanted to know the most was how she had managed to enter the sanctuary. He was afraid that by asking her directly, he wouldn't receive an answer. First, he had to test the waters. Gu Qingqing looked at Han Sen with strange doubt, but answered, I am from the Chu state. I am a Qigong caster. Qigong caster? Which faction did you belong to? Han Sen asked politely. That's none of your business, Gu Qingqing answered. How did you get into the sanctuary? Han Sen asked. If I answer this question, you will have to tell me who told you all that stuff. Gu Qingqing looked right at Han Sen when she said this. Okay, it's a deal, Han Sen agreed. With no hesitation, Gu Qingqing said, I am from Chu state but I practiced at sea. Once, when I returned to land in my boat, a weird vortex appeared. I fell into it, and when I came to, I was in the sanctuary. Which planet was the vortex on? And where? Han Sen asked. That's pointless information. I left the sanctuary many times to search for the vortex, but I learned nothing. I have even used powerful submarines to search underwater. All I found are ordinary seas and nothing else special, Gu Qingqing said. Han Sen nodded. According to what you have said, if you are from Chu state, it has been tens of thousands of years. How have you managed to live so long? I told you. I have answered your original question, and now it is your turn to answer mine. Answer my question. Who told you this stuff? Gu Qingqing said. Han Sen pulled out a book and showed it to her. It wasn't the diary he found in the control room though. It was a copy he had made. The number 4 sections were there, while he had left the original at home. This was why Han Sen did not go see her immediately. Gu Qingqing took the book and opened it with confusion. After seeing it, her face changed. She flipped through the book really quickly and soon looked ill. Who is this person? Gu Qingqing closed the book and stared at Han Senator. She looked very angry, and goosebumps ran up and down her skin after having read all the complaints. From what she asked, it looked as if something she never thought would be known had now been exposed for all to see. She felt naked. I don't know the writer, but I copied it from a book I found in God's ruin. Han Sen went on to tell her what happened. Gu Qingqing wasn't too convinced with the tale though. She stared at him for a good long while. She wanted to find the truth from his face, but she was disappointed. If what you're saying is true, there must be more numbers. There has to be another 3 at least, Gu Qingqing said thoughtfully. Yes, but there isn't much about them. Just 2 sentences. You were the focus of the record. Han Sun smiled. Let me see the other parts. Gu Qingqing reached out her hand. Okay, but you need to tell me how you've managed to live all this time. Han Sun blinked. Gu Qingqing did not hesitate, and it looked as if she had just thought of something. She had to confirm her thoughts and said, I had been here for a dozen years when I explored God's ruin. I entered a strange place and got trapped there. It felt like a short time, maybe a few months. But when I came out, the teleporters in the shelters that were previously not available for use now were functional. I used one of them to leave the sanctuary, and then I learned that tens of thousands of years had passed. Saying this, Gu Qingqing then thought of something quite upsetting. She looked darkly at Han Sun and said, Not long after I returned to the Alliance, I met your liar. I met your great-grandfather. Han Sun could imagine what would happen if a person displaced from the ancient past met a liar. The place you went to, were there many crystal machines? Han Sun asked. Chapter 1571. Qigong Caster. It doesn't matter if I can or not. If you don't believe me, just pretend I'm not. But just tell me who told you these things. Gu Qingqing knew Han Sun, and she knew it couldn't have been Han Sun who saw those events. Someone must have told him. So, Gu Qingqing had no reason to be suspicious about what he had told her. I'm not sure. I met someone, but I don't know anything about him. I never saw him again after that. Han Sun didn't know who the person was, so he couldn't tell her. Gu Qingqing frowned and looked at Han Senator. She didn't believe what he said. After all, why would some random stranger tell him such stories? Han Sun kept talking about things that didn't matter, now wanting to slip away. He had at least confirmed that Gu Qingqing was the elusive number 4. But if Gu Qingqing was a human that had been in the sanctuaries in ancient times, like she had just told him, how did she enter? And how was she still alive after all that time had passed? Something else confused Han Sun too. If number 4 was a number the observer had just written down, did that mean the other numbers were humans too? If they were humans, how were the numbers decided? If the numbers were given by order of entry into the sanctuaries, then that meant 3 had already come before her. Of course, this was all just guesswork. The numbers might not have even represented humans. You can leave, but you need to explain things to me first. Gu Qingqing raced to the door and blocked the exit, prohibiting Han Sun from leaving. Han Sun looked at Gu Qingqing. He thought what she said was fairly believable. When he first met her, he thought she was strange. He never thought she fit into this world anyway. The name Gu Qingqing itself was something rather old-fashioned. It wasn't a modern human name at all. And some of her behavior flat out made Han Sun feel strange. She was both mysterious and hauntingly beautiful, and that in itself was odd. Her being different might have been something to expect then. Now that he thought about it, Gu Qingqing didn't look like a modern human either. I can tell you what you want to know, but first, I need you to tell me who you are, Han Sun said quietly. I told you already. You're the one who chose not to believe me, Gu Qingqing said. Even if I did believe you are an ancient human, you should have a historical identity. Back then, humans were separated by countries. Which country did you hail from? What did you do before? What Han Sun wanted to know the most was how she had managed to enter the sanctuary. He was afraid that by asking her directly, he wouldn't receive an answer. First, he had to test the waters. Gu Qingqing looked at Han Sun with strange doubt, but answered, I am from the Chu state. I am a Qigong caster. Qigong caster? Which faction did you belong to? Han Sun asked politely. That's none of your business, Gu Qingqing answered. How did you get into the sanctuary? Han Sun asked. If I answer this question, you will have to tell me who told you all that stuff. Gu Qingqing looked right at Han Sun when she said this. Okay, it's a deal, Han Sun agreed. With no hesitation, Gu Qingqing said, I am from Chu state, but I practiced at sea. Once when I returned to land in my boat, a weird vortex appeared. I fell into it, and when I came to, I was in the sanctuary. Which planet was the vortex on? And where? Han Sun asked. That's pointless information. I left the sanctuary many times to search for the vortex, but I learned nothing. I have even used powerful submarines to search underwater. All I've found are ordinary seas and nothing else special, Gu Qingqing said. Han Sen nodded. According to what you have said, if you are from Chu State, it has been tens of thousands of years. How have you managed to live so long? I told you. I have answered your original question, and now it is your turn to answer mine. Answer my question. Who told you this stuff? Gu Qingqing said. Han Sen pulled out a book and showed it to her. It wasn't the diary he found in the control room though. It was a copy he had made. The number 4 sections were there, while he had left the original at home. This was why Han Sen did not go see her immediately. Gu Qingqing took the book and opened it with confusion. After seeing it, her face changed. She flipped through the book really quickly and soon looked ill. Who is this person? Gu Qingqing closed the book and stared at Han Senator. She looked very angry, and goosebumps ran up and down her skin after having read all the complaints. From what she asked, it looked as if something she never thought would be known had now been exposed for all to see. She felt naked. I don't know the writer, but I copied it from a book I found in God's ruin. Han Sen went on to tell her what happened. Gu Qingqing wasn't too convinced with the tale though. She stared at him for a good long while. She wanted to find the truth from his face, but she was disappointed. If what you're saying is true, there must be more numbers. There has to be another 3 at least, Gu Qingqing said thoughtfully. Yes, but there isn't much about them. Just 2 sentences. You are the focus of the record. Han Sen smiled. Let me see the other parts. Gu Qingqing reached out her hand. Okay, but you need to tell me how you've managed to live all this time. Han Sen blinked. Gu Qingqing did not hesitate, and it looked as if she had just thought of something. She had to confirm her thoughts and said, I had been here for a dozen years when I explored God's ruin. I entered a strange place and got trapped there. It felt like a short time, maybe a few months. But when I came out, the teleporters in the shelters that were previously not available for use now were functional. I used one of them to leave the sanctuary, and then I learned that tens of thousands of years had passed. Saying this, Gu Qingqing then thought of something quite upsetting. She looked darkly at Han Sen and said, Not long after I returned to the Alliance, I met your liar. I met your great-grandfather. Han Sen could imagine what would happen if a person displaced from the ancient past met a liar. The place you went to, were there many crystal machines? Han Sen asked. Chapter 1572. Gu Qingqing nodded. You are right. The rooms you and I went to were similar. There were some differences, however. I guess those must have been crystallizer items, but I didn't know that at the time. And when I actually returned from there, I was unable to find the entrance I had originally used. Han Sen thought the sanctuaries definitely had some association with the crystallizers now. When he entered the main control room, he himself had been taken 10 years into the future. He had no reason to doubt what she was telling him, but Han Sen still believed that something was amiss. He looked at Gu Qingqing and said, I remember something. Weren't you a member of the 7th team? You were with Han Jinji in the beginning, and it's a well-known fact that humans were unable to enter the sanctuaries at that point. The teleporters were just for testing. Did you get out through one of those devices? Gu Qingqing shook her head. Teleporters aren't the only way for one to leave the sanctuaries. When I teleported away, I found myself standing at an altar situated in some old construct on a human-inhabited planet. It was my exit point, but there was no way for me to re-enter from there. When I eventually returned to the sanctuaries, I made use of human-built teleporters to go to and fro. Han Sen asked, When you entered the sanctuary with Han Jinji, what did you see? I have answered enough for now. Now it's your turn. Give me the rest of the book. Gu Qingqing simply put out her hands. Answer my last question. What happened there? Han Sen insisted on an answer for this. I don't know what happened. We met a being called God. He said he could fulfill our grandest wishes, but we would only receive one each. Han Jinji told me not to make a wish, so I left with Ning. Ning did not make a wish either. After that, I'm unsure what happened, Gu Qingqing said. Were you a demigod by that point already? Did you think that was God himself? Or was it just some strong, almighty creature? Han Sen asked. I don't know. I guess that place was the elusive fifth sanctuary, though. The god we met might have just been a god-class creature, Gu Qingqing said, and then put her hands out again. She said, I've answered everything you've wanted to hear. Now give me what I'm owed. I left the original version at home. I'll have to go and get it. There was nothing more Han Sen could ask, so he complied and went to retrieve the diary for her. She could read ancient texts better than Han Sen, so she moved through the contents of the diary at a much faster pace. Strange. That's very strange. Gu Qingqing was talking to herself as she perused the contents of the book. What is strange? Han Sen quickly asked. The creatures mentioned are from the fourth god's sanctuary. I saw some after I became a demigod, but when humans from the Alliance entered, they all disappeared. These people who are numbered, they sound like individuals that might be easy to find. I don't think they are the same sort of humans you'd find in the Alliance, Gu Qingqing said. Maybe they're like you. Perhaps they were people who could enter before all humans naturally could, Han Sen suggested. Judging from the numerical values, it seems as if there might be a few thousand such people. I have never met them during my time in the sanctuaries, however, Gu Qingqing said. The sanctuaries are big places. A few thousand scattered across such vast worlds? I'd say it's not too out of the ordinary that you haven't encountered any, Han Sen said. Gu Qingqing shook her head and said, Impossible. Some people mentioned in here are said to have killed famous demigod super creatures. There's no way I wouldn't have heard about any of these feats being accomplished. That is weird. Maybe the numbers aren't all humans, then? Han Sen pointed at the last part and asked. Can you explain the last part? It sounds as if you hadn't been seen in a while. Where did you go off to? Is it because I entered that strange place, and they could not see me? Gu Qingqing said, after some thought. That is possible. But that also means these observations began recently. Those numbered humans are old humans, though, not modern humans, Han Sen said, after also taking a moment to think. It looks like the crystallizers have quite the connection to the sanctuaries, but history says they were destroyed a long time ago. There are many tidbits to string together and figure out here. Gu Qingqing gave the diary back to Han Sen, and then went on to say, If you want to get to the bottom of all this, we can cooperate. If you make any more discoveries, how about you share what you know with me? We can investigate this together. What do you think? I can agree to that, yes. Han Sen then asked, What is up with Elysian Moon, by the way? Why do you both look identical? She is a spirit. That is one item of discussion that is none of your business. Gu Qingqing's temperament went cold. We are cooperating, aren't we? It's best that partners get to know each other a bit better. Han Sen smiled. This is off limits to our cooperation. Gu Qingqing then swiftly pushed Han Sen out of her room and slammed the door. Han Sen touched his nose and left. He wasn't put off. He'd just ask again next time. It's time to show off my skills. Han Sen went to the Geno Core storage. He wanted to get all his Geno Cores to first place before proceeding to gold class. Han Sen's genes had leveled up very quickly, but his Geno Cores hadn't been given the opportunity to catch up. He wanted to spend some time upgrading his Geno Cores now. It would be difficult to reach super class, but reaching gemstone should be easy enough. Han Sen used Crystal Core as his key for entry. This Geno Core was already in first place, so many wished to challenge and dethrone it. Han Sen then saw a familiar name. It was Ghost Eye. He was in the top 10 in the Silver Geno Core rankings. Han Sen wasn't sure if Ghost Eye had worked his way through the ranks, or if he had just bought his way up. Han Sen remembered striking a bargain with him once, one that Ghost Eye swiftly betrayed. Although Ghost Eye had ultimately failed, Han Sen was still upset about what had occurred. This guy has guts to challenge me. If he wants to die, I suppose I don't mind helping him. Han Sen clenched his fists and accepted Ghost Eye's challenge. Then he entered the Geno Core battleground. Han Sen found the three-eyed panther waiting on the battleground. It was indeed the lying asshole Ghost Eye. You've got some nerve showing your face to me. Han Sen moved his body and teleported directly in front of the tricky feline. Boss, hang on. I have a big secret I wish to inform you about. Ghost Eye screamed as he tried to run. Chapter 1573. 1573. You and your secret can go to hell. Hansen wasn't having any of it. Wearing the ghost armor given to him by Ghost Eye, he dashed in front of the creature and attempted to punch its head in. I have an Emperor Geno core. I was going to give it to you, please take it. Ghost Eye screamed, seeing he'd be unable to dodge the manic fist. When Hansen heard this, he stopped. He let his fist hover above the panther's third eye, and he said, "You've got 3 seconds. If I don't see an Emperor Geno core within the allotted time, you're going straight to hell." 1. Ghost Eye gritted his teeth and pulled out an item that resembled a claw. He placed it in front of Hansen. Then he said, "Boss, this is it. I know I was wrong to do what I did last time, but now I am being wholeheartedly sincere. For first place, I am willing to give you this Emperor Geno core. Please believe me once more." Hansen took the item from Ghost Eye, with his other hand still hovering above the creature's head. He said, "This is an Emperor Geno core?" Hansen did not believe Ghost Eye. If he had an Emperor Geno core, why would he throw it away to get first place for a silver Geno core? Not even first place in the gemstone leaderboard would be worth that much, he reckoned. It was a strange Geno core. In the Geno core storage, a Geno core was sealed and unusable if it wasn't the self-Geno core used as a key for entry. But that Geno core did not look as if it had just been sealed by the Geno core storage. It looked gray and dark like rusted steel. It was weird. It looked like a flute, minus the holes. It was like a pipe made of stone. Ghost Eye smiled and said, "You are smart. This is indeed an Emperor Geno core, but it just has the problem of being sealed. But with your strength, you can most certainly unseal it and become the best in the fourth god's sanctuary. Had you been able to unseal it, you wouldn't have given it to me, would you?" Hansen looked at him with disdain. Ghost Eye looked awkward, and with a grin he said, "I was unable to open it because I was weak. You, however, are so strong. You must certainly be able to. I'm taking the item as a punishment for you breaking the deal last time. If you want to gain first place this time, go and bring me something even better. Don't bring me something else like this," Hansen said. And without giving the creature a chance to object, he punched it in the face. Ghost Eye hacked out blood. He had been injured, but he was allowed to concede and exit the Geno battleground. Fuck. He's worse than me. He took my stuff and didn't give me anything. Ghost Eye was feeling fairly disheartened. He had tricked Hansen once, but he had never expected him to reach first place again. Now that he had sacrificed the Emperor Geno core and gotten beaten up without obtaining first place as he desired, he was dismayed. It looks like I'll have to wait until he reaches gold class before I can reach first place. I wasted my Emperor class Geno core. Ghost Eye was feeling very upset, and he spoke his sorrow aloud. Ghost Eye had given Hansen an Emperor Geno core. It was quite infamous in the fourth god's sanctuary, but so was its seal. No one had ever been able to open it. The emperor that used to own it was named Drink Blood Emperor. He was a very infamous spirit, and this Geno core belonged to him. It was called Blow Blood. The sad thing was Drink Blood Emperor garnered the ire of a certain creature, and was killed by it. The result of this circumstance left Blow Blood sealed. After that, the Blow Blood Geno core had passed through the hands of many different elites. Sadly, no one had ever figured out how to unseal it. Its renown increased, but so too did the belief that it was completely worthless. After all, no matter how strong you were, a sealed Geno core was useless. Ghost Eye had only managed to get it recently, and he wished to speak with Hansen and offer it up in exchange for first place. But Hansen wanted to kill him right away, and in a rush, Ghost Eye had to play his cards and reveal Blow Blood. He had actually planned to trick him again, after the exchange too, but now that Blow Blood had been taken, and he had not obtained first place, Ghost Eye was quite upset. Fortunately, Blow Blood's worth was only the equivalent of a gemstone Geno core nowadays. Therefore it wasn't all that expensive to lose. He'd be a lot more upset if he lost something of even greater value. Hansen, seeing Ghost Eye, was not in a rush to level up his crystal core now. He wanted to scam the panther and drain him of what he could before proceeding on to gold class. Han Sun left the Genocore storage with the intent of studying his new Genocore. He wanted to see if he was the one who could unseal the item. Han Sun had never heard of Blood Genocore though. He didn't know where it came from, and a part of him even thought it wasn't actually an Emperor Genocore. Han Sun summoned his gold-class Real Blood Genocore and attached it to the Blood Genocore. He wanted to see if that would allow it to be used. Real blood landed on the gray pipe. It didn't melt into it, but it didn't slide down either. It seemed to be absorbing. Han Sun watched the process, and near Real Blood's position, a red line like a piece of silk was being generated. It seemed as if real blood was soaking into the Genocore. Han Sun was delighted, and so he thought. It looks like real blood is helping with the seal. At this rate, it might take a few days. If Ghost Eye learned that blood could be unsealed, he'd definitely be angrier. Han Sun still did not know whether or not it was an Emperor Genocore. But the seal was very powerful. He had no doubt about that. It was a high-class Genocore either way. It was definitely super, at the very least. As Han Sun continued his investigation, Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon suddenly walked into the hall. Elysian Moon hadn't been seen for a while. This time, she had come back looking terrible. She was covered in wounds. Her face was pale and bloodied. There is an angry creature nearby. It's a super creature, and it hurt Elysian Moon. I'm going to go kill it. Would you like to come with me? Gu Qingqing asked Han Sun directly. How are you going to split the profits? Han Sun asked. You can have the loot. I just want to avenge her, Gu Qingqing said. She wouldn't come looking for me if it was this easy. There must be something up with the creature. Han Sun didn't think Gu Qingqing would approach Han Sun to assign an easy task. The Destroyer Wolf at rank 139, on the Super Genocore leaderboard, won't be all that easy to kill, Gu Qingqing said. May I ask what your rank is on the Super Genocore leaderboard? Han Sun asked, out of genuine curiosity. I am 17th, Gu Qingqing said carelessly. You're that high. You're 17th, and you can't defeat this Destroyer Wolf. That is only 139? Han Sun was surprised. It can't beat me in raw strength, but it has the ability to consume space. I will be unable to catch him. And that is why I'll need you and Nightmare, Gu Qingqing said. To me, it sounds as if all you really need is the assistance of Little Red. Why don't you just ask him straight away? I can't make him come. Han Sun shook his head. He won't accept my invitation, but you will be just as useful as him. You can come to help, Gu Qingqing said. Okay. And just to confirm what you told me, I will be receiving the items once it's dead, yes? Han Sun smiled. If you can truly help, sure. Would you plan on taking the loot even if you didn't put any effort in? Gu Qingqing wasn't very polite when it came to these sorts of affairs. We will see, but I am known to take out as much as I put in. Han Sun did not argue, and just went along with her. He wanted to see how strong Gu Qingqing was if she truly was ranked 17th on the Super Genocore leaderboard. Han Sun followed Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon out of the shelter. The travel was dull for Han Sun, and he found himself bored. So he asked, who is in first place on the Super Genocore leaderboard? Gu Qingqing was equally bored. She said, the one currently in first place is the fellow who leads Sacred. He claims to be God's own child, but there are others who have the same might as him. The person in first place switches every now and again. Why does the person in first place frequently change? Han Sun asked, having been surprised by this. What's so weird about that? There are many powerful Genocores there, of Emperor class and Berserk class. They're all good at something. No one is the absolute strongest. That being said, when I first became a demigod, I heard there was a Genocore that held first place for a very long time. It hadn't lost once. But that is the only time in history when the first place on the Super Genocore leaderboard seemed fixed. Nowadays, the holder of the first position changes frequently, Gu Qingqing said. What was that Genocore's name? Is it still on the leaderboard? Han Sun asked with curiosity. If it was still on the leaderboard, the ranks wouldn't keep changing. I have only heard about it through hearsay though. When I first arrived here, it was already gone. I suppose you could say it's more of a myth now. Its name, however, was Destiny's Tower. I can only suppose it left for the fifth sanctuary alongside its master, Gu Qingqing said. When Han Sun heard Gu Qingqing say this, his heart jumped. If that stellar Geno core was indeed Destiny's Tower, it probably meant the one resting in his Sea of Soul. Shit! Destiny's Tower is that strong? Han Sun held on to his excitement and pretended the name didn't ring any bells. Then he asked, who was Destiny's Tower's master? I don't know, and I don't think anyone does. It's an old myth, and it is something I have only heard of once, Gu Qingqing said. Han Sun asked a few more questions, but she didn't know much. She said the master of Destiny's Tower was strange. The rumors said when he first appeared on the Geno Core leaderboard, he did so at a low rank. Apparently, it was in the 10,000s. No one had seen it in the first few ranks, but all of a sudden, it managed to reach number 1. No one knew whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, this was just part of the myth. Gu Qingqing had only heard about these events. She hadn't witnessed them firsthand. Han Sun retreated into thought. Is this Destiny's Tower the same one that's in my Sea of Soul? If it is that good, and so was its master, why did they not go on to the fifth sanctuary? And who was that being in armor that resided in the Black Chimenea? Why was he an enemy of Destiny's Tower's master? All these questions now rattled around Han Sen's head, but thinking he actually owned that tower now, he almost lost control and laughed his head off. Dad, why are you so happy? Bauer was in Han Sen's arms. She looked right at him as she spoke. Oh, it's just because you're next to me. That's why I am happy, Han Sen quickly said. He was worried Gu Qingqing might have gotten suspicious. When Bauer heard this, she was delighted. She kissed Han Sun on the cheek and said, I am happy too when you are around me. Elysian Moon couldn't bear watching it. She balked. Ugh, you two are so gross. You're just jealous. You could be like me if you had a beautiful daughter too. Han Sun held Bauer and laughed at her. Humph. Elysian Moon turned glum and looked away. Han Sun felt weird about that though. He wasn't sure what he said that might have upset her. What he said shouldn't have peeved her as it did. Gu Qingqing then changed the subject. When you see Destroyer Wolf, be careful. It can consume space. And it can also leap out at you from tears in the dimension, pouncing at you from any angle. If he slips into a space crack, follow me. That sounds annoying. How do you plan on killing it? Han Sun frowned and asked. Han Sun had enough power to fight super creatures, but this was a berserk super creature with space powers. It would be a hard fight. That was, unless he used his Destiny's Tower. But that thing cost a lot of energy, and it wouldn't be wise to show it off in public. If others recognized it was Destiny's Tower, and it was in the hands of a human, all the emperors and super creatures would come dogpile on him to end him. Maybe we should take a look first. There's every chance we won't get to him, Gu Qingqing said. What do you mean? Han Sun was shocked. That Destroyer Wolf offended some people. For some reason, many creatures and spirits are now after him. We're just going to try our luck and see if we can get it. We might not even be able to find it, Gu Qingqing said. Why didn't you tell me any of this sooner? Han Sun frowned. Hearing her say this, Han Sun knew this task would not be as simple as he had initially assumed. They walked for less than 2 days, and there were scary beings everywhere. Sometimes Han Sun could even detect powerful auras sweeping across the sky. However, the creatures seemed to be moving chaotically. It felt less like they were chasing something, and more like they were searching. They must be looking for that Destroyer Wolf, said Elysian Moon. Just when Han Sun was about to respond, Sumi ran up to him and said, Teacher, something major is happening. What's happening? Han Sun asked, looking at Sumi. He had sent Sumi out earlier to train. Sumi said excitedly, The Destroyer Wolf stole a descendant of the Master of Sacred Shelter. Now it has come toward us, and many powerful super creatures are chasing it. A child of Sacred Shelter's master? A creature like goddess? Han Sun suddenly imagined a goddess climbing out of an egg, which was a bizarre thought. Yes. I heard that it's the child of Sacred's master, and a berserk super creature. But the berserk super creature wasn't living in Sacred Shelter, which was how the Destroyer Wolf managed to steal the egg. Now, Many powerful shelters like Sacred and Outer Sky are all hunting that destroyer wolf. Said Sumi Sacred is powerful enough to gather all those shelters to help him? Asked Han-sun amazed. No. They're all looking for the egg. It's a descendant of two berserk super creatures, so its genes must be extraordinary. The egg will be highly beneficial to any being that eats it if it's a female. Then they'll keep it and make it procreate with others to further improve the genes. Sumi couldn't be more excited. He lowered his voice and said to Han-sun, "Teacher, should we also go look for it? If we're lucky enough, perhaps we can actually find the egg. Then let's try to find it before others do." Han-sun didn't have much hope for it. Many top-tier shelters sent their most powerful creatures to look for the destroyer wolf and that egg. That destroyer wolf had been given plenty of time to hide itself. Han-sun didn't think they alone would be able to find it. And even if he could find it, it wouldn't be easy to steal the egg from so many terrifying beings. Many powerful creatures swept across the sky above them. After only half a day, Han-sun detected 20 different creatures flying over him. And those were just the ones close enough for him to notice. However, they were still searching chaotically. It seemed that they still hadn't found the destroyer wolf yet. "Elysian Moon, where did you meet the destroyer wolf?" Han-sun asked her. "Near Rolling Dragon Lake," Elysian Moon said, pointing in a direction. Han-sun was kind of familiar with the area around him, since it wasn't far from his shelter. Rolling Dragon Lake was a giant lake among the mountains, and it was named such because of the dragon-like creatures in the lake. Han-sun had heard that there was a lake nearby, but he had never been there. Though Rolling Dragon Lake was among the mountains, it was very large, more than 100 square miles. However, the water in the lake was dark, giving out dark light like gas. It looked dense, so nobody could see anything that was even an inch below the water's surface. Nobody could say for sure whether a creature could actually live in the water or not. When Han-sun and the others arrived at the lake, they found Goddess already there. Goddess looked a bit different from before. Her life force had become terrifying, but it was also obscured and difficult to read. It seemed that she had reached super level. Just as Han-sun observed Goddess, she also noticed Han-sun, and her eyes became aloof. However, seeing Gu Qingqing beside Han-sun, Goddess frowned and began walking toward Han-sun with some creatures from her shelter beside her. There were 4 creatures beside Goddess, and they were all livid. Apparently, they were already super creatures and all of them were mighty. However, Goddess didn't talk to Han Sr. Instead, she walked up to Gu Qingqing and asked, "Elysium Master, is this person related to you? How is that your business one way or the other?" asked Gu Qingqing mildly. "This man is a mortal enemy of mine. If he doesn't have anything to do with you, I'm going to take my revenge now." Gu Qingqing took a look at Han-sun, squinted her eyes and said, "What do you think?" Han-sun heard it and said, "Of course there's a connection between us. We're partners working together." "You heard that, right?" Gu Qingqing said, glancing at Goddess. "Of course. I'll let him go this time for your sake." Goddess waved her hands and left with those 4 super creatures. "You get along pretty well here." Han-sun gave a thumbs up to Gu Qingqing. "You owe me one," said Gu Qingqing. "Okay, no problem, but I'm still a bit confused. Why did she call you Elysium Master? You're a human. How did you become the head of the Elysium race?" Han-sun was curious about that. "That has nothing to do with you." Gu Qingqing glared at him, then took Elysian Moon and walked toward the lake. Han-sun looked in the direction that Goddess had vanished, then followed Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon. There was indeed some evidence of a fight that had happened beside the lake, and there were some residual tears in the fabric of space. They were feeble, but they hadn't yet healed entirely. Goddess and her sidekicks were also looking at those rips in space. They could tell that the tears had been left by Destroyer Wolf. Han-sun also used his Dongxian aura to observe the remaining evidence of the wolf. There were only a few molecules left, and it was probably because Destroyer Wolf got away through the space fault, so it didn't leave any molecules on its way. Gu Qingqing only looked at it for a short while, but she couldn't find any clues. She frowned and said, "Someone was definitely chasing the Destroyer Wolf, and that's how Elysian Moon was lucky enough to get away." The Destroyer Wolf also escaped through the space cracks. We might not be able to find any traces here. Let's just walk around and look. Perhaps we'll be lucky enough to find some clues. Han-sun took a look at Rolling Dragon Lake and walked to the other side. The destroyer wolf really hadn't left much of a trail, but Han-sun could see that it had left behind a few molecules at least. He then walked toward the other side of the shining lake and found more traces of some sort of creature. Han-sun didn't know which creature these molecules belonged to, but he could tell that those molecules had been left there at the same time as the molecules left by Destroyer Wolf. That indicated that another creature had been in the area at the same time as Destroyer Wolf. Han-sun wanted to find that creature first to see what he could learn from it. Destroyer Wolf got away through a space crack. What clue do you think you can find here? Elysian Moon said, frowning. Let's just look around. Perhaps we can find some clues, Han-sun said as he walked. Then you can try your luck here. We don't think we'd find anything, Elysian Moon said while pointing in another direction. There's nothing to find here. We can secretly follow the groups from Sacred and Outer Sky. Better that than wasting our time here, said Gu Qingcheng. Then let's separate into 2 teams. You can follow them, and I'll keep looking here. Han-sun wasn't in a rush. There were too many powerful beings from Sacred and Outer Sky, and everyone was on high alert, so Han-sun's group would be easily spotted. Han-sun planned to walk around to check for any remaining molecules. He wanted to see what kind of creatures were with the Destroyer Wolf. Okay, I'll leave you some marks to indicate where we've gone. Elysian Moon was already walking away, so Gu Qingcheng left Han-sun a mark and hurried after her. Sumi wanted to follow them as well, but since Han-sun was not going, he had to follow Han's senator teacher. That Destroyer Wolf has fled through the space fault. Why are we still looking for clues here? We'd better follow Goddess's group. There'll be some interesting things happening later, Sumi said. He didn't think he'd be able to seize the egg. He just wanted to watch those powerful beings fight each other. Han-sun smiled and said, I'll keep searching here. You can follow those 2 if you really want to go. Sumi thought for a minute and said, I'd rather follow you, teacher. Han-sun didn't say anything more. Instead, he followed the molecules along the lake. There were only a few molecules left. It had been quite a long time, so there were only some scent molecules left, and they were not continuous. It would take Han-sun a long while to follow such a faint trail. Sumi saw Han-sun walk around the lake looking around everywhere. He walked slowly, but he didn't know what Han-sun was looking at. He could only follow behind Han's senator. Han-sun walked around most of the lake, and at some point, the trail disappeared. He walked forward, but he couldn't find any more molecules. Weird. Where are they? Han-sun walked back to the last spot he had seen the molecules, and he observed the place carefully. It was very close to the lake shore, and there were some black water stains at the shoreline. Does this lake rise at some point? Did the creature that left the scent enter the lake? Why did he walk around for so long instead of entering the lake immediately? Is there something special in this location? Han-sun frowned as he thought. He observed the lake, but he couldn't see anything special. The lake here was exactly like other areas of Rolling Dragon Lake. It was dark like ink, and he couldn't see anything inside. The surface of the water was peaceful as well, and there were no ripples. Han-sun couldn't find any living beings in the lake using his Dongxian aura. What are you looking at, teacher? Sumi stood beside Han-sun and looked at the lake, but he couldn't see anything either. I'm looking for clues, Han-sun said with a smile. Clues? What clues? I can't see anything. Sumi was curious. He observed the lake again, but he still couldn't see anything there. What would you need me for if you could see through everything? Han-sun said condescendingly. Sumi said, no wonder you're a teacher. I can't even compare with you. Please, teacher, teach me something. What kind of clues are there in this lake? My disciple, you will only truly learn if you find the answers yourself. You have to use your brain more and think it through. That's how you actually learn things. Han-sun pointed at the lake and said, just observe here. I'll go to other areas to see if I can find other clues. Okay, teacher. I won't let you down. Sumi kept staring at the lake, trying to find the clues his teacher alluded to. Hansen kept walking around the lake, carrying Bauer. He walked all the way around the lake, and then he began walking around in the forest nearby, hoping to find the scent molecules again. Sumi gazed at the lake for a long time, but he still couldn't find any clues. Teacher is indeed wise and mysterious, and I'm not at the same level that he is. What did teacher find here? Sumi gazed at the lake more carefully. Actually, Hansen didn't find any clues himself. He just felt that it wasn't a coincidence that he found some scent molecules there. So he asked Sumi to stay there to see whether he could find anything. If Hansen was correct, the creature must have dived back into the lake when the tides rose in Rolling Dragon Lake. Hansen then decided to walk around Rolling Dragon Lake and come back when the tides rose again. Perhaps he could find something after that. Hansen walked around the nearby forest for a while, and he didn't find the trail he was looking for, but he did find a familiar scent. Ghost eye? Why is it here? It's so weak. Is it being suicidal? Hansen checked it carefully, and he found some other molecule traces that resembled those of ghost eye. There were 2 other types of molecules, but he wasn't sure which creatures they belonged to, and he couldn't tell the power of those creatures either. He toured the forest, and he felt several powerful forces sweeping across the sky, but none of them stayed nearby. After a short while they were all gone. He didn't find anything new, and it was getting darker. Hansen went toward Rolling Dragon Lake. Teacher, I found something. Hansen was a bit stunned. He only asked Sumi to stay there on the off chance that something happened, but he hadn't expected the spirit to make a discovery. Sumi pointed at the place where Hansen asked him to stay and watch. The place where Hansen and Sumi stood before was already covered by the black lake water, but there wasn't anything special there. However, after the lake water rose, a small section of lake water looked different. In that one place close to the shore, the lake water, that was originally black, became transparent like the water in a normal lake. However, it was already dark, and it was only a tiny area. If they didn't look at it carefully, they wouldn't have noticed the clear water at all. Teacher, you indeed have great acumen. I wasn't able to see anything special before, but I only saw the difference of that part of the lake after it got dark. Sumi looked at Hansen in awe. Hansen flew above the small section of clear water, and he tried to see whether there was any difference in the water. That section of the lake looked like a well. It was clear from top to bottom, yet all the water around it was dark. The dark water and the clear water didn't integrate at all. However, it was already after sunset, and the water was very deep, so even if they looked directly down on the clear water, they could only see darkness. They had no idea how deep it was. Unlike the dark lake around it, there were bubbles coming up through the clear water, as if there were lots of fish below. Teacher, what's wrong with the water here? Sumi asked Hansen, standing beside him. Hansen thought, how should I know anything about it? I'm not a god who knows everything. Of course, Hansen didn't say that out loud. He smiled at Sumi and said, just wait here for now. I'll go down there and check. Don't enter the water until I come out. Hansen jumped into the clear water with Bauer, diving deep. He had practiced his swimming skills before. Though he couldn't compare with real marine creatures, he was still able to engage in ordinary fights. Hansen was cautious. As he swam down, he summoned his golden engraving shield and held it in front of himself to defend against ferocious creatures. The lake was surprisingly deep. Hansen had dived more than 3,000 feet, yet he still couldn't see the bottom. Everything around him was still dark, and the water looked like ink. Hansen kept diving, and as he swam down, he suddenly felt a hollow sensation below him, and then he fell forward. As Hansen quickly regained his feet, he found out that he was standing in a huge underground cave. There were many bones scattered around the cave, and there was a strong stench in the air. In the middle of the cave was a black spring, and it was spewing water like gas. 2 creatures lay beside the mouth of the well. The one on the left looked like a dragon, and its scales gleamed with black light, as if they were made of coal. The dragon teeth in its mouth looked like knives. It was around 80 feet long, and it looked belligerent. The creature on the right was a giant white wolf, and it was just as large as the black dragon beside it. Its fur was white as snow, yet its eyes were black like ink. Ripples and distortions in space itself seemed to waver through the wolf's fur. The two ferocious beasts glared at Han Sen at the same time, looking at him like a piece of fresh meat that had just been dropped on their doorstep. Destroyer wolf? Han Sen was startled. He was originally looking for the trail of the creature he had sensed on the shoreline, but he hadn't expected to find the destroyer wolf here. Gu Qingqing described the appearance of the destroyer wolf to Han Sen before, and this giant white wolf looked just as she had described it, and with that terrifying force coming from it, it had to be the destroyer wolf. As for the black dragon, it was likely to be the legendary rolling dragon. However, neither of them seemed to be the creature Han Sen was looking for. Aside from the rolling dragon and the destroyer wolf, there weren't any other creatures in the entire underground cave. Inside the black spring, an object about the size of a basketball was rolling around. Before Han Sen could see what that object exactly was, he heard the rolling dragon roar, after which it spewed a stream of black light toward him. Han Sen couldn't see clearly what that black light was, so he couldn't even dodge it. He raised the golden engraving shield to ward it off. Dang! Han Sen felt a giant force transmitting through the golden engraving shield, and he couldn't help stepping back, his back running into a rock wall in the cave. The rock was so hard that it only had some faint cracks after being hit by Han Sen's body. Yet Han Sen's bones were almost dislocated. That stream of black light also bounced back after hitting the golden engraving shield. The black light shot toward the rolling dragon and splashed over its tail. Rather than being injured by the power, the dragon's tail caught the black light. Han Sen then saw clearly that the black light shot by the rolling dragon was a trident, which was as dark as ink. There were dragon engravings on the handle, and 3 dragon heads formed the top of the trident. The strike from the rolling dragon didn't kill Han Sen, which shocked it a little bit. The destroyer wolf stared at Han Sen and said, "Who sent you here? Sacred shelter or outer sky shelter?" "Nobody sent me. I came here myself." Lots of thoughts flooded into Han Sen's mind. The rolling dragon and the destroyer wolf didn't seem to be enemies, and besides, both the creatures were emanating horrifying life forces. They were both incredibly powerful beings. Han Sen's power hadn't reached super level yet, so he wasn't sure whether he could fight against 2 beings at that level. "I should have brought Gu Qingqing with me." Han Sen sighed. He hadn't expected to find the destroyer wolf so easily. Han Sen had thought that the destroyer wolf would team up with the rolling dragon to fight him. Instead, the destroyer wolf squinted its eyes and gazed at Han Sen for a while, then made a surprising suggestion. "Since you weren't sent by Sacred, and you're all by yourself, why don't you stay here and share the sacred egg with us?" "How could I do that?" Han Sen found it hard to believe that the destroyer wolf would be so kind. It had risked everything to steal that egg. Why would it share with some random human? The destroyer wolf smiled. Yet that smile kind of creeped. Han Sen out. A smile from a giant wolf was a truly disturbing thing to see. "Let me put it this way," the destroyer wolf said, sounding sincere. "We don't want to share the sacred egg with others. From my perspective, you're pretty powerful, and it won't be easy for us to kill you. If you flee and attract other powerful creatures here, it'll be a huge problem for us both. If you're willing, the 3 of us can share this egg. What do you think?" Though what the destroyer wolf said made perfect sense to Han Sen, he still felt something off. However, Han Sen was certain of one thing. If he refused, the 2 creatures would immediately team up and try to kill him to protect their secret. "Okay, since you're sincere, I'll go along with it." Han Sen thought to himself, "I'll just use my really want to attack me. Perhaps I can even find a chance to get that egg. Then you can come down now, my friend. The sacred egg is ready for eating. Is there anyone else aside from you who knows that we're here?" asked the destroyer wolf, smiling. "No." Han Sen moved down towards them slowly. However, he kept his distance from them. He looked at the white object within the black well and asked, "Is that the sacred egg?" "Correct, that's the sacred egg. However, its shell is too solid. We've tried everything we could think of, but nothing could break the eggshell. We then resorted to using the water from the black pond to erode the shell of the sacred egg. You came here at the right time. After another 40 or 50 hours, the eggshell will be completely eroded, after which we can enjoy this sacred egg, said the destroyer wolf. The rolling dragon just stared at Han-sun coldly, like a sculpture made of iron. Han-sun wasn't sure if it was because it couldn't understand the human language, or because it didn't want to talk to him. Han-sun saw that neither the destroyer wolf nor the rolling dragon intended to attack him, which surprised him a little bit. Han-sun thought the destroyer wolf just wanted to make sure nobody was around before it attacked him. Yet the destroyer wolf didn't seem to have any intention of striking him. It seemed that it had made up its mind to share the sacred egg. Han-sun was still cautious, as he wasn't sure what the destroyer wolf wanted. He kept his distance from the destroyer wolf and the rolling dragon, and he also kept an eye on the sacred egg, waiting for it to be completely eroded. Though it was called a sacred egg, there wasn't any special about its appearance. It looked like an ordinary egg at an extra size. It was hard to imagine that a great being like the destroyer wolf couldn't break the eggshell. The water was flowing, and the sacred egg was floating on it. Han-sun looked at it carefully, and he found that there were many tiny black engravings on the shell. It seemed that the water from the black pond was sipping in. How should I call you, friend? The destroyer wolf didn't want to get close to Han-sun either. Instead, it watched Han-sun from a distance, smiling. Han-sun, answered Han Senator, you're so powerful, so you must come from somewhere famous. What, haven't I heard of you before? Asked the destroyer wolf again. Nowhere famous. I was just lucky enough to obtain some powerful geno cores and beast souls, said Han Senator. The more Han-sun spoke, the less the destroyer wolf dared to look down upon him. It kept talking with Han-sun, but it didn't show any sign of attacking him. It seemed that it was actually waiting for the eggshell to break, so that it could share it with Han Senator. Is that eggshell really so solid that even you can't break it? Han-sun asked again, as he still found it unbelievable. Based on the rules in the fourth god sanctuary, even the descendant of a berserk super creature was only at bronze level when it was just born. The destroyer wolf laid down beside the black pond and smiled. If I were really able to break it, I wouldn't have run around carrying it and being hunted by so many powerful creatures. The destroyer wolf paused and laughed. The master of sacred spent so much effort gaining the confidence of the destroyer empress and convincing her to birth his child. He spent lots of time and effort on that egg, so it should be special. Han-sun took a look at that sacred egg, yet he still couldn't see anything special about it. Even more confusing, Han-sun still couldn't find any trace of the creature he had previously been looking for. If that creature was just some food that the destroyer wolf and the rolling dragon brought here and ate, Han-sun should still be able to find its scent. Just like the bones left in the cave, all three of them were leaving molecules behind. However, Han-sun didn't see any remaining molecules of that creature. Han-sun was afraid that the molecules in the cave were too chaotic for him to check carefully. He rechecked them several times, but he still couldn't find any trace of the creature that he had noticed before. Maybe that creature didn't get into the lake? Then where is it? Han-sun was frowning as he thought, but he couldn't figure anything out. The destroyer wolf sometimes talked with Han-sun, and it was gentle and looked harmless. On the contrary, the rolling dragon didn't say a word. It just lay beside the black pond, staring at the floating sacred egg, as if that egg was the only thing it could see. They didn't show any intention of attacking Han-sun, which confused him. Bauer sometimes looked at the sacred egg, as if it were some kind of new toy. Time passed, and more black fissures appeared on the eggshell. Just as the destroyer wolf said, the eggshell seemed to be almost completely eroded. Kacha. After more than 50 hours of waiting, Han-sun, destroyer wolf, and the rolling dragon heard a blast that sounded like an eggshell cracking after being boiled. A black crack appeared on the white eggshell. It's done. The destroyer wolf was exhilarated, and the rolling dragon was even more so. Its tail was carrying the trident, and it immediately threw the trident toward the egg. The egg was already covered with small cracks, and Han-sun thought that the trident of the rolling dragon would pierce through the egg completely. However, When the tip of the trident hit one of the cracks, there were only some sparks on the egg, and the egg was perfectly safe. The crack wasn't enlarged at all. Han Sen was terrified. The destroyer wolf had told him how sturdy the sacred egg was, but he hadn't believed it until now. He had experienced the trident's power, and it was definitely at the top-tier level in the fourth god's sanctuary. Despite that, it couldn't injure the shell at all. The destroyer wolf licked its lips, and it stopped the rolling dragon from striking again. It gazed at the sacred egg and said, "Guess I need to wait longer. We've waited for a long time, so there's no need to rush it." The rolling dragon retreated back to the original spot and laid down. Han Sen stared at the sacred egg, but something still seemed strange to him. There wasn't anything living in the sacred egg. After the eggshell cracked, Han Sen finally managed to detect some energy coming from the egg. However, it wasn't a life force coming from the egg, but a force that resembled death. Why does this power feel like death? Does this sacred egg have the power of a dead spirit? That shouldn't be right. I've seen the power of goddess, and her power feels nothing like this. If they're both descendants of Sacred's master, they shouldn't be so different, Han Sen thought. As Han Sen was thinking, he frowned and turned his attention to a corner of the cave. There were some familiar molecules floating there, the same molecules he saw on the shore. Strange. I've checked the cave several times already, yet I couldn't find any of the molecules of that creature. Why have some showed up here now? Han Sen frowned worriedly. Is there a creature here that not even the destroyer wolf and the rolling dragon know of? Perhaps they know about it, but they're letting the creature hide here for some reason? Han Sen frowned. Han Sen was very confident about his Dongxian aura. He was certain that the molecules belonged to the creature he had been looking for before. Also, these molecules were very recent. There was only one possibility. The mutant creature was in the cave, but it was somehow concealing its presence. Han Sen speculated that when the eggshell of the sacred egg cracked, and the rolling dragon struck, the creature thought it was time to make a move, and accidentally left some molecules in its excitement. Won't the water from the black pond just pour into the eggshell, and pollute the egg yolk inside? Han Sen said randomly. He watched the destroyer wolf casually, but his Dongxian aura was intensely focused on the corner with the molecules. However, nothing strange seemed to be happening. Everything was peaceful, and no more random molecules were slipping out. That makes sense. Let's get the egg out now. There are so many cracks in the egg at this point, so there's a chance that we can just suck the yolk out directly, said the destroyer wolf to the rolling dragon beside it. Han Sen found it strange that destroyer wolf was asking for rolling dragon's help. Part of the egg was above the black water, so if the destroyer wolf was afraid of the water of the black pond, he could retrieve the egg without exposing himself to the water. Normally, people wouldn't just entrust a valuable like this to others. Instead, they would do it by themselves. The rolling dragon heard what the destroyer wolf said. It spun its tail, using its trident like a spoon to lift the sacred egg out of the pond. It dredged up the sacred egg and put it on the ground beside the spring. At this moment, black fissures covered the egg like a cobweb, and lots of the black fissures had sunk deeply into the egg. The destroyer wolf walked to the egg and looked down at the cracks. The crack is still not large enough, and we can't even see what's inside. There isn't anything slipping out, so it needs to be eroded further, said the destroyer wolf. Then it grabbed the sacred egg with its paws and stood up like a human being. It then lifted the sacred egg to throw it in the black pond again. However, just as it turned around, the rolling dragon whipped its tail, and the trident pierced through the body of the destroyer wolf, punching a hole in the wolf's chest. Blood burst out, dyeing the white fur red. The destroyer wolf dropped the egg, and bizarre ripples began to twist the space around the wolf's body. They disappeared for a second, and when they showed up again, destroyer wolf was right behind the rolling dragon. The wolf teeth tore downwards, biting toward the neck of the rolling dragon. Ayo! However, before the destroyer wolf could bite the neck of the rolling dragon, a transparent arrow shot through the wolf's head. The arrow went into the back of its head, through its brain, and out between its eyebrows. Blood dripped from the tip of the arrow. Destroyer wolf fell on the ground, without even having the chance to struggle. It laid on the ground, completely lifeless. Han's son was completely bewildered. He couldn't believe that the mighty destroyer wolf had been killed so easily. He then looked to the corner of the cave and saw a creature standing there. Its upper body was that of a human being, while its lower body looked like a snake. It stood there, sneering with its apathetic face. The creature was holding a bow, and the color of the bow resembled the color of the horns on his head. "Good job, Black Dragon." The half-human-shaped creature moved to the side of the rolling dragon and patted its head. The horrifying rolling dragon suddenly became meek and submissive, and apparently, it enjoyed the praise of the half-human-shaped creature. "Who are you?" Hansen asked, alarmed. It was apparent now that the half-human-shaped being and the rolling dragon were on the same team. The destroyer wolf originally wanted to borrow the Black Pond, which was why it agreed to share the sacred egg with the rolling dragon. Little did it expect that the rolling dragon had another partner who wanted to kill the destroyer wolf and keep the sacred egg all to himself. Rolling Dragon King, the king of the Rolling Dragon Lake. The half-human-shaped creature looked at Han's son scornfully. Han's son was dazed. Now he knew that the legendary creature in the Rolling Dragon Lake was this strange creature in front of him, not the Black Dragon. Rolling Dragon King walked to the side of the Black Pond. He picked up the sacred egg and held it in his palms. "Kill him," Rolling Dragon King said mildly, looking at the sacred egg. The Black Dragon roared suddenly, then dashed toward Han's son with the trident in its tail. Its claws and dragon teeth and trident were all terrifying weapons. Han's son resisted the waves of attacks with his golden engraving shield. However, Han's son kept stepping back under that aggressive force. The red light on Han's son's body surged as a pair of butterfly wings opened on Han's son's back, and at the same time, he entered bloodthirsty mode. Han's son's power surged. He fought the Black Dragon for a long time, but it was a stalemate. Neither could defeat the other. The Rolling Dragon King apparently didn't intend to help the Black Dragon fight Han's senator. He pulled his arrow out of the destroyer wolf and wiped the blood on the wolf's fur. Then, he stabbed the arrow down towards the cracked egg. The arrow pierced the egg twice, but it couldn't penetrate the crack of the sacred egg. The Rolling Dragon King frowned. Then his body gave off a bizarre black light. The black light infused the arrow, and he stabbed the arrow back toward the egg again. Kacha! The arrow finally pierced the egg. The tip and part of the shaft both went in. The Rolling Dragon King was exhilarated. He grabbed the arrow and tried to pull it back out. But in the next second, the Rolling Dragon King became horrified. He wasn't able to pull the arrow out of the egg. Instead, his entire body was trembling, as if he was being electrified. Black light was being pulled rapidly from his body, along the arrow, and down into the egg. Rolling Dragon King. Did you really think I didn't know you were the real master of Rolling Dragon Lake? The destroyer wolf that was presumed to be dead gradually crawled up from the ground, which was inconceivable. The holes in its chest and head were healing so fast that the wounds were visibly shrinking. It glared at Rolling Dragon King with its wolf eyes, and it had a bizarre smile on its face. "You!" The Rolling Dragon King was terrified as he realized that he had been tricked by the destroyer wolf. However, it was too late for him to regret now. His body was being pulled inescapably toward the sacred egg. His power kept flooding into the egg, making him weaker and weaker. The Black Dragon roared. It ditched Han's son and rushed toward the Rolling Dragon King. It stabbed the sacred egg with the trident on its tail, trying to separate the sacred egg from the Rolling Dragon King. "You're being suicidal," the destroyer wolf sneered, watching from the side. It wasn't trying to stop the Black Dragon at all. The Black Dragon's trident slammed into the sacred egg, but it immediately became stuck to the egg, and the egg began absorbing its power. It ended up just like the Rolling Dragon King. The two terrifying super creatures, which were possibly berserk super creatures, seemed utterly incapable of escaping from the sacred egg. Both the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon were shocked to their very core. Han's son was petrified. He had seen lots of descendants of two super beings before, and Sumi was a child of two emperors. However, He had never seen a descendant like this. It wasn't even born yet, but it was already able to wreck two super beings. Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon were being sucked dry, and it was a stunning thing to witness. The Rolling Dragon King seemed to have aged 1,000 years, and the scales on his snake tail were yellowing. His upper body looked old, and he wasn't as forceful as he had been before. He looked like an old man who was so skinny that his bones were visible. As for the Black Dragon, it wasn't doing any better. Its body was quickly aging as the essence inside its body was sucked out. The Destroyer Wolf looked at the withering Rolling Dragon King and said, "Everyone else thinks that the Black Dragon is the master of Rolling Dragon Lake, but I am exceptional. Do you really think you can trick me? Do you really think I came to Rolling Dragon Lake because I couldn't break the sacred egg? How naive are you?" As it spoke, the Destroyer Wolf squinted its eyes, and a trace of light gleamed. "I came here because of the power of death in the Black Pond. Without that power of death, there's no way that the sacred egg could have incubated this soon. It's a descendant of Sacred Shelter. What does it have to do with the power of death?" Rolling Dragon King asked through clenched teeth. Destroyer Wolf sneered. "Are you an idiot? Don't you know that its mother is the Destroyer Empress? Her power is the power of death. The power that Sacred Egg inherited isn't just the power of Sacred's master, but also the Destroyer Empress's power of destruction. The power of Rolling Dragon Lake is the best way to nourish it. What good will it do you? Let us go, and we'll give you whatever you want," said the Rolling Dragon King. The sacred egg had almost sucked him dry. There was only a layer of skin covering his bone, and he looked more horrendous than a skull. "Idiot, what do you think you can offer me? Even if you both gave me your self-geno cores, they can't even begin to compare with this sacred egg." Destroyer Wolf's eyes were gleaming. The descendant of Sacred's master and the Destroyer Empress will have both the advantages of their genes. Since it was incubated, it has been nurtured by the godly fluids of Sacred's master, and with your power of death, the creature about to be born will be more perfect than any other berserk super creature. Once it's born, I'll merge its genes with mine. Then I'll become the most powerful creature in the fourth god's sanctuary. Don't count on it. Even me and Black Dragon are not its match. How do you think you'll manage to merge with it?" The bones of Rolling Dragon Emperor were starting to degrade. He fell on the ground beside the Black Dragon. "I have my ways, and you don't need to worry about it. Just wait for your death." After the Destroyer Wolf finished, it stopped giving a damn about the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. "As for you, I really don't want to waste my time to kill you, but it'll take me a while to merge with the egg. If Sacred Shelter and Outer Sky learn about it, it'll be a pain in the ass. You should just die," said Destroyer Wolf as it stepped forward, its body entering a space fault. A crack showed up beside Han Sen, and a wolf head extended out, surging toward Han Sen's neck with its white teeth. Han Sen used the golden engraving shield on his shoulder to ward it off and defend himself against the bite of the Destroyer Wolf. Scrappy! The teeth of Destroyer Wolf and the shield ground against each other, and it made an annoying sound. The teeth of the Destroyer Wolf tore a part of the golden engraving shield off, and the golden engravings on the shield were dimming. It didn't have the power to reflect the attack. Han Sen was terrified. He had never seen a force that the golden engraving shield couldn't defend against. The Destroyer Wolf fell toward Han Senator. It looked at Han Sen coldly. "My power is to swallow space, and I already control this space entirely. Where do you think your shield's reflecting power comes from? Your shield is nothing against me." Destroyer Wolf's body was dimming as it traveled through the space fault. Every time, it left red slashes across Han Sen's body. Han Sen couldn't catch up with the rapidly vanishing and reappearing wolf, and his body couldn't defend against the wolf's spatial powers. The wounds looked bizarre, like pieces of Han Sen's flesh were simply vanishing. Fortunately, the golden engraving shield warded off a large part of the attacks. Otherwise, Han Sen would have been eaten alive. Han Sen was frowning. The space-swallowing power of the Destroyer Wolf was indeed terrifying, and Han Sen couldn't handle its attacks. He couldn't see how its body was moving between the faults, nor could he guess how the power worked. He couldn't wield any of his advantages, and he was completely suppressed by Destroyer Wolf. Han Sen clenched his teeth, and gleaming holy light rushed out of his body. His hair immediately grew longer, and shining light flowed from his eyes. He went into the Super King Spirit mode. The Super King Spirit was different from Han Sen's usual power. A human's body didn't grow stronger when their self-geno core leveled up, but creatures and spirits were more closely connected with their cores. The Super King Spirit mode made Han Sen like a creature or spirit. His body became more powerful as his geno cores improved. As of yet, the coin geno core hadn't been upgraded, so the power given by the Super King Spirit mode wasn't very strong. However, Han Sen didn't enter Super King Spirit mode to improve his power. After he entered the Super Spirit mode, Han Sen rushed toward the sacred egg. He slapped toward the sacred egg with his palm in an attempt to knock the sacred egg away from the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. He didn't want to save them. Destroyer Wolf wanted the sacred egg to absorb power, but without a connection to the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon, the sacred egg wouldn't be incubated. That was why Han Sen saved Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. No matter what they were going to do, the Destroyer Wolf would have to deal with them first, so this was Han Sen's chance. Destroyer Wolf saw Han Sen slapping toward the sacred egg, and it sneered. "You want to touch the sacred egg? You're being suicidal." However, the Destroyer Wolf didn't stop attacking. On the contrary, it appeared behind Han Sen and snatched Han Sen's neck with its space-swallowing power. Han Sen didn't turn back. He moved the severely damaged shield to cover his back, and at the same time, he slapped the sacred egg with his left hand. Two noises echoed at the same time. The Destroyer Wolf left 3 deep scars on the shield with its claws, piercing almost all the way through the shield. However, unlike what Han Sen had expected, that sacred egg didn't exert any magnetic force on him. But it didn't separate from the Rolling Dragon King and Black Dragon either. Instead, the sacred egg, Rolling Dragon King, and the Black Dragon all spun away at the same time. The 3 of them fell into the black pond. They sank, splashing the dark water everywhere. The Destroyer Wolf was surprised when it saw that Han Sen wasn't drawn towards the sacred egg. Then it roared and dashed toward Han Sen again. Han Sen dodged it while trying to think of a method to defend himself against the Destroyer Wolf, but nothing came to mind. "I have to resort to Destiny's Tower now." Han Sen knew that if he kept doing this, he would be killed before too long. The best chance for him to survive was to use his Blood Legion technique and his Destiny's Tower before too much of his energy was consumed. Before Han Sen could activate the technique, the water in the black pond suddenly surged upwards. A terrifying force rushed out of the black pond. The Destroyer Wolf and Han Sen both dodged away from the splashing black pond water. At the same time, they looked at the black pond, trying to figure out what was going on. A stream of black light rose from the black pond like the sun escaping an eclipse, and then the light floated on the water. That terrifying force came from the stream of black light, and the entire cave was covered by the sensation of death. The black light gradually withdrew, but the force of death became stronger and stronger. After the light went away, Han Sen missed a heartbeat after seeing what emerged. A beautiful woman walked out of the black pond. She was wearing black armor and carrying a long black bow. She had a pair of black wings like that of a crow, and her hair was dark like ink while her eyes were deep like an abyss. Her entire body emanated a beautiful yet ferocious force, as if she were an angel descending into hell. "It has finally incubated." The Destroyer Wolf's eyes were glinting like crazy. It stopped fighting Han Sen and rushed toward the female just hatched from the sacred egg. Han Sen didn't move towards the egg. It wasn't because he was afraid that he couldn't defeat Destroyer Wolf, but that the force of death coming from that woman was too horrifying. To Han Sen, the woman was more terrifying than Destroyer Wolf. Perhaps the Destroyer Wolf had already prepared itself enough that it thought it could gain something from the woman, but as for Han Sen, he didn't think he could gain any power from her. That woman was floating above the black pond. Though she had her eyes open, her eyes looked hollow, as if she didn't have any soul. The Destroyer Wolf opened its mouth wide, and it bit the woman's neck with its barb-like fangs. Those white teeth were actually hollow inside. As they bit into the woman's neck, the blood filled the wolf's teeth, dyeing them black. The woman's blood was actually black, which made Destroyer Wolf more excited. It bit deeper and harder into her neck, so that it could absorb the power faster. The female seemed to have felt the pain. She frowned, and some sort of thought finally appeared to cross her dark eyes. More. I want more. I want the most perfect and the most powerful genes. The Destroyer Wolf sucked as it roared crazily. The woman's body seemed to be very sturdy. The wolf's teeth could only go a little bit deeper, and the harder it bit, the more difficult it was. However, the black blood kept flooding into the fangs of Destroyer Wolf, and at the same time, black smoke drifted out of its white wolf fur. Its body seemed to be going through some changes. Han-sun was surprised. Humans, creatures, or even spirits could evolve by eating the flesh and blood of creatures. However, while eating creature flesh could strengthen one's genes, the genes of the original body would always be the foundation. The changes Destroyer Wolf was experiencing were a bit different. Its body seemed to have accepted the foreign genes completely, and its body was going through some changes that shouldn't have happened. The black smoke from the Destroyer Wolf was getting denser and denser, and its originally white fur had turned completely dark. The flesh on its back was twisted, as if something was about to extend from its spine. Han-sun didn't know what to do. He thought that a terrifying being like that woman would have fought the Destroyer Wolf to the death, yet she wasn't reacting at all. Instead, she was just standing there, letting the Destroyer Wolf suck her blood. As the Destroyer Wolf drank her blood, its power became much stronger. Though the woman's facial expression changed a little bit, she was still floating there without any actual reactions. After such a long time, her blood must have been almost completely drained, and now it was too late for her to react. Though she looks like goddess, she's only a newborn after all. She might not have enough intelligence to know what's happening, Han-sun thought. After a short while, the flesh on Destroyer Wolf's back exploded, and blood splashed everywhere. A pair of bloody wings extended. The wings looked raw and bloody, as fur was still growing across them. However, the wings were growing fast, and they darkened until they resembled the woman's wings. Power. Strong power. Fascinating. Destroyer Wolf was greedy, and it kept sucking until it drained all of the woman's blood. After that, it took out its teeth and roared at the sky. Its body was covered with black fire emanating the force of death, and its wings spread wide behind it. As it roared, its black wings gave off the feeling of death as well. As for the woman who had been sucked dry, she fell to the floor of the cave like a lifeless puppet. Her eyes were still open like black holes, but there wasn't any life force in her. Perhaps she was dead already. Han-sun sighed and rushed toward the water on top of the cave. He had completely lost his chance already. Destroyer Wolf had finished merging, and it was more powerful than ever. Even its previous power had been terrifying. Han-sun's Blood Legion technique could only last for a while, so he didn't want to risk anything before he was sure that he could defeat Destroyer Wolf in a short period of time. Do you want to go? Destroyer Wolf sneered, shook its wings, and shot toward Han-sun with its terrifying force of death. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.